Welcome, everybody, to the final day of the North American Great Push. That's right, we're trying to find what two teams are going to the global finals, and things are already completely off the rails. So hello and welcome. We're all doing great. We're ready to see a bunch of wipes, a bunch of armor being broken, perhaps some missed kicks, who knows? But the key levels are going to be high today. We have one more dungeon that we have yet to reveal as well, so that's something the teams are going to have to take into account. I'm going to go through and get everyone's opinions as usual. We're going to start in the middle, though, this time. Actually, we're going to start with Tettles. Tettles, putting you on the spot. What's your experience in the Great Push Bend this weekend, and what are you expecting from our final day for the Americas regions today?
I think the efficiency has been the most important thing that we've seen across this weekend, and no team has been more efficient than Ambition. The fact that they were able to two-chest a Iron Docks 26 and two-chest a Workshop 26 and be able to push their keys up is why we are currently in the position we are in with Ambition atop the leaderboard at 147 points, because that allowed them to have somewhere in the range of an hour over the second place team, Donuts and Despair. We knew coming into this weekend that NA was a little bit top-heavy, with Ambition and Donuts and Despair being very good, and so this has kind of worked out, at least for me, about as expected.
All right. Has it gone as expected for you, Nagura, when you look at how things have broken down here? Let's see what you're... Okay, so you actually picked Donuts and Despair to be the winning team this weekend. Do you still feel like that's a strong possibility?
If I could change my vote now, I probably would switch out Ambition and Donuts and Despair, just because Ambition was just so consistent the last 2 days. Now, I think that this day, the last day, is definitely different than the previous two, where it matters, the execution matters a lot more compared to just doing the +2 keys and stuff, which mattered a lot the other times. It's possible that Donuts and Despair has some tricks up their sleeves and they got some higher keys done in comparison. But yeah, Ambition obviously looking really, really good. And I did think, though, coming into the weekend, that both Donuts and Despair and Ambition would be further ahead than they are right now. I do think there's definitely still possibility for Ha and Olge to do really well today and get some more points, because they're not too far behind to the second spot.
Right. So, Dratnos, on that note, what do you think it's going to take from a team like Olge, who you picked as your wild card, to maybe make it into the top two?
Well, it looks like 4 points right now, but that amount will probably go up as Ambition keeps getting more points, so... That's, when you think about points, it's roughly 1 point per 30 minutes, right, of dungeoning, so maybe a 2-hour gap separating Olge from Ambition right now. That means probably for Olge to win the day, they're going to need Ambition to flounder and Donuts and Despair to flounder for at least an hour and a half, while also having all of their keys work out. I think for Olge and Ha, it's pretty unlikely that you'll be able to win the tournament against either Ambition or Donuts and Despair. I think your best bet is you're still trying to yoink one of the top 2 slots, right? Because it's our top 2 slots that go through to global finals. So that's definitely still on the table, right? It's much easier to have one of those 2 top teams flounder than both of them.
It also kind of depends on what the mystery dungeon is and how long it's going to be able to take to push all the way up. Because a dungeon like Junkyard, you're going to be spending a lot more time in than a dungeon like Grimrail Depot or Celia's Gambit.
Also depends on...
It depends, right?
What do you want to see?
Would spend more time?
Yeah, how high do the teams think they can push it, and then do they have the option to 2-chest, 3-chest, even going higher than 28, 29, and then can every other team do that as well? So I think even though right now Olge and Ha look pretty far off when you calculate it with 1 point per 30 minutes, with a new dungeon and the option to 2-chest, 3-chest, I feel like you could maybe catch up.
Well, so let's think about that a little bit, and I'll throw it over to you, Mathnos. Actually, we'll just keep bouncing around because that's your name apparently now. We've decided, we've made it official. We've got 3 dungeons that we have not seen yet out of season 4, right? We've got Grimrail Depot, we've got Junkyard, and we've got Gambit. Out of those 3, which one do you think would be the best for a team like Ha or Old to catch up in?
It's hard to say, because you're looking for a dungeon that's a mix of your specialty and other teams' weaknesses.
Right.
I would say, okay, knowing Ambition and Donuts and Despair probably have a lot of like BFA experience, Ambition in particular. You know, they did a lot of these keys in that expansion at a pretty high level. Dorky as well that season, end of BFA was looking really good. I would say you probably are looking for it to not be Junkyard. You're probably looking for it to be Depot or Gambit. I think Gambit's probably particularly good for Ha, because they seem to have been looking really nice in the Tazaveshes. So maybe if you're Olge, maybe you're good there too, or maybe you've got something spicy in the train lined up. I will say, okay, here's my theory. Look behind us, right? Look at this setting we're in. Do you really think they would put a Junkyard behind us in our where we're in our casting environment, right? Would they put us here? Would that be a clever misdirection?
It's
or
been
is
there
that
the
how we're
whole
going?
time.
You know, you can see the aerial oppression unit flying just above your head right now, Doa. Oh, it's gone now, but I don't know. I think
it wasn't in our
could be a
faces,
sign.
but behind our faces.
Yeah,
Well, we only have to wait a couple minutes to find out.
Yeah, I personally think that the best dungeon for the 3rd and 4th seed would be Grimrail, because that's the dungeon we know the least about and the teams know the least about. So if they were smart with how they use their time, maybe they spend a little time practicing something like Grimrail and Iron Dogs, well, because they knew, the other teams have done the other dungeons in previous TGPs, MDIs, and they have so much experience that it's impossible really to come up with a route or strategy the other teams don't know about. But Grimrail and Iron Dogs definitely has a possibility where you maybe have an edge over the other teams if you come up with something really smart.
Ambition was slamming some really early world first Grimrail depots, so assuming that they're going to be bad and there is a hefty assumption, it would maybe come down to how good Donuts and Despair are in Grimrail Depot and how much time they put into practicing that dungeon.
After hearing all this conversation's ironic, what are you thinking? You've been sitting there stoically waiting for your chance very patiently. Well, here it is. Here's your chance.
Listen, you guys have been really nice to the bottom two teams. Like, you've been really, really positive for them, and I think it's really great.
It's wholesome.
They're 2 hours behind, and they have 5 hours left in the competition. All 3 of these dungeons are incredibly easy to push up, regardless of which one the teams get. It would require a monumental collapse from either Ambition or Donuts and Despair for Olge or Ha to catch up. It's time, though. Reveal the dungeon now.
Show me the dungeon.
What are we going to see today?
Oh, Grievous Sanguine
Fortified
Mecha Junkyard.
Ah, the clues were there the entire time. Wow.
See, there's no
You
way.
were right.
There's no way they would have put us in front of it if that wasn't where we were going, unless it was a clever misdirection.
I see.
Same with
Grievous,
Grievous as well.
Yeah.
Grievous
Be a little bit rough.
So, Junkyard, the thing about Junkyard, right, is we were expecting this keystone to go up into the stratosphere, right? We were expecting this to be a couple keystone levels higher than the other dungeons. Grievous, I will say, does throw a bit of a wrench into this dungeon. In my experience, I don't know about you guys, maybe I'm just playing with healers that don't heal me, but like at the last boss, you're doing the gauntlet or whatever with Grievous ticking on you. That's actually kind of nasty, right?
Yeah.
Certainly can be.
And the King Bobamak, too. Whew.
Yeah, that's true. We're starting this one at 26, so you don't have to start... you get a little bit of a head start compared to the dungeons from the other days, but... Yeah, I don't know. What's the upper limits for this one, do you think we're going to see? 31? Maybe
I would
32?
I would say higher still than that. I think
Really?
I think
Wow.
this dungeon, I think it's going to go like the 29. Yesterday, or when we started this tournament, it was like, oh, are they going to 2-chest these 24s? Maybe some team can 3-chest it. Here, I think with Junkyard, it's going to be like the 26. I think you're probably unhappy if you don't 3-chest that. You're probably trying to get in there and get that thing up above 30 and then even higher in the first few hours of the weekend here. And then maybe looking back at your other keys, maybe going 31 streets. But otherwise, I actually think pushing Junkyard all the way up to like 33, 34 is probably the easiest thing that's on the board right here.
Do you think
Wow.
all teams are going to go Junkyard first? Because it's going to be... Because we have this, like, the very first tiebreaker that we have is the highest key level, right? So, technically,
Here we go.
going Junkyard, making sure you get the highest key there.
They're an upper Kara.
I guess Ambition disagrees.
Yeah.
As they're going into upper.
Ambition
They-
never starts with the new dungeon, it seems like.
Yeah,
they
they
did
did
this
the same
yesterday,
thing
too.
yesterday, where they had plans for the other dungeons and up those, and then used their break to make a plan for what to do with the new dungeon. And I would assume we see them do a similar thing. They know that the upper Karazhan 30 has been timed before by Donuts and Despair, so they definitely want to go back and get that point as well, since it seems doable. It's not a super easy dungeon, but like I said, we have seen it completed. And then I think they're going to come back and see what to do about the junkyard.
Well, I think they need to one-shot this dungeon, this Upper Kara. Like, I don't know how much time they can realistically spend inside of Upper Karazhan without kind of sandbagging their standings, because Junkyard, just in particular, you can push it up so high, and with that being the case, you need to spend an ample amount of time to be able to even get it up to a high level.
Cryptix procced his pot as he was trying to pick up all of the bots at the start of Junkyard. He did on top left side.
Is he gonna die?
Screen. I think he's.
I think he lives.
Nah, the pod drops aggro. He's fine.
Okay.
They're running through to grab this lurker, which is actually an infiltrator. Very good.
Uh-huh.
Like that deck.
Oh.
So watch out.
do you like this
that's not
text?
looking good.
He's holding the bat.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Green Spirit,
Wow.
Timber
Living on the
Hazard.
edge.
Leap of faith. That was definitely a leap of faith in every way, but it did work out for Cryptix.
Yeah, so actually, Donuts in Despair are not running Warlock. I'm not sure if we saw many keys being played without Warlocks at all. But yeah, this is interesting, right? Mage, of course, makes a lot of sense. I think everyone is going to be playing Mage in this dungeon because of the spell steal on the Enlarge, which you're probably going to need on higher keys to make sure you can one-face the last boss. What do you think about not bringing the Warlock instead of the Hunter, maybe, or instead of the Rogue?
I mean, this dungeon over-prioritizes survivability, right? So I think that not playing the Warlock... I think the Mage makes a lot of sense. I think that that's probably the best DPS in this dungeon, just by far. And then I would have maybe have played Locke over Hunter, like you were saying. I think that it makes a little bit more sense in regards to just, okay, we know that we need to start living the plus 32, the plus 33 range keys, playing something with a little bit more survivability. Spin is also like a Warlock player, so it would have made sense.
Okay, but question.
I think it would have been better.
So we've been praising teams for having different strategies in the lower, quote-unquote, dungeons versus like the 29, 30 keys. Maybe Donuts and Despair is running the Hunter here because it doesn't matter as much in the 26 and they just want to blast it as fast as possible to get like a 3 chest, even. And
Hunter
then
is
in
gross,
the
but
higher
is it-
levels, they're going to go for the Warlock maybe?
Hunter is
Yeah, that
gross,
could
but
be.
I don't know if it's faster than Warlock in this dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, does it really do more damage compared to a Warlock that you would want to switch it in?
Yeah,
Just because
like,
you want
I
the
mean,
3 chests? I'm not sure.
I'm
The
not
Rogue
sure,
would be
but
the-
I think that could be an angle to see
And
the
then
setup.
Ulch is not playing a mage on the bottom left side of
Yeah.
your screen. Also, they're all just got hit by the Toxic
Ooh.
Monstrosity
Ah.
AoE.
Ouch. Ooh, that's not
We
good.
see 2 deaths,
Oh.
so 2 players lost their shock bots already, and Trell going
3
down as well. I think
actually.
they might reset.
They probably should.
I think we.
They need
this
a
is
3
reset.
chest this
Yeah,
dungeon.
they're
Yeah, yeah,
resetting.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
They're
going out,
resetting.
yeah. Well, that's a
Yeah,
rough
not
start
playing
for
the
the day
mage
for
is
Old.
very interesting, right? I'm not sure if that makes sense.
I am of the opinion that Mage is the best DPS in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Mage is broken. Like, so for those who don't know, and like if you just look at overall damage meters, Mage very infrequently will end at like top DPS. Sometimes in some keys they will end at the top DPS, but just the ability to be able to have combustion up at such high frequency and just the amount of single target damage they do is so gross. Like they consistently will end, they will end over 20 to 25k DPS just on a single target boss, assuming they're not even doing anything. And so that. I think Fire is really, really good, and Olge not playing it is unfortunate. I think that Huzz comp is the highest DPS composition for just this dungeon in particular. I do wonder if they're going to have survivability issues as you go higher, but Survival Hunter is notoriously sturdy for it being a hunter.
Yeah, you had to add that. But question, so, actually not going for the Rogue, and like you said, instead bringing the Warlock. So what is the argument to bring the Rogue instead? Is it like being able to skip parts of the dungeon with Shroud, or is it just the general damage pattern that the Rogue brings as opposed to the other classes?
It's weird because, in my opinion, the best come for really high keys.
Yeah.
If you mix damage and survivability, in my opinion, would be Mage, Warlock, Rogue, and no one's playing that. So, yeah, everyone's playing the Hunter. Every team that we see in Junkyard so far plays the Hunter. And then we have some combination of Warlock and Mages and Rogues. So, yeah.
By the way, look at Ambition doing this pull on a plus 30. A lot of trash, and the Curator. this is something we thought we'd see on like lower keys for upper Karazhan, but they're doing it on a plus 30. And we did have a pod from Onesie, but aside from that, things are going okay.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
looks
this
really
boss gets
scary.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So we saw both of the teams, Ambition and Donuts and Despair, who approached this dungeon on the 29 and the 30, have, well, I don't want to say problems, but have a hard time on Curator, just because the space that you have is not a lot, and you run out of it at some point sooner or later. And then you really want to try and nuke it in the evocation phases, but if they still have some of those volatile energy sparks, then that's gonna give them a lot of group damage, and Alismir has to heal that instead of being able to do damage as well, so really want to deal with the mana confluence as soon as possible before the boss goes into phase.
It looks like they're also using it as a damage increase, just to have extra targets for some of the damage dealers, which I do think also makes sense because these confluences really don't do anything anymore since they got re-released in Season 4. They only auto-attack the tank, which of course is annoying, but we all know how tanky blood decays are, so as long as they're fine. It's also a bit annoying in raging, right? Because you can see that Confluence was just in raging there because they only have JPC Raging Dispel, which is not a great Raging Dispel compared to Hunter. Oh, Alice actually...
Oh, he
wow.
potted that. That's he's dead. Oh,
That's
no,
Angel.
He's gonna...
So,
Uh-oh. 20%.
think they should be okay. Oh gosh, I think they're gonna have to put a
hard.
battle res on this.
They
That's
do
a-
have
have
a battle
one more,
res,
yeah.
yeah. They need to use it, though. Like, right now they have 2 volatile energies, but they're gonna get, yeah, there it is, the third one, so Ellesmere needs to be picked up as soon as possible, but
Oh,
JPC
JPC.
Yeah.
goes
JPC.
down here.
They're
18%
gonna wipe
remaining
here, I
on the
think.
boss.
Is this a reset?
Do they want to keep on doing it, is the question.
No,
are,
no, no,
are
they're
they
fine.
gonna
They have so
try
many
and send
energies
it?
up, right? Look, they have 2 up, and another one's gonna
Yeah.
spawn in a second as well. 3 energies up at this point. Oh yeah, this is
Not a lot of room
damage.
left anymore either.
They have
We're at that
Infernal.
point.
As soon as
They
it's
survive
combustion
until
right now.
Evocation, the boss is dead, right?
Here's
Yeah,
Infernal.
that's what they're
Infernal's
trying.
being dropped.
Yeah, okay.
Try and full
They're going
send
for it.
11%, but they need to survive this. I'm not sure it'll be enough, but they're going to try for sure. 6% remaining, 5%. They are down 1 DPS, so I think normally they would have definitely
Oh,
did
they-
it, but it seems
they
like they
got
can
it.
do it with 2 as well. Curator down to 0 now. But it's
nerf.
not
Oh,
also
wow.
There we
procking
go.
pod, everybody going down.
Yeah,
They
this-
continue though. They continue.
They got it done.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Wow.
is fine, right? Because the timer is not that horrible in this dungeon. Even on a 30, it definitely becomes a bit closer when it comes to timer. And maybe in a different key where the timer is a bit closer, they still need to reset this because they wouldn't have enough time anymore. But upper, the timer is definitely a bit easier, so they can continue here. It's definitely a bit annoying for Medivh though, because Medivh is also a very difficult boss. And they are basically out of cheat deaths now, right? They have no pots left, no cauterize, no cheat death. So Medivh is going to be a little bit difficult for them, I think.
I mean, I don't know. So yesterday, famously, Ambition had some trouble the first time they approached that 29, where they died during the second Flame Breathe due to 2 of the casts going through on a Flame Breathe target, which just JPC, I mean, a Hunter as well, just not a very good constellation of events happening. So they had to redo that 29. Without those extra casts, it did seem pretty livable without the extra defensives as well. We did see it on Donuts and Despair, where Timber was getting the Flame Breathe and with only Desperate Prayer and just healing through it, was able to survive it. So I'm not sure you need all of them.
Yeah, you definitely don't need it. I think cheat deaths are always just like a backup thing anyway, right? But it definitely is
Yeah.
going to be more dangerous for them if they don't have any of those available. We'll see how they do though, because some of the cheat deaths are not even that great anyway, because they would proc like the Flame Reef even if they don't really die. So that's not the greatest situation either.
Yeah.
But we did see them now deal with those 2 Shrouded mobs, which a lot of the teams changed their route on high keys, right? This is something we talked about at the very start, where most teams skipped the Bet that was Shrouded and the Pyromancer on their side. And I was saying that on high keys, maybe they're going to play it because it's just nice to have the extra stats if the timer is fine. And it looks like Ambition is playing it safe now. So on that 30 key, and I think on the 29 as well, they just ended up killing those 2 shrouded mobs. Even though it's a pretty big time loss, yeah, having those extra stats, that extra haste, really, really helping you with the bosses.
I think that they need to be able to like 1 or 2 shot. Like Ambition needs to be able to 1 or 2 shot this dungeon. By the way, I think that if they
I think they
wipe
really
to
need
this,
to one-shot it, to be honest. I don't think they have the option to two-shot it, depending on what Donuts and Despair is up to. But yesterday, they looked really, really strong in everything they were doing. There was a mishap in their last dungeon of the day, which put them 1 point behind Ambition. But if Ambition allows themselves to do a 2-take on this, then I think that point is gone.
well, I don't know if they need 4 full hours to do just Junkyard. I think that like if they're gonna wipe, they're probably gonna wipe to this boss, and it's 12 minutes into the dungeon. They can probably rerun this 1 more time and be fine if they wipe to this encounter. But they would very much like to be able to make it through Medivh. If they're able to make it through here, their timer is looking really good. They're going to end up having something like a 15:30, maybe a little bit shorter split here on Medivh, which for a lot of teams, like that 15:30 range is putting them right in position to be able to time this key. The chess event does take a really long time, but the fact that they were able to get through Curator with a 1-shot is really nice.
Let's see how it goes. So they will get the next first Flame Wreath in a couple of seconds. They just did the first image phase. Azuna goes down here.
Oh my gosh, okay, so
Gets
Nerf
picked up.
Nerf melded off the cast that was on him, and then the next cast that was queued up was the Arcane Missile, and it went on to the highest threat target. That is so unlucky.
Very, very unfortunate. But let's see how it goes. Here comes the Flame Wraith. Ideally, you want this to go on the Warlock because they're just super tanky, but it is on JPC and Asuna.
Okay.
And notably, JPC is playing the Rogue now. Yesterday he was in the 29 as a Hunter, has decided to prior the Rogue here instead. Let's see how it goes. They really cannot let these casts go through this time around. Everything gets interrupted. Here comes another Inferno Bolt. Cannot see on who it is, but they did do it. So first Flame Wreath is done.
And they were a bit unlucky because the Inferno Bolt casts, if they go, for example, on the tank or on Onesie in this moment, then Onesie can use Demonic Gateway, Demonic Circle to dodge it, and Nerf can just AMS. But it went on Ellesmere and on the targets that had Flame Wreath on them, so they had to interrupt all of that. So I was worried they're going to run out of interrupts here, but ended up having enough, so really good for them. Ceaseless Winter, of course, not the easiest ultimate ability from Shadow of Medivh, so
Bird soon.
no problem
Bird
there.
soon.
But
They have
get
combust.
Guardian phase very, very soon. So that's going to be another point where it's difficult for them to survive. We see Cloak being up for JPC and Ice Block for Asuna, so they can... they have some defensives here, also Unending Resolve.
They also have
so
Guardian Spirit and Desperate Prayer from Ellesmere.
Yeah.
So on the side of defensive, so far they look pretty good. But this phase also hurts because you don't have enough interrupt to deal with all of these arcane bolts. So what teams are doing is they're splitting up, and usually it's a tank going on one, and the rest of the team try to delete the other one. Guardian Spirit being used here by Ellesmere on Onesie, trying to keep him alive, but everybody else is taking a lot of damage as well. They have killed 2 of the 3 image, and the last one should be easy enough to deal with. However, that is Desperate Prayer, Guardian Spirit, and Cloak gone that we were just talking about.
This is not ideal. So they do have Unending Resolve, which is really nice. They have Ice Block, which is okay. The other things that they have, they only have 1 Shadow Meld left available from Nerf. This Flame Wreath is going to be pretty dangerous. I suspect that Ellesmere is going to be able to heal it, but they don't have a GS. You're really hoping this goes on Onesie and Asuna here. If it goes on Ellesmere, he may die. Priest deaths don't immediately proc the Flame Wreath.
Ellesmere does have him, so if he's going to do the same thing we saw teams do yesterday, he's going to precast at him and just buff his healing spells a little bit more, so he has enough throughput. And actually goes on Ellesmere and JPC here. Desperate Prayer won't be available for quite some more time. He does have him available, is not using it. It's just going to heal through this and try to keep the team alive here.
Oh, they've got this.
They just need to kill the boss. 3, 2, 1, down it goes. Very nice.
Impressive.
It's Ellesmere diff right there.
It's a pretty good healer.
Very good
Not
healer.
just kidding.
Casual 30.
Alright, so it does look like Donuts and Despair on the top left side are now at King Gavamak. They already did almost all of the trash, 80% now, and you can see the timer is really, really good. They are still in 3 chests range, because after this they only have the last boss left. So yeah, I think all of the teams really are gonna go for that 3 chest 26. Not sure how big of a difference it makes if you only 2 chests, realistically, because we talked about this earlier, because if you 3 chests at 26, you end up getting a 29, and 3 chesting at 29 is probably quite a bit harder than 3 chesting at 28, and then it would equalize if you only manage to get 2 on 29 and 3 on 28, right? But if you manage to do 3 chests at 29 as well, then it means quite a lot if you only manage to 2 chests on 26. So yeah, we'll see. I guess most people are just gonna, or most teams are gonna try to go for the 3 chests on 26. But yeah, if it doesn't work out, I don't think they're gonna reset at the very end, right? Personally, I don't think that would be worth it.
I heard a rumor that the 29 is 3 chestable if you're really cracked. Like it is that there is a possibility of, if you play like a perfect route, it is 3 chestable. Of course, Sanguine is a variable that may not have been factored in on that. Like Sanguine healing can cause you a few time losses, and if the timer for 3 chesting the 29 is super tight, like it sounded whenever I was talking to some of the teams, it could be one of those things that, like, if you just have a little bit of Sanguine healing, it ends up costing you a decent bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the life keys, and of course that doesn't include keys done on the Chinese servers, but there are a couple of 2 chests on a 30, and a lot of 2 chests on the 29, but no 3 chests on 29 or 30 on the life runs. So maybe an indicator for that not being as easy?
Yeah. Yeah, so if any team manages to 3 chests 26 and 29, they're going to have a pretty big advantage. Well, they're going to have a 1 key advantage, basically, because most teams are going to get either the 26 3 chest and then the 29 2 chest, or they 2 chests at 26 and then 3 chests at 28. So in the end, they're going to lose 1 key level over a team that managed to do 3 chests on both. And I doubt any team is going to not 2 chests, right? Because 2 chests is pretty easy in this key. Unless things really go horribly wrong early on, you lose a lot of bots and you die a lot. But then teams are just going to go and reset the dungeon anyway, I think. But yeah, at the very end, on the last boss, I don't think there's too many things that can go wrong, other than you don't have enough damage to one-phase the boss, right? And if you don't have enough damage, you lose quite a bit of time, because you have to go through phase 1 again, through the intermission phase, and that is a pretty big time loss. But not enough of a time loss to be... not a 2 chest, I think. Yeah, it's 45 as well.
So I think, like, on 26, I think if you're looking at Donuts and Despair top left corner, of course, they still have 1 more trash mob to do, which you're grabbing right now, the Infiltrator here. But I think they can definitely one-face the boss. Question is, how does it scale up on, let's say, a 30? That's my worry. I don't know how that scales up, even though it's just a 45. But I would assume teams are able to blast it. Petals?
I've seen teams one-phase 27 Tyran pretty consistently.
Yeah,
and
okay.
So the 26 fortified is going to be easy. The question is, how is 29 fortified? But I think that... Okay, so look at what Donuts and Despair are doing in the top left. With Nagura, like what Nagura was talking about earlier with the enlarged spell steal attack, this should be free. Like, it's really annoying to set up the spell steal attack.
Let's explain that in case some people don't know about the spell steal.
Go, be my guest.
Yeah, not me, but for other people that might not know.
Well, if you look at the cross marker mob that is sheep there in the corner, it's it's like a Mechagon recon
Renormalizer.
Renormalizer, there we go,
yeah.
The Renormalizer, and that mob casts Shrink and Enlarge. Shrink is notably the ability that shrinks your character, and if anyone walks over you, you get stunned. Now. Yeah. And that one you want to interrupt, and then Enlarge makes themselves bigger, and they do 100% increased damage. And it also gives them more HP.
There it is.
Yeah, and then you basically have that cast go off, and then it's a magic effect, and the mage can actually spell steal the magic effect off the Renormalizer, and then you do 100% increased damage, which is so good for this boss here because you want to kill the boss in a certain time frame. So with the mage having combustion, having all cooldowns available with PI, it's just such a big damage boost having that 100% increased damage. And that's why everyone's playing mage and using that renormalizer there, sheeping it throughout the phase. And then at the very end, while the intermission is happening, you basically break the sheep and you just keep spell stealing.
Thank you, Nagura. But yeah, we can see what that does. A lot of damage on the details on the left side of Donuts and Despair Cryptics blasting that boss. And they did 3 chests that junkyard.
Oh, yeah.
They wiped a Mana Devourer?
They're going out. Oh, it's a lot of time lost for Ambition now. They were doing so well in that plus 30. I mean, well, it was a bit sketchy, but then again, it's a plus 30. What do you expect? It's always going to be a little bit wild. It looks like a restart, though.
Yeah, it's interesting because Mana Devourer is a boss that you don't usually... I mean, before they changed it, it was really, really hard. But after they changed it, you don't think of that boss as something that would cause so many issues for these teams here. But I think Ambition has been wiping to the boss twice already, right? Or was it Donuts and Despair that wiped to it once? I'm not sure, but there's definitely teams that have issues with this boss. And it makes sense, right? Because it does a lot of group damage. And then if you want the extra damage, you pick up the orbs to get the damage increase. But then all of a sudden, your whole group takes so much damage. And especially that AoE that happens onto the group once in a while. It just does so much damage on high keys. Like, it's just like an AoE nuke on everybody. That just
it looked like
so
that killed them. So I was watching the replay, and of course that was very small because we were watching Donuts and Despair there just now. But it did look as if the boss was down to like 1 or 2%, and then just the AoE cast went off and killed like everyone. It did look pretty devastating. So I'm not sure if the boss had 100% mana per chance, but I don't think they would let it come to that.
I mean, the plus 30 is definitely doable. We saw Donuts and Despair do it yesterday, but it is hard. So I'm curious if Ambition swapping over to Junkyard, it looks like now.
Yeah.
I think they needed to, like, it was either a 1 or a 2 shot. I don't think that they can spend it with the dungeon being Junkyard. It's one of those things that I don't think that they can spend or afford to spend enough time in upper cares in. While getting that 30 would be nice, it's one of those things that if they end up sitting there for too long, they're just going to start running into issues.
Look at Ulch on the top left side. They are now also killing the last boss, and they notably don't have the mage. They still had easily enough damage to one-phase it here, but it didn't look so easy that it would also work on like really high keys. So I wonder if they're gonna switch to mage eventually, or if because I guess the mage only helps if you're gonna one-phase with the mage, right? Because if you don't one-phase, then the whole spell stealing strategy is not really gonna help you that much, right? Because if it's a two-phase anyway, then yeah, what's the point? So maybe that's what they were thinking, that on really high key levels, it can't really one-phase anyway, and on low key levels, it doesn't matter if you have it or not. We'll see.
I mean, the question is, if like any of the teams is going to be able to one-phase it on a high key level, then you're gonna feel a little bit upset about not running the mage, because you thought it wasn't possible, right? So I feel like teams right now are just gonna run it and try to one-phase it as much as they can.
Yeah, I think so as well. And now we see Ambition's comp as well in Junkyard, right? They're playing Hunter, Mage, Warlock. So yeah, interesting. Like everyone, I don't think all the teams agree on what the best comp is for Junkyard. I guess it's not that important either, because a lot of the damage just comes from the shock bots, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you have a lot of haste, it just does a lot of damage, and whatever damage your class does is not really as relevant. So yeah.
I'm still of the opinion that Mage feels like probably the best DPS in here, especially once you start getting higher, but it's...
Yeah,
also,
I think so too.
Maybe interesting to note, so during the past 2 days, we usually saw Windwalker Monks and Rogue often opting for the crit buff of the Shrouded Affix, but of course in the Junkyard here, they're going to go for haste just to increase their haste. So if you're seeing the haste on the Rogues now and wondering like why is that, that's probably the reason.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see if they can 3 chest at 29. 3 teams in that 29 Junkyard. Still no mage or Ulch on the bottom right side, so we'll see how they're doing compared to the other teams that are running the mage. And we're also gonna have to take a look on the boss fights now, because 29 is a pretty high key level. I would say just when it comes to incoming damage from bosses, it's fortified, so definitely not as bad as if it was tyrannical, but still, Grievous can be really annoying when you do Ganker, and also when you do Gabamak as well. There's just a lot of AoE damage in the whole group.
Another thing on Gabamak is like there are pretty bad overlaps with the rubble and the circle that you have to soak, and so like if your whole entire group isn't topped and using defensives for those critical points of the fight, which I think happened like 30 seconds in, and I think the second one is something in the order of like a minute 40 in. If you don't have big defensives for those points, you can potentially lose people, and Grievous, it makes it notoriously hard to get people topped, and so it can cause problems.
Yeah, I was also thinking, because I just saw Donuts in Despair and in this Ganker area, and some of these slimes, they are notorious to do a lot of AoE damage, because they split up in like multiple slimes, and then they all cast something and does AoE damage. And it looked like it did a lot of damage on the 29, so I wonder if they just want to completely avoid them whenever they go to like super high key levels.
Yeah, I think that that's actually really important. I do think that once we start to get over the 30 threshold, those no-mating slimes are pretty off limits due to just the amount of damage that they're doing. I have heard that they are basically non-pullable because of because like they just do so much pulsing AoE with their casts. I don't know. It's one of those things that how you're going to be looking to aggressively 3-chest a 29 is probably going to be one of the most important runs of today. Because Ambition, they were able to 2-chest a 26 Iron Docks, and they were able to 2-chest a 26 Workshop, and that bought them a lot of time in days 1 and 2. Are they going to be able to 3-chest the 29, or other teams also going to be able to potentially match that? Because if it's matched, then it's a lot less impactful than what happened previously, where they were the only team to be able to pull that feat off.
I mean, Ambition has given up on the upper Kirazan. They're also now in the junkyard. And I'm wondering, like, it looks like all of the teams are going Gunker first. Do you think that's the way it's going to be in the hierarchies as well, notably with Ambition changing their routes between the lower and higher keys? Is it just that they're going for Gunker because there's a lot of bots here?
I think you have to go Gunker. Yeah, so because the HK, the aerial unit, the last boss, is flying over, I assume, Trixie and Nano.
I think that's right.
So that means that they're going to have to do Ganker first, then Trixie Nano, and then Gabamak, because that's just how that boss flies.
Okay, yeah.
Because they don't want to deal with those hard mode mechanics, right? Which is just annoying, and honestly, it would be pretty crazy if any team plays a boss with that boss flying over.
Well,
I'd like to see it, though.
If you remember correctly, MDI teams always went Gabamak first with like Lust, but they were running in BFA. They were always running routes where they didn't play as many shock bots early on. But for like high key pushing, you would never play the dungeon like that because the shock bots just scale so well relative to DPS damage that it doesn't make sense for you to not get them instantly. And obviously going to Gunker has the highest density of those shock bots. It's really easy to get 5 players to have them basically within the first 45 seconds of the dungeon, so it makes more sense.
And I think most of the teams are also lasting on like the very first pool here in the Gunker area, right? So
yeah,
because that is a pretty scary pool. You have like 2 coal bears, then you have 2 infiltrators as well, and there's just like a lot of damage if something goes wrong there. So using Luster, I think, makes a lot of sense when it's fortified.
Interesting. So we had a poll in chat that said, will we see a 29 junkyard 3-chest today? And it's still ongoing a little bit, but so far the trend looks 80-20 in favor of yes. So chat's believing in the 3-chest.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, I'm also under the impression that they're gonna do it. I think the only one that was a bit skeptical was Tettles.
Dude?
Yeah, you were the one that said it's really hard.
Perfect run.
We'll see. It's just like I heard from the teams that have been practicing this dungeon that it is doable, but it's like a close timer.
I mean, you said if the team if the team is cracked, I believe was your exact phrasing, and I'm pretty sure all 4 of these teams fit that definition. So
That is a direct quote.
exactly.
Compare the Donuts and Despair split to Ambition. So right now they had roughly the same amount of trash count, but Donuts and Despair just finished up Gunker, whereas Ambition is working their way towards Trixie and Nano. So they seem to be like even faster still than Donuts and Despair.
Well, it's a 3-level key difference, right? It's 26 versus 29. That's a good comparison to make, right? Because I'm pretty sure Ambition is gonna 3-chest this 26, and they killed Gunker at 613, while Donuts and Despair in the 29 killed Gunker at 744. So that's actually not that big of a difference in time if you think of the 3 levels difference, right? So yeah, I think 3-chesting is doable. Of course, there's still a lot of the dungeon left, so we'll see. But yeah, definitely 1.5 minutes slower because of the hierarchy level. Also,
I think
didn't
one
have
team
as many
will-
shrouded buffs yet, right? So that's going to just increase over time.
I do think one team will do it. It's just I don't know how many teams. I would not assume that all 4 teams are going to be able to 3-chest the 29. It does. I do not believe it's as free as it maybe seems.
We will
Let's take a look in difference. Like, they actually have a different route here, Ambition and Donuts and Despair. It's possible that Ambition is not playing a high key route just yet, because they didn't pick up a lot of infiltrators. They have 7 stacks now, while Donuts and Despair is already at 9, even though they're technically behind in the dungeon. So that's an interesting change. Technically, having as many shrouded buffs as possible is great in Junkyard because of the shockbots, of course. But you don't necessarily need it on a 26, right? So maybe Ambition actually has different routes depending on how high the key is. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's something Ambition has done before. We were talking about it when referring to like the comps that they're running. I'm pretty sure that they vary their strats for the higher the key goes. It just, from what we've seen so far, they're going to do the same thing here. But I'm curious how that affects the comparison of especially Donuts and Despair and Ambition when going up higher. I mean, right now Ambition, of course, is in the 26, whereas Donuts and Despair are already in the 29 after 3-chesting their 26. So maybe that skews the perception a little bit.
And we also see the Trixie Nano strategy. Ambition just did it on the bottom left side, where you pull the boss around the corner and you basically don't have to deal with Nano's mecha cycle charging around, or you don't have to worry about getting hit by that. And it also gives you the possibility to line of sight a lot of the spells, like Haste, for example. And we saw Asuna actually utilizing the line of sight, because at some point you just run out of interrupts, and then Taste, especially on really, really high keys, just does a lot of damage. So you don't want to get hit by any of that, and just run behind the pillars to avoid it. It's really nice to see.
Who was the team that invented that strategy? It was the team with Mikkel and Anda from BFA, right? They were the first team to show that off.
So it was pretty late. I remember it was pretty late in the season, or pretty late in the expansion even.
Yeah.
Like, only people at the very end started
gosh.
doing it.
What was the name of their team? I'm trying to pull it up. I
I wouldn't know.
Me neither.
I
I'll
do
admit.
not remember names well, unfortunately. But yeah,
we
we're
see
going to
Donuts
see
and
the
Despair
same thing
also
from...
doing this. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Here they go.
You can also line of sight the Mega Taste, right?
I think so, behind the little plate there.
No.
No?
You
No?
have
Okay.
you have to get out into the world to be able to line of sight the Mega Taste.
Okay, so I was trolled because I had Mega Taste on my Warlock and I don't have an immunity or anything.
Yeah.
And we did the strategy in live servers, and I was running all the way out to the shroud, and everyone in my group was like, "Oh my god, like, you could just line of sight." I was like, "Oh, really?"
Wait, but it just went off and all of them stacked there. Who did it go on to?
Well, they have a lot of
They have a lot of ways
deal
to
with it,
avoid
right?
it, yeah. But
I think
I'm
it was
they-
trying to
Vanish,
see.
because Vanish is on cooldown, so I assume
Yeah.
it was on the
Yeah,
rogue.
okay, fair.
You can meld it off, you can vanish it off, you can feign death it off. Like all of the combat drop effects, Mage Invis
So they
out.
don't need to
Suspect also
necessarily
works.
run. They can stay there as long as they have some other ways to deal with it.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah,
is,
exactly.
is the thing to take away here.
Yeah, the only person that has to walk is the Warlock, right? You think
Which
that's
he's
a
probably
reason
just
why
gonna
we don't see
eat
Warlock
it.
in some groups? Probably
Maybe.
not.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think for I don't know. I think that I mean Donuts in Despair swapped from Hunter to Warlock. We are seeing Warlock in every single group now.
True, yeah. We still don't have the mage though in Ulch, right? Even though they're in the 29 now. So I'm interested to see if they can one face the last boss still on the 29-45. Probably.
I think it's an issue of like their comp coverage. So Terrasant is their main Warlock player and also their main mage player, and Cry was playing Warlock a little bit in their dungeons yesterday, but he's not. But he's also their main Hunter player, and so it's just like I think it's a comp coverage issue for Old specifically.
Yeah, but do you if you have to choose between the Warlock and the mage, wouldn't you go with the mage? At least I was thinking that the mage is more valuable, but maybe I'm wrong.
You know, I would tend to believe that as well, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it
If you're
comes
having to
back
pick
to
one-
to what we were saying earlier. If they think they can't like one phase it with a mage at a certain
Yeah,
key level, then they're probably not going to bring it, even though it is like a pretty good way. But I mean, we're going to see the results of whether or not it's true that a mage can still one phase it on like a 30-31 pretty soon, right? Like we have 3 teams in the 29 right now, very close to finishing that key.
Yeah, and we have another boss split so we can compare the 26 versus 29. Right, we have Ambition killing Trixie and Nano at 10 minutes and 3 seconds, while Donuts in Despair killed Trixie and Nano in 3 levels higher on 12 minutes 34. So a 2.5 minute difference now at this point. So yeah, still doable, but yeah, I can see it being close at the end, for sure.
I'm trying
No,
to find
it's
out
Tom.
what exactly. Thank you.
Dude.
What exactly the 3 chest timer is
had
for
to.
Junkyard?
Oh,
Do the math, Taddles.
I'm not doing math on broadcast
Wow, it's
anymore.
with your
I
math
got
abilities.
burned yesterday doing that.
the 3 chest timer is 22:48.
Thank you, Chattels.
All right.
We have 7 minutes approximately to do the rest of the trash and 2 bosses.
22:36.
48.
That's
22:48.
definitely doable.
36, 48, 48.
22:48. Okay.
Mathnos to the rescue in our green room. All right, there we go. So 48 it is.
Wait, it's 22 minutes, right? So 7
Yes.
minutes,
Yes.
basically. Yeah, from here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I
looking
wrote
at
it
Donuts
down.
in Despair right now.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, depends on what team you're looking at.
Yeah.
They have about 7 minutes to be able to get Gobbamac done. They have like 2 trash pulls, maybe 3 trash pulls to approximately finish off, and then they have to do the HK8 aerial oppression unit in 1 phase. Otherwise, they also miss it.
You know what's a
So
little
really-
bit sad?
Interesting.
I would
Really
like the
challenging.
teams to start the keys staggered, so we can actually watch all of the end boss splits one by one instead of having them side by side.
Yeah, you
Just
should
give them
DM
like
them to
5
slow
minutes.
down.
Let them know. Yeah, just DM them. Hey, can you wait like 10 minutes to start? Thanks.
I just
Look
want to
at
see
the amount
something.
of shrouded mobs Donuts in Despair. I don't see any other team having as many stacks as Donuts in Despair. That's actually kind of crazy. I think their whole
But isn't it
routes
really smart
laid
in this
out.
dungeon?
I think, yeah, it depends,
'Cause
right?
of the
On low
shock
keys,
bots?
yeah.
I feel like
Yeah, I
that's
think
such a
so.
smart way to deal with it. Just get a lot of haste stacks, and then your shockies are going to do even more shocks. Like, that's so good.
Yep.
That is true. You do always have to consider the time loss for killing them too, right? If you don't actually gain anything.
But they
But,
die
on
faster
higher
if
keys
you
for
have a lot
sure.
of stacks.
Yeah, like how many stacks do you need to make the shocky shocks fast enough to make up for the time it takes to get more of them, you know?
Well,
Or
that's
these.
a question for Mathnos.
Okay, this is tinfoil hat, but I swear there's like some diminishing returns at some point for haste for the shockbot specifically. It's one of those things that like, so we have Havoc Demon Hunters in BFA, and they were getting a lot of haste from Furious Gaze, and they were doing a significant amount of damage with their shockbots, but not the amount that you'd expect considering the fact that they're running about twice as much haste as other classes were. They weren't doing twice as much shockbot damage, and so I think it's one of those things that while
At
Donuts
some
in
point it
Despair
caps?
having I don't think it caps. It definitely does not cap. It's hasted our PPM. It's not like that. But I think that at some point, it's one of those things that killing as many infiltrators as Donuts and Despair are doing may be like the best decision they've ever made. But it also may be one of those things that is there much difference between 12 and 17 or whatever they're about to get? Probably not. This is also completely unconfirmed, but this is based off of evidence that I've seen in dungeons previously.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense for really high, like when we go to 33, 34, 35,
Yes.
then it makes a lot of sense to go with these shrouded stacks, right? Because then it's not only more damage from the shock, but it's also more damage from your spells, more healing from Elismir. So I think it makes sense. But yeah, Ambition now on the last boss, it is the 26th, so I don't think they're gonna have any issues whatsoever. Gonna be a pretty easy 3 chest for them. But I also saw
Did they put down a renormalizer? Because I can't see one. It seems like
I don't think they even bother.
they don't care
They don't
for the 26th, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, we were pretty critical of like Olge's
Yes,
comp,
Fox.
but they had the best
Let's
20. They had the best time in their 26 junkyard at 1843. Ambition's going to be maybe 30 seconds off of that while playing a composition with that mage.
They also have a better split in the 29. They have a lot less shrouded stacks though. But I compared Donuts and Despair time or boss splits to Olge, and they actually had a better time. So yeah,
maybe their comp or their route or something is so much different that
I mean, they're not
just
running
gonna
the
be
mage,
gapping
right?
teams.
They're
Yeah.
the
They're
only
not
team
running the
that's
mage.
not running a mage, and they're a lot faster, so
it's like they're also not maximizing like the shrouded mobs, right? Which again we also saw from Ambition here. Ambition only having 11 stacks here at the very end. Donuts and Despair is already at 17 and killing another one, so they're going to be up to 18. And if you look at Olge and they're both at 11. So I think Donuts and Despair definitely has a little bit of a different route compared to all the other teams, as they're just taking so many infiltrators with them all the way up to the last boss. But yeah, timer is getting a bit close. They have 2 minutes left. They haven't pulled the last boss yet. It's still doable.
It is
they
doable.
take the renormalizer
But
with
close.
them, so
So I think they're fine. They have like 2 minutes and 30 seconds approximately. This first
go.
phase normally takes somewhere in the range of like a minute to be able to get it dealt with, and then you end up spending about 45 seconds in the intermission. So if they do one phase it, I suspect that they're going to be like, if they're able to one phase the HK8, they should be fine on the 3 chest, which was something that it wasn't super clear how free it was going to be. But with 0 deaths, and I guess we'll see how much sanguine healing maybe with like the meter at the end of the dungeon. It looks like it's a pretty good run from Donuts and Despair.
yeah, they are nearly finished with the tank buster here, which will allow them to go in the intermission. Of course, they then still have to hack the console, but we saw them put up the renormalizer down the road here. Cryptix is pulling it now, making sure it comes up, and he actually has a chance to steal that little buff there. It's going to take a little while because they had to pull instantly. A shrink is going to go off.
Dispel me.
Cryptix.
Dispel me.
Oh, scary. No. Ooh, Dorky.
I actually
Less than
I
2
don't believe he's
minutes.
playing Dwarf and is not using it. Unbelievable.
something that's cool here is Cryptix is actually breaking that polymorph with Frostbolt to make sure he's not putting Ignite on the mob. That's super
So he
smart of him
can
to be.
re-poly it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds to blast this boss out of its life. They need this renormalizer to cover. Yeah, there it is. The enlarge. Cryptic's gonna spell
big.
seal that, get
He's the
very
biggest
big,
dwarf on the
and
block.
do a lot of damage. And this renormalizer is just gonna run around and shrink.
Oh,
Woo! That was close. But yeah, Haywire going off. They're just
They have a minute.
burning this boss. Less than a minute now. 84 seconds to go, but I don't think that's going to cause any problems for them. 6, 5, 3, 2. I can't even
they
count
got it.
that fast. Boss is melting. 3 chests, 29 junkyard.
there we go. And let's see if and Olge can do it as well, because they're also both on the last boss. Looking a bit closer for as they have 1 minute left now. But it's you always have to think about the limitation here is not the 1 minute timer, because the boss is only in the Haywire for 30 seconds, I believe. So as long as they get the Haywire before 22:10, then it doesn't matter, right? They just need to make sure they get it until then. Sky on the mage did go back down. Not sure if they had an enlarge. Oh, there we go.
They
There's
do.
a renormalizer.
Gonna cast a
Link went
shrink
through,
first, though.
Oh,
And I have to
There is the
dwarf. There we
enlarge.
go.
back to full size.
Yeah, I mean, they can't
Alright.
really control the spell queue, right? That's why most of the mages wait downstairs and try to get the enlarge off. So
And
that's what...
on the top right side, it looks like they're making it as well.
It's going fast.
Yeah,
Maybe we
let's
will
go.
have all 4 teams
Okay.
do it.
I think it does
Maybe I
look
was
like
just
30
Okay.
seconds to go
Stuff.
for Ha. But they're gonna do
TGP
it.
caster making up stuff. Apparently, everybody's gonna 3 chest the 29.
Elastic.
2 free.
My informants
Wow.
lied to me. They said it was tight. It wasn't that tight.
It was under a minute. That's pretty tight. But I guess in
You
terms
need
of like
new
MDI
informants.
margins, maybe not as much.
well,
Yeah.
they made it sound like it was like a 50-50 whether or not they were gonna 3 chest it or not.
Hey, these teams are cracked, like you said.
These teams are cracked. I agree.
And
That-
they managed
you know what?
to 3 chests without the mage, right? Like that is very
Yeah.
interesting, I think.
This puts a
I
lot of pressure
worry-
on Ambition too, to make sure they 3-chest it.
I worry that they're not. Like, I worry that they're not going to be able to one phase it on higher levels. I think that their strategy may not
Sure.
scale as well because the shockbots don't scale past level 30. I guess now's a great time to talk about it with all the teams chesting their 29. Shockbots don't scale past 30, and so that's something
Let's talk
that,
a bit. Let's explain this from the get-go. So like the way the shockbots work is that they scale with
Yes.
key level, right? So the higher
Exactly.
key level, the more damage shockbot actually does, and that is why Junkyard is so quote unquote easy because even on high keystones you just do so much more damage with those shockbots compared to a low level. But it stops scaling at 30. So now they're in a 32. That means the shockbots still do the same damage as if they were in a plus 30 key. So that already makes it quite a bit harder now compared to the 29 they did earlier. Not just because of the key level, but also because of the shockbots not scaling all the way up.
Well,
Yeah,
apparently
so-
too, we're being told that Olge has the best time right now in the 29 Junkyard, and they're the ones who did not have the mage. So
Wow, yeah.
They also had
Yeah.
the best time in the 26 by like a considerable amount. So, funnily enough, they were the team that had to reset their junkyard, and they were
True.
able to catch up a large amount of time.
That's actually
something that has.
impressive.
Sorry.
so interesting because Ultra was also the team that had like a really, really good lower run. Then on the 29, it fell off a little bit, but before that, they had such a good route in there. So I feel like that's definitely a team where you can look to and go like, I'm going to use this route. They have some brain power here.
Yeah,
The
I
issue
prefer
with-
the old strategy because they're not playing a mage. So I prefer
You
that no
don't
matter
like
what
mages?
you do.
That makes sense. Reasonable.
At least I get
mic,
PI, right?
bigger mic on her. Bigger mic on her. Somebody get Nigger a bigger mic. We need that. Stat. But what I was going to say is like Olch has actually made some meta decisions that I would have been critical of across this whole entire weekend. Something like one chesting their 24 workshop after they had a mistake instead of walking out of that. They ended up like one chesting a 27 upper Karazhan as opposed to two chesting. Or no, it was the 26. It was one chesting the 26 upper Karazhan as opposed to two chesting it and walking out again after like a wipe. And so 2 times this weekend they made a decision to finish a dungeon and timing it as opposed to walking out, and that's cost them a decent amount of time across the weekend. So the fact that they finally learned from that, bailed on the junkyard early when a mistake happened, and we're like, all right, we are going to come back and re-chest this. I'm very happy to see that they have kind of figured out like the more meta strategy that's revolved around how TGP pushing is, because time efficiency is super important. And while you're upset that you're gonna like lose 10 minutes that you were already in the dungeon, you're happy to not have to lose the 35 or whatever that you have to do to rerun the dungeon.
Yeah. And
So-
now that we're in the 32,
Exactly.
there's definitely not a chance anyone is free chesting that.
Right?
But,
Well-
two chesting.
That's what you say.
Unless
They
Two
won't. They
chesting
won't.
is still very possible, right? So
Yeah.
Seems that
I
way.
think if they don't make mistakes, it's definitely in the 2 chest range. But on
Yeah.
32, a lot of things do a lot of damage. So it's also possible if there's some mistakes from a team here and there that they don't even get the 2 chest, especially if they don't one face the last boss. We're gonna have to see if they are able to do that.
I mean, the question is, of course, it's going to save you time to one face the last boss, but with 3 chest, assumedly being off the table, does it really hurt you to play 2 phases? So maybe that's why Old was really not going for that mage, knowing they could do the 29, and from there on out it would only matter to 2 chests.
Well, I don't know if you're happy
Well,
about it.
it matters if you make a mistake, right? Because at some point,
Yeah.
it takes so much time that not one facing last boss costs you probably like a minute and a half. No, it's a pretty big time loss. So, yeah, we'll see though, because at some point, no one is going to be able to one-face it anymore. At least I assume so, right? And really
Okay.
high keys, I don't think you can one-face
Tettles
even with a mage.
disagrees. Tettles?
Disagree?
No. I think
I
you're
don't know.
absolutely right.
Okay.
No, I disagree. I agree with that.
I just heard the contest.
I was looking at the bottom right. So Olge is no longer pulling no meeting slimes like we were talking about earlier, and
Oh, yeah.
Donuts and Despair in the top left and Ha in the bottom left are still pulling those no meeting slimes. Look at how much damage Ha is taking from those mobs. Those mobs are so scary.
Yeah, I definitely would want to skip those just because it's also so unpredictable damage, it feels like. Like sometimes you just drop low from like 100 to 10 in like a second, especially when there's other things going on at the same time. And with Grievous as well, so yeah, I personally like skipping them completely, not having to deal with those slimes at all.
Yeah,
They're just
I mean,
scary.
if I
They're
can
just, like-
avoid getting random borks on the head, I would do that as well.
Well, that's the junkyard dog that
good.
does the Bork. These are not the junkyard dogs.
True. They actually have a cast called
True, they
bork.
actually- yeah.
Please, Mix. Be professional.
And that ability does hit me sometimes.
Bork. Does it?
That is.
It's actually very hard to see sometimes, especially when you tank it outside like Ambition is doing right now. Like where you move it out of the area, then it's like an
Yeah.
uneven hill, and then you
Yeah.
don't see the animation that clearly.
Yeah.
I have a question. What?
Flat effects on curved surfaces. Yeah.
So, I've been thinking about this a little bit more. Ambition trying to do that upper 30 is really weird to me because they don't need to win. They just need to come in like top 2 to be able to come out of the qualifier,
Okay,
right?
but this is
And-
about honor and bragging rights. They have to win.
There's prize money too.
There is prize money too, but like it. Okay, so like the most coveted point is just coming top 2, making sure that you're ensuring the global final spot. I was looking, is dropping so low from these no-being slimes. I'm getting concerned. But like the most important thing is like getting top 2 and making sure that you are going to be able to come out of this weekend. Wouldn't you just start in Junkyard to ensure the top 2, push it up as high as possible, and then go try the upper Kara once you know that you're kind of safe?
Yeah, I think
I
it's
don't
weird as
know.
well. Maybe their plan. I think their plan probably was to just because I think in total you don't need the whole day for Junkyard, right? That's probably what
Yeah.
they think. And they were
This is true.
probably saying, okay, we are gonna do the upper no matter what they announce, because they probably wanted to like think about it, right? Like think of the affix combination in
Yeah.
whatever dungeon gets announced, because maybe it's Grimrail with Bowstring or whatever, right? So maybe they just said at the very start, okay, we're gonna do upper no matter what they announce, and then we're gonna discuss it as we do the key, maybe.
I mean, that's what they did yesterday, right? Where they just had a plan set up for the day, and then during their keys, they were figuring out what to do with the extra dungeon. I feel like that makes sense from a competitive standpoint. However, the 30 that Donuts and Despair is holding, that Ambition currently do not have, I'm sure it irks them as well. After the little
I
bit
think
of
so.
trouble they
Oh,
had
for
in the
sure.
29, they just want to go in and show that, yeah, we can take the 30 here as well. So having to restart that key, or rather having to leave that key in order to run these junkyards, I'm not sure they're very happy about it.
here's-
And I will say they're going to go back as soon as they're happy with where their junkyard is. They're going to go back and do that 30 again. I'm very sure of it.
Here's the deal too. Like them doing the upper Kara and wasting time there, if anything, that may make them lose the weekend even. That opens up an opportunity for Donuts and Despair after they're done with their junkyard, assuming that it's not going to take the full day, for them to really go progress a dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious
Yeah.
about too.
It was
is that
just
gonna
a
cost them?
weird it was just a weird high risk low reward play in my opinion. It's not high. It's
All
not,
of the
I mean,
dungeons they can do
if
are
you're
high
confident
risk,
you can do it though.
reward.
medium
Exactly.
risk low reward.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you're
junkyard
confident
Think
you
about
can do
Tettles.
it.
Like, what else are they gonna do other than the junkyard, of course? Because they don't need
Yeah,
the whole day
sure.
for junkyard. So
Yeah.
That's true. They don't really have many other dungeons to do.
Also,
They still have to
I
do the
mean,
lower though, right?
normally in the Great Push, we see a lot of wiping, resetting, players running against the walls and trying again. So far, all of the keys have seemed just a little bit too easy, if I can say that. Like, there has been very few mishaps, and I'm just waiting for the time where teams actually start to really be challenged by these dungeons. And it will be today, I'm sure. So I wouldn't say that Ambition wasted time in that lower. I think it's just they tried something. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But they're going to go back and try again, because that's what they will do the rest of the day when they're not in the junkyard.
Yeah. Hey, Nagura.
I think they're gonna go lower. They have to go lower, right? There's no way they go upper before lower, right?
that
they
is
have
true.
26 two chests.
Nagura, did you hear Makes called 32s easy?
I did not.
I mean, it
I
looks easy
didn't.
though, honestly.
Just
If
She said
you
all
look
of
at
these
the
dungeons.
teams-
She said, and I quote, all of these dungeons this weekend have looked easy.
it's part of the,
I
the
mean,
timer
true.
thing, though, right?
We
That you were
haven't
talking
seen
about
a
earlier.
32 until now. One. And second,
Really?
yes, they didn't have much problems in those 30s.
It looks easy because those teams are not like resetting and wiping as much as you would maybe expect when you see a lot of 30 keys and 29s, right?
I
I think
I'm
that is
washed.
for sure true.
I'm washed. I don't know if I could be doing this.
All right.
Then you also consider this is the America region, not EU.
Okay, dude, we are not getting into this right. What are you trying
All
to
right,
say,
all right.
Nagura?
Well, let's
I'm with
let's talk
Nagura
about
on
that
this
for a
one.
second. Hold on. Let's talk about that for a second.
Nagura,
So,
you were saying?
looking ahead to next week, what do you think the highest like? Well, let's just say Upper Karazhan. Do you think we're going to see a high one out of EU?
No, they're bad.
It's
What?
All right, there we go. Conversation done. That was a great chat.
No. I think they'll get stuck at 24.
I'm glad we had this discussion.
For the record, the European qualifier looked far more competitive than the NA qualifier.
Say that again, but slower so everybody can understand you, Channels.
Sorry, I'm lagging.
I love the EU versus
Yeah,
NA
yeah,
ratio in this
lagging.
caster desk because usually it's like 1
It's
versus
only
4.
you.
I'm getting ratioed out here.
Good. You're a moonkin.
I mean, if let's go, Nagura. If Zyro was on this desk, he would have just said, "Yeah, 32 is free." So I'm just saying, yeah.
I mean, wait
There's
1
very
minute.
different opinions on this.
We got a caster change in just a moment here. Just a minute or two.
Oh,
Zyronic and Dreadnought's coming in. You can get that
good.
opinion.
I gotta go.
Here he comes. Zyronic, did you hear that?
Zyro.
Hello?
Well.
Well,
The man himself. Oh, angel
All right.
form activation over there on Don'tson's Spare.
Ooh, yeah.
If it isn't the pot in the kettle. Hello, Nagura and
No.
Telos.
This isn't Lower Karazhan.
Come
I gotta
on.
go.
Oh.
I'm not gonna be, I cannot be on the desk with this many bullies.
Be gone.
And I'm not talking about the junkyard bully.
Oh.
And he's gone.
And he's
All
out.
right,
He's
good.
out. Welcome,
Yeah.
Zyronic and Dreadnought.
Now that they can't
you.
defend themselves, those last 5 minutes, that was really fried. All their takes were dumb.
That was hard to listen to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry you guys had to listen to that on broadcast. The smart people are on broadcast now.
Yeah,
Dreadnought
I'm
says
here
at
too.
Well, and me. Yeah.
Damn it, we all had this. We literally all tried to
Oh.
do self-deprecating there. Yeah.
I know. Wow.
All right, so
Gamer trait.
we do have the junkyard special all ongoing at the 32 key level. Just 1 hour into our day, and this is already 2 key levels higher than any of the other dungeons we've seen timed. The question is how much higher it can go from here, and the question is, are we looking at 1, 2, or 3 chests of the keys that all the teams are working on right now? Ambition in the bottom right, hoping for that 3 chest on the 29. It is looking pretty good for them right now, as they are almost done with their trash and just have 1 boss to go.
Yeah,
Well,
they're looking pretty good.
I feel like we should mention too that like on the tournament realm, 35 is the max. That is how high it goes. It does not go higher than that. So if you want to do it after you hit 35, you're going for time at that point. So if teams can hit that, then they could get that extra time to push other keys higher. So that might just be the plan. They all know that, obviously, right? So do you just spam it to 35 as fast as possible, or can you get it to 35? That's the question. Can you beat the game?
35 is incredibly doable. So here's the thing, right? The Zapbot's only going to level 30. Really not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, right? It does scale quite a bit. Your Zapbots are going to be doing around 25k per Zap on a level 30 key. That's pretty good on its own.
What percent of the group's damage would you say they do in a plus 30 key?
In a plus 30, right now it's probably around 15 to 20% of your damage.
Okay.
So
it's a lot.
That probably goes down to like 10% when you scale it up to a 35 because it just doesn't scale with you.
Well, it'll do the same damage, right? And you're doing the same damage.
Sure. Well, I'm talking about comparatively to the level of the key. Like
yeah.
Less
so
damage
like
percentage of the health
than it should do.
Oh,
right?
I see. You're saying like how much health it just deletes from the boss.
Yeah. Exactly.
I see. Okay, yeah.
Like comparatively to what it would do if it was like actually scaled up to a 35.
We've immediately got more complicated math going on than the entire last hour.
Yeah, and carry the 3. Uh-huh. But yeah, so since those shockbots stopped doing extra damage above key level 30, it's still 35 very doable because just the dungeon itself not too punishing, right? And you still get the grease bots. You still have shockbots doing level 30 damage. You're still doing a huge amount of damage in that high key, right?
Yeah, and I think we should mention that it's not like we're capping it at 35 because we don't want them to do higher than a 35. That is literally the functionality of keys on Tournament Realm is capped at 35. There are no scrolls that make a key go higher than 35. We did not prepare for Junkyard when thinking of the Great Push. So, while I'm sure we would all see them, we would love to see them go higher than a 35. We just can't.
Yeah,
it doesn't exist. The functionality isn't there.
When Doa talks about when you talked about like going in again for time, I think that's something that like that sounds appealing, but I think there's no way you can do that. Like much as Junkyard may be the place that you want to be, I think as soon as if you get 35 on the board, you have to just flee because you need the points, right? The timer tiebreaker is so unlikely to be the one that matters. So I think any 35 on the board is good enough to just get out of here because there's no way that just getting a couple extra seconds off of that timer it's the way that our system works. That pretty much is never going to like determine who wins or loses unless it is really close. And even if it is really close, and you would win or lose based off of that, you would instead have won by going to do another dungeon and just getting another point.
It is certainly diminishing returns.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be the race to get a 35 on the board and then go back to the other dungeons. And Ambition have sort of done this a little bit in reverse order, right? Because every other team started straight in the Junkyard, but Ambition started with just one run of let's improve another dungeon. So they are going to be a little bit slower to get this Junkyard on the board for them, but they can maybe make that up with better 2-chesting of the keys, better 3-chesting of the keys, potentially. Maybe they need to do one less run than some of the other teams. And they also have the score that started higher than the other teams, too. So once they do finish the Junkyard, they're looking still at an advantage in the other dungeons.
Oh, totally.
And I think,
yeah.
One of the conversations that we were having before we saved everyone in the last 10 minutes or so here was whether or not it's possible to one-phase the last boss on a high key. It is possible probably to one-phase up to like 33 or 34 if you're doing perfect renormalizer tech. So a normal DPS class with just Lust and Zapbot will do about 3 million damage to the oppression unit in that 30-second window. Mage with renormalizer can do about 6 million. So if you're able to get full DPS off, your mage has your DK has Gavel, you just have everything available, you should be able to one-phase probably like a 33 or 34. Barring decent Zapbot RNG. Because remember, it is RPPM based, so you can just get no Zap procs sometimes.
When we're thinking about that, how much do you think the difference between like how many shrouded buffs you get could affect whether the one phase is still possible on the higher keys? Because we know some of these teams have very different amounts of infiltrator hunting that they do. Look at Donuts and Despair up in the top left. They are searching those things out. Do you think that might make it a key level or two higher that you can actually do that one phase on the last boss and therefore potentially a huge difference?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so let's see. Ambition is killing the boss with 11 Zapbot. That's going to be a 3 chest in the 29 for them. Donuts and Despair have 13. They're getting a 14th buff right now. There is a 15th buff that they're going to get in the 5-pack right in front of the last boss. There's also a 16th if they do the big renormalize pull on the right, which I'm assuming they're going to do as well. I mean, 10% stats is a lot.
Yeah, that seems like something that would make it a key level or 2 higher that you could do the one phase on, right? So maybe that's going to be something that tips the scales in the Donuts' favor as we get up into those really, really high keys. All of our teams now are sitting on a 29 3-chested junkyard, and we assume Ambition are going to be going back into that 32 as well. So you can see Ambition, they're about 20 minutes behind on the day compared to the other teams, but of course they're a point or more ahead on the scoreboard than everybody, so... you'd still rather be Ambition than anybody else, I think, looking at this scoreboard, but Donuts and Despair are hot on their heels.
Well, as soon as somebody else tries another key and has to reset it, then things are basically equalized. So it's pretty likely too, with looking at what Donuts and Despair would have to do to catch up, something like even like a 30 workshop or something like that, or even a 29 lower. Like it's a wipeable dungeon, So if that happens, then we're straight even up again.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the timers for the teams here. It doesn't look like 3 chests is really anywhere near possible in the 32. And honestly, if we 3 chested a 32, I might just have to call it quits because I don't really know what to do in dungeons at that point. What is Mythic Plus actually? The 2 chest is definitely on the table for both Olja and Donuts and Despair, though. Olja notably going way faster than Donuts and Despair. Just the routing through the dungeon, I think, for them is a lot faster. They're not doing quite as much infiltrator hunting, so they don't really have to go so much off the beaten path. But I don't really know if that's going to gain them much, because as long as a 2 chest is a 2 chest, right? Like, the key is very easily timeable if you just play safe. So saving 2 minutes here or there shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, that is it's something where I'm trying to figure out why Olj have looked so good in this junkyard so far, because they were talking about in the last shift, but the mage with the renormalizer spell stealing is something that seems like it would be really good for this dungeon, and yet Olj just busting out that survival hunter instead, blasting tremendous amounts of damage in here. So yeah, I mean, I think they have a good plan for this dungeon, and like you said, the difference between finishing 2 minutes earlier, if it doesn't affect that 2 chest breakpoint, it's just 2 minutes. But as we start getting to the higher level keys, at some point that might be the 2 chest breakpoint that they have that other teams don't. Or the timer breakpoint, and if that happens, then we're talking about a huge gain.
Well, I also suspect at some point, maybe this key, maybe the next, we might see Olj end up having to 2-phase HK8 as well.
Down on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, Azuna calls for power infusion, and Elismir whispers, "No more power infusions for you."
What? Wait, huh? That's a pink class. I didn't even see it.
That is indeed. Elismir is on the Holy Paladin, his main spec. That is something that he is well known for, creator of guides for,
Wow.
pillar of the Holy Paladin community. And here he is showing it can work in the plus 32 keystone level as well. I wonder what because so this is not like a comfort pick type thing. This is something that, Elismir, Nerf is not going to allow him to play something that they don't think is going to be best. So they believe in the Holy Paladin in this dungeon, and I wonder what the rationale is.
He's also playing Necro Holy Paladin.
Yeah, Necrolord has been the standard Holy Paladin covenant since the Unity Legendary came out, right? It's just like a huge... I guess you could make a Venthyr argument on the last boss for damage, potentially, but to make the one phase happen. But Necrolord's definitely like the standard Keystone Paladin covenant these days.
Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the pick is, what the reasoning behind the pick is here. Hopefully there's something very blatantly obvious that we'll see later on for it, but so for the time being, I don't know.
I'm trying to think of what the benefits would be as well. So you've got bubble for the last boss, right? You just bubble Horsey, run up to the top, bubble sack somebody, heal through the Grievous and the intermission damage. So it could be really nice for last boss Grievous at the end. That could be something that you're happy about with it. Beyond that, I'm also Not 100% sure what the other advantages will be. I'm going to look and see if I can see anything cool that he's doing though on that spec.
I'm trying to figure out like what the actual pain points of the dungeon are going to be once you scale the key up a lot. Like if you check the bottom right corner, and the 32 King Gobamac does a ton of damage to the group once you get to the higher keys. Those AoE soaks do a lot. Of course, the arcing zap on the final boss is going to do a lot of damage as well. But does Paladin really bring things to deal with that better than Holy Priest does?
Yeah, that's the question for me as well. So we'll see what they, if there's anything we're missing, if it's not just like a throughput. We like this. We think it's actually good here. We think it lines up well. We think the cooldowns are good. We like the bubble, that kind of stuff. Or if there's actually even sweeter tech that it might be bringing in here, which already in and of itself, I think just the choice to play it here is really cool. But we'll look to see if there are even more reasons why.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if he does anything particularly outstanding on the Paladin class, but we have some people to focus on now as they get to the end of the key here. Olge just now dealing with their last point of trash percentage as they head into the final boss. We'll see if they're able to one-phase that with no renormalizer tech in just a little bit here. Donuts in Despair will be working the way up as well. Still have one more trash pack to get, but check out the Infiltrator stacks for Donuts as well. They're going to be at that 16 when they get there.
Yeah, Olge sitting instead
though.
at 14, so, not bad. They've done a little bit less Dreadlord hunting. The brokers, a little bit less interested in rewarding them with stats, but still giving them a handsome reward of the 28% haste on the group. That's just a bloodlust at all times that they are sitting on here. And you can see that last boss. Oh, look at the damage from that dot on Kel with the fulminating spark. That is so much damage. And then Trell also on that wreck cast. Huge amount of damage. Luckily, it looks like they're going to be able to get through here, but this boss, even on Fortified, is one that you're looking at being extremely lethal in these high keys. Those single ticks from the dot are going to start being very, very threatening.
Yeah, it was 50% per tick on this key level, and that's going to scale up another 30% or so with 3 more key levels, so that's going to be something to look out for. That's like 70% of your HP each tick. Now, I have a question for you, Dratnos, because I don't know anything about tank stuff, but if all 3 ticks of Wreck don't get parried, do you just purg as a DK? How does that work?
I certainly do, yes. I think that the other option is, like, send some... you have to press an extra button as soon as you realize... Really, as soon as, like, the first one doesn't get parried, I think you send an extra cooldown, and then if the second one doesn't get parried, you send another extra cooldown. But... it is, a nasty amount of damage. Here it comes, the big Bloodlust onto the aerial oppression unit. No need to do any renormalizer shenanigans in this group. There's no mage here. Cry, though, doing his best mage impression with that power infusion on the Survival Hunter here. Big damage coming out because it looks like Terrasant's Infernal wasn't available. Neither available nor necessary as Olge on this plus 32 level.
Close.
Yeah, wow. You get a little bit of time after the Haywire cast, though, right? You get a little bit of time as it's like shooting its boosters back up. So they are vibing and instantly hearthing out. 2-chested plus 32 Mechagon Junkyard for Olge. And that is nowhere near the end for the Junkyard. We assume now it's going to be 34-35 is their plan.
Yeah, so, I mean, on the 32 there, you saw just how close that was, right? The Haywire cast was just about to end, and you get a couple seconds of non-damage amp to damage onto the bot to try to finish it off at the very end, but on a 34, I imagine if the damage is the same for them, they're going to have to do second phase.
I think you're right as well. Like, if it starts that cast on the 32, it's going to finish that cast on the 34, yeah. So, unless there was a way for them to have more damage. Now, that being said, Terrasant did not have Infernal, didn't get the PI, right? The PI went on the Survival Hunter instead. Maybe if they can engineer it such that they'll have all of their cooldowns, then they'll be able to get it done still in one phase. Now we have Donuts in Despair in the top left also working on this. Cryptic's not even bothering going and helping. He's just hanging out down here with his Renormalizer, getting ready to do the breaking it out and spell stealing it at the perfect time as the rest of the group work on reducing the energy of that coil.
Yep, everyone's down. Easy little break on the Renormalizer here, kick the Shrink. Then you'll go ahead and finish off the RP when the Enlarge cast comes out, and of course the DK will grip it down as well, so that they can cleave it down with the last trash percentage they need usually. Well, they actually don't need it, but here we go. I imagine this is going to be nowhere near close. Mage is going to make short work of this boss. Of course, once everything starts ramping up, Took a while to ramp up for them though here.
That
This
is a
isn't really looking
big
that much
dwarf.
faster,
Oh,
to
it
be
looks like they
honest.
interrupted the next enlarge as well, right? So Cryptix is not going to get a second hit of the enlarge. His
they don't
damage number is looking rather good nonetheless, and they are going to beat this with about 4 seconds to spare on the Haywire cast. So again, still not a guaranteed thing that on the plus 34 level they'll be able to defeat that in one phase. But, they had 9 minutes to spare in this plus 32 key, so as long as they can be somewhere close, they can potentially still beat that boss in 2 phases and still have time.
Oh yeah. Well, Olge already into the 34, so yeah, 34. You're getting into the realm of never been done before on something other than a free patch.
This is kind of crazy. We're actually going to see a 34 done without a 33 having been done on our tournament. No 33s done on live, and it's just going to be, yep, there's been a 32 done, there's been a 34 done, just no 33. Crazy turn of events here, as in the bottom right are the ones that are now going to be getting their time to shine on this damage burn phase. Looks like they're actually having their whole group participating in the hacking. They're not doing that renormalizer setup with the mage. So everybody now getting ready to take those bots back down to the front.
Just watching this pull from Olge in the top left here. It's like, wait, this pack didn't just instantly die when we lusted? I have to kite this around? Huh?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's something about as those high keys start happening, things do get a little bit different, but here is that burn phase for Ha. The way that you can kind of track this is just look at the health bar and look at the Haywire cast. If the health bar is below the Haywire cast, you're good, right? That's the problem. Got to make sure to have work out, and that's exactly what Ha have done here. I mean, that is huge damage. They are beating that Haywire cast by a mile. Beautiful work again. 3 seconds or so to spare. Another 2-chested plus 32, and all of our teams are mirror imaging each other here.
Except for Olge, they don't have a mage. Ha!
But they're doing it. They're getting it done, and they're it's been interesting to see them jump out ahead. Like if they do achieve the 35 first, that gives them that little bit extra time to maybe catch up in some of those other keys. And it's looking tough. They have a lot of catching up to do, but at least that's going to put them in the best position to give it a shot anyway.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, if they can one-shot cleanly all the way up and other teams end up having trouble, that is absolutely a huge way for them to get back into this. And so far, the part of that plan that they have control over is going well. Unfortunately for them, other teams are also doing well in their junkyards, so we'll see how it continues to work out. Of course, most of the failure chances are going to be in that 34 and in that 35 rather than in the 32 and the 29.
Right.
So I've been watching this King Gobbamak for Ambition in the top right there. I'm not sure if it's a Holy Paladin thing, but they looked incredibly safe that entire fight. I mean, with a Holy Priest, there are plenty of times when I'm like taking 90% of my damage to that Charge Smash, but they just took a Charge Smash with not a whole lot up and didn't look very scary at all. And that's not a 32 fortified key, so I don't know what Voodoo Magic the Holy Paladin's doing. Maybe Aura Mastery, yeah, I don't know. But it looks like it's doing pretty good work for them in the danger spots of the dungeon.
Yeah, of course, Ambition on that Gobbamak first lifestyle. Slightly different pathing than what we're seeing out of most of the other teams, right? Mm-hmm. They are heading back over now down towards Gunker on 8 stacks of Shrouded. See if they are. I feel like Ambition are the team that pick up the fewest of these Shrouded buffs, but that may have been their lower key route. Maybe as they're getting into these higher keys, they're going to start feeling like the Shrouded is worth hunting down to increase the safety of those last few bosses.
Also, man, I would love to see what this dungeon would have been like if we had Tyrannical on it, because some of these bosses on high Tyrannical keys are just plain nasty. Like, the passive AoE damage on Gunker is disgusting. I mean, it's still going to be disgusting on just the 34 Fortified, but on Tyrannical, it almost seems like it wouldn't be possible. It seems like it'd be ridiculous. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it looks like for Olge here as they approach Gunker in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Grievous is sort of doing a Tyrannical cosplay on some of these fights
Sure.
in terms of just making the damage output a little bit higher, but especially with healers of this caliber and with DPS players avoiding all avoidable damage, it's definitely it is a lower damage income than you do get on the Tyrannical keys. So Definitely a little bit of maybe in one of the future weeks we'll see a tyrannical junkyard and see how high up that one can go. I have a feeling that if you hunt enough of the stacks, you can do the bosses on that too.
I've noticed that Terrascent in the top left there has made a very poor choice in his soul shape. He's chosen the frog soul shape. That is, I don't know.
Everybody's
That's a
been
big
choosing
soul
this
shape.
weekend, though.
It's a big soul shape.
All of
Going
Olge,
for
I
the
think, are
small
using it.
soul shapes.
Yeah.
It's been
The
popular.
best one is the alpaca one.
I
It
see.
just looks so dumb when
No,
it
no,
works.
no, no, no. The best one is clearly the turkey one.
I think
Was
you'll
it
find
Canadian?
that the
Yeah, it
dinosaur
was a
one
Thanksgiving
is the best
one.
one.
During the Thanksgiving, or what's the WoW Thanksgiving festival? I can't
Pilgrim's
remember.
Bounty.
During Pilgrim's Bounty, you could get a tiny little turkey one.
I missed that one. Dang.
Oh,
Wait,
Cry
Cry
goes down.
get
Olge.
wrecked.
That is
Okay.
minus 3 bots, minus 1 shock bot, which is the important one, but also a grease bot and a welding bot. They do have a couple extras available that they can pick up, but once you have more than a few deaths in your junkyard, then you start being actually like perma down bots, and that is when it is time to go and reset the dungeon.
Wow, Meg's just spoiling the chat for what we were talking about because the stream is on a 1-minute delay. Wow, unbelievable. What can you do? Some people just leak things.
I'm not reading it.
Yeah, I guess is turkey maybe a critter shape, so you can't use it in combat, right? It's one of the ones you can only use
Is
out
it?
in. Is
I
it?
can't
Yeah, I'm not
remember.
sure.
Because I had that on my druid back in 9.0 or 9.1 or something like that. Whenever it was, you know. I don't have it
Maybe
on my
before
current
critter
one.
shapes even were a thing. These are the important questions. I'm sure I'll try and talk to Terrasant later and talk to him about the soul-shaped choice for Olge, see what their thought process was behind choosing the toad, and ultimately how much they think it impacted the overall result of the weekend. So I'll get back to everybody once I have an answer there.
I thought I remembered it working, but I could be misremembering. Either way, it's still the best soul shape, regardless of where it works.
Okay, well, that was a good conversation. We love Soul Shape.
You started it.
I
It'll
did
be sad
start
to
it.
see
It's
it go away.
It is
I'm-
my fault.
I'm going to miss soul shape, actually. I really like that ability.
I'm actually very upset that it wasn't included in the Warlock talent trees for Dragonflight.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Warlock talent trees.
Yeah, Warlock. It should be. It's a Warlock ability. Warlock's been
Pod
Night
Tender
Fae all
as well.
expansion long.
Yeah.
Pod Tender too. That is also a Warlock ability. Give us both of those.
That was my thought as well. Was that they really should put some more defensive options into this talent tree. You know, I can
Yeah.
only spend 27 points on awesome defensive things. Let me spend 400.
Exactly. Well,
All right.
you know,
Ooh, Olge, look at that damage input from, as you said, that passive damage on Gunker. You can see everybody's health bar every 2 seconds or so, just taking a chunk of damage, and that Grievous stack being applied to everybody. This is going to get pretty nasty, especially during the parts where they have to move to dodge all of the circles or stack up in the bots, right? This is definitely something that looks a little bit worrying. A lot of HPS required here, not just out of Trell on himself, but out of Tolu on the rest of the group. 25k HPS from that Holy Priest and rising. Scary, scary times.
yeah, Terrasant not worried about the damage intake, just pops his Orb of Torment mid-combat as well. Just calling out for heals from Tolu, you know, who cares? Just heal me. That trinket, by the way, at 311 or 304 does a lot of damage to you. It's like something like 35k damage over 2 seconds, so, you know, about a 30 HP bar as a Warlock. Kind of scary. But yeah, these ticks really just got to make sure people have their Grievous stacks healed off. The mana bar is definitely something to keep an eye on for the Holy Priest. You can see they're about halfway through the fight. He's about halfway through his mana bar. It's going to be pretty tough to get through this entire encounter. They also don't have that many Infiltrator stacks yet. Look at that. Only 4 stacks so far.
Ooh.
So I wonder if
Oh.
on like a 35, you might want to come back to this later on after obtaining more stacks, because the damage output with Grievous looks pretty ridiculous here.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think in this dungeon it might be a vibe to go and do like a Dreadlord, you know, search party, right? Get 16 stacks before you fight even one boss, and then just go boss, 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 and stop the clock, right?
You've certainly
Yeah.
got the time, don't you?
I think you do, yeah. I mean, the challenge there is you're not going to have Bloodlust for all the bosses if you do that, but you can lust some nasty trash pulls, and it's a fortified key. So I think that would be a worthwhile thing to at least consider, especially if teams do end up wiping to this. On the other hand, Olge are somehow still persevering here. You can see Tolu's mana is looking better than Gunker's health bar, and as long as that remains true, should be able to continue to sustain this 28k HPS, which is quite a crazy amount here for a healer. Let's just not gloss over this. I mean, this is a lot of work that is being done here.
That is a large number. Dude, Terrasan even using the Mortal Coil to help heal himself up a little bit there. On CD on the boss. A little bit of a health increase there. Get the Grievous off. Everyone's easily topped here. But man, every single tick of that AoE. Insta-Grievous stack on everybody. Very scary. Able to get through it, though. I mean...
Wow.
It was relatively clean, right? He still had 20% of the mana bar left. It just looked very scary. I think that's something... You can definitely play it safe and do something more similar to what Ambition is doing with the route, where they go Gobamac first, acquire some more buffs, and then head to Gunker. I would feel a lot more safe doing that.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Olge finishing with that much mana left over, I think that's a proof of concept that should say, hey, at least this will work in the 34, this will work in the 35 as well, right? Like if we play that cleanly, we just burn an extra 10% of our healer's mana, and we are going to get through that, so... Donuts and Despair also working on the exact same encounter here. They're pulling Gunker with 7 Shrouded buffs rather than 4, so an extra 6% haste on the whole party here. Not something to scoff at. And they are also, I mean, Timber is hard vibing on mana. He is way ahead of Gunker's health bar, although soon we will see some cooldowns starting to potentially expire here. I wonder if they're going to send this Bloodlust when it becomes available.
Simple. I would imagine not, and the reason being is something that we're going to see from Olge in about 20 seconds or so we want to head back over to them pretty quick, because they're about to use their second Bloodlust on the key on a 34-level Zolgamux. And they only have level 30 Zap bots, which means it's not just going to instantly fall over like it does in, level 30 keys. They're actually going for more Infiltrators first. Okay. So they are going to get a couple more stacks before they head into the Zolgamux. Maybe this is a cooldown pull. Nope, they just sent their cooldown, so I wonder why they wait for this. It's probably just Infiltrator stacks to make sure Zolgamux is safe.
That's the thing, right? In lower keys, it's like, oh, let's do Zolgamux early because we get those 3 stacks of Shrouded, and we can use that to kill the rest of the dungeon. But in a plus 34, it's, let's do Zolgamux late so that we have more stacks from the other Shrouded so that we can kill it.
I mean, look at Ambition's health bars right now on the bottom right. They pulled Zolgamux with 10 stacks of the Shrouded affix. The very first Blood Siphon almost killed everyone. So, it does a lot of damage. They didn't have the Bloodlust for it, but they don't really want to use it here. They want to save it for the last boss. So look at this Blood Siphon damage. It's going to hurt.
Oh my goodness. This time there weren't any other mobs around, so they had a little bit of an easier time right now that everything's all cleaned up. And they've done a great job actually of getting through this. Wings also was up.com there for Ellesmere, so big damage prevention or healing, I guess, out of that Paladin. Olge also looking at setting up that same exact pull in just a moment. Terrasant narrowly dodges that hiding sleep puddle that you can see under the cog there.
Oh, it is under the cog. Yeah, I didn't even see it.
That one it almost got Terrasant. His pinky toe was 2 millimeters from that puddle, but luckily it stayed on the good side. And Trell actually ended up getting slept by that puddle as it roams around a little bit. But they're able to get through.
Right.
The other thing I want to mention is Zolgamux, especially on this, right? Seasonal affixes, historically, ever since basically Season 1 of BFA, they've stopped scaling with any other affix. They don't interact with Sanguine, they don't interact with Fortified, they don't do anything with most affixes. They don't bolster, they don't spawn explosives, they don't cause volcanoes to appear, but they do still cause Grievous stacks. So Blood Siphon plus Grievous is actually the hardest Zolgamux you can get whenever Grievous is active. So here it comes. Big damage on the group here.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's nasty. Dude, that plus run-and guns can easily just instantly one-tap players. And that was the very first Blood Siphon with all of their cooldowns available plus Bloodlust. Second and third Blood Siphons are going to be very, very difficult to break unless they get good Zapbot RNG. And remember, it's still a 30 Zapbot, so... yeah, it's not doing that much damage. They really need to make sure they kill off these gunners, I think, before the next Blood Siphon. Looks like they did, though. Only have that one blaster left. Let's see how this Blood Siphon goes without the cooldowns, though.
Oh,
dude,
look at
the
HP
bars. Oh my god.
Break that shield, we need to kick.
Dude.
Kel nearly dying. Use the cloak on the first one, and they actually just full cast as well. Zolgamux just fully channels the Blood Siphon. The shield was not even broken in time to land an interrupt. This Zolgamux encounter is going to take 6 or 7 years for Olge to get through. This is 34 Zolgamux
don't have that much
here.
time.
Just after that Blood Siphon, we are going to get another one here momentarily. Zolgamux at about 40% health, but soon that number is now going up rather than down. This time it looks like they're actually going to break the shield before the cast finishes. Nicely done.
It's still at half HP, though.
Yeah, it's going to get another one.
It's going to get at least 1 more, maybe 2 more off. So, well...
We'll check back in with
doable.
Olge on that plus 34 Zolgamux later. Oh, Donuts in Despair also working on plus 34 Zolgamux up in the top left. They just CC'd one of those blasters as well, just didn't bring it into the pull, so that's going to be something to deal with later. But you can see now both teams chunking through their Blood Siphons.
That was fast, wow.
Yeah, Olge are going to be able to kill this without another Blood Siphon. The question is for Donuts, and the answer certainly looks like Dorky thinks is yes, because he is already pulling into some extra trash here. That is no time to waste. They are going to beat that easily. So a lot of stacks of Shrouded being earned for both of our plus 34 teams in the top. Meanwhile, down in the bottom left, have also started their plus 34, and they are working on the 4-stack of Shrouded Gunker attempt that we saw Olge successfully navigate earlier. Again, a scary encounter on plus 34 Grievous.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think all of... Well, you know... I don't think you can really specify a particular encounter as being scary on plus 34 Grievous. I think every encounter in the dungeon is probably difficult on a plus 34 Grievous. But that one particularly dangerous, for sure.
Yeah. Whichever encounter we're currently looking at will be particularly dangerous, don't worry.
It's like, is it a 10 or an 11 on the 1 to 10 danger scale?
Absolutely, yeah. Donuts now heading over to... I think it was them that...
There you go.
They may have pioneered even this spot, or at least Dorky may have been among those that pioneered this spot. At least he was, I think, in the first group that I saw using it back in BFA, hiding Trixie and Nano back behind this this little area, causing Nano to just run over and not ride his bike around quite as much. Nice little area that you can fight this boss in, and those charges with not even going off here.
Cry dead for Olge here.
Uh-oh, Terrasant as well.
Terrasant also dead? Uh-oh.
Trixie is at 10% health here, but Nano is still at 37, so they're actually going to use both battle reses here to avoid disaster here. Once Trixie goes down, Nano will start cleaving the whole group on every successful auto. So that is going to be something that they will potentially try and kite to avoid. They have a Warlock gateway set up here, and Trell, yeah, he's soul shaping away. Look at what Trell's doing up in the top right. He wants to make sure Nano does not connect with an auto, because one auto
he cannot take an auto
and nearly kills everybody there. This time he's going to gateway. But another auto has killed Terrasant. 4% left on Nano. And yeah, we need to see a parry. Okay, they've done it. They've actually killed the boss.
Dude, one auto was 90% of their HP.
Yeah.
Now that's entertainment.
Fortunately, Terrasant had already died, so it's not like they have to collect an extra bot, just the one that they already needed. But yeah, both Terrasant and Cry will both need to collect a new set of bots. Fortunately, those were the first few deaths of the dungeon, so they should very easily be able to find the new set.
Yeah, Cry just picked up the shockbot from Trixie and Nano's area, and you can see that shockbot just over to the right by that tree, likely to be the one that Terrasant has just grabbed. So, yeah, but your first couple deaths, you can see it's gone now. Terrasant ending up picking up the shock too, so they're okay on shockbots. Getting some extra grease bots and welding bots would be a nice stretch goal for them as well, if they can find an easy way to do that, but not an urgent priority.
You know, if they pull this pack off to the left of right where they are, there's two grease spots right back there, so I would imagine they could just do that. They have all the time in the world to do this, right? They still have half of the key remaining, 2 bots left. They've already got 9 stacks of the Shrouded buff, so they're only ramping at this point. So, remember though, this Olge team, no mage, they're probably going to have to do a double phase on the last boss, so it's going to cost them a lot of time. But let's check in with Ambition on this plus 32 here. Looks like with that Holy Paladin doing a little bit of damn here, they should be easily be able to one phase. Can't see the Haywire cast though, so we don't exactly know how well they're doing, but looks like it's pretty good from the damage.
Should be fine.
Looks like the gavel has only just come out here for nerf. It wasn't available the whole time, but even still, they are going to beat this Haywire by a huge amount of time. And that is another 2-chested 32. All of our teams, once again, are in the same position in Junkyard. with Olge being actually, despite the fact that they had to reset one of their junkyards, they are still the team that is furthest along based on just having a faster junkyard the last couple of ones that have been run than these other teams.
We'll see how fast Ambition gets into their 34. I would imagine it's going to be pretty much instantaneously. But yeah, I kind of want to get to, at this point, I'm like, all right, let's get to the 35. Let's see everybody finish that, and then let's see what else happens. Or we'll see if people can finish that. I would think they probably can.
Man. It's kind of wild how close the competition is. I mean, I feel like every single one of these teams has the capabilities to time a 35 junkyard from what we've seen today, which means there's a very real possibility that like all of our teams could actually end up doing the same level keys by the end of today if people play clean, because there are upper bounds in the other dungeons that you can't hit, that you really can't go higher than, right? Like let's look at Ambition's scores across the board, because they do have the highest overall key level done in every dungeon. Let's say everyone is able to do the 35 junkyard in the next 2 hours or so. Where do Ambition go next?
Yeah, I think upper 30
or streets.
Upper 30 is achievable.
Yeah.
We know.
And then 31 streets, yeah. Those both feel like the ones to go to, yeah.
But let's say, you 1 or 2 shot those, you probably still have 30 minutes to an hour left in the
Yeah,
day.
then I don't know.
Yeah, well,
What
Ambition did
32
a 31
streets, maybe?
workshop, didn't they,
Where
in
do
the
you
time
go?
trials?
I think
Like
30. I think 32 streets is where I would probably want to look, but
Okay.
yeah, it could be 31 workshop.
I mean, there's a very real possibility that the dungeons just might be too hard to gain any more score, and Olge and Hawk can potentially catch up and make a run on it based off of time. Like, this could end up being a very close end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
That
there's
would be
only
crazy.
3.5 hours left in the day, so that's time to run 6 or 7 dungeons. So they kind of need to have every single run work out for them to catch up to where Ambition are at. But it's definitely a possibility. I think the thing is it's funny because Junkyard comes out and yeah, like you said, all the teams are looking very neck and neck in this dungeon. But because they're going to spend so many hours in this one, pushing it all the way up to 35, I feel like that actually counterintuitively, even though the 3rd and 4th place teams are keeping up with Ambition and Donuts in these dungeons, the fact that the Junkyard was picked may end up meaning that, well, there's just not enough time to go to all those other dungeons and get all of that available score.
True. Yeah. Well,
We'll
we'll
see
have to see
how it works out, because if they just perfectly get every run that they attempt, every key they start, they time, I think there is enough time, but that is going to be tough.
Okay, well, we are now very quickly approaching what I think is going to be the final wall for Olge in this dungeon. King Gabamak, 34 fortified. I'm pretty sure Charge Smash is going to do about 110k to 120k damage. So you need to have a personal up, and a shield isn't the safest thing in the world to use, right? Because for that very first Charge Smash, there are also a bunch of grinders and grunters running around meleeing you as well, so you have to time the shield perfectly. They could do something potentially like stack on one marker, throw a binding shot down, and then move away from that for the Charge Smash. So they don't take any melees at the same time as the Charge Smash, but that's kind of hard to pull off. But I imagine they'll probably do something around the lines of that just so they can live. But dude, every single one of those smashes hitting for so much damage, we have to keep an eye on this boss to see just how they deal with it.
Yeah, especially as it does apply to Grievous as well. You have very little time. If it puts everybody to 5% health, you are going to be in so much pain trying to prevent that death, trying to triage there as the healer. So, speaking of healers, Ambition are sticking with their Holy Paladin as well. They've made another swap, though. JP Carve is out, and JPC on the Rogue once again. Maining his main class on in there. So we've got more mains in for Ambition. Pretty cool. Pretty cool thing to see.
JP cooldowns on the Rogue there.
Yeah, I believe
good.
that's probably what that means, yeah. Rogue, a class known for being a cooldown dependent one.
Well, they just
Not
always
having-
have the cooldowns up. That's
I
what it is.
see. That makes sense, yeah.
Which is
Still
good if you're
playing
depending
Outlaw.
on them.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think Outlaw is just looking like kind of the Rogue for this sort of competition.
Man, I remember all the hype coming into this patch of
Yeah.
Subtlety being the spec to play, get your Edge of Knights, go in, do big focus damage, but really hasn't been the case. Outlaw has been kind of the premier rogue spec, but here we go on to King Gabamak. That first rumble, look at the damage coming out on the group. Every tick, easily 20% of their HP. But the main mechanic we're going to have to look out for, the biggest wall of this fight, is right at the start here. Those first adds coming in, melees from them, they're going to do about 20%, and here's the charge smash. Everyone's going to soak this and take massive damage. Oh man, that was 80% of everyone's HP through cooldowns. Fortunately now, that's the hardest one of the fight, because we mentioned those grunters running around meleeing during the charge smash is one of the biggest things that kills people. After that, you have these bots zapping all of the grunters for you, so you should be a lot safer. But man, every single one of those smashes is going to do a ton of damage, so make sure you have personals or raid cooldowns up for every single one.
Yeah, that sort of thing. It's going to get scary as well if they're lower on personals and cooldowns here. AMZ is going to be what they use on this one. And again, everybody's so quick to get that dot off of themselves. And this Rumble is physical damage, so the AMZ Remnant there not going to help too much. But they're able to get through a big Sanctify coming out at the end to top, I think, 3 of the group there. Nicely positioned by Talu.
Very, very good. They'll probably get about two more charge smashes that they have to deal with and 1 more rumble. So as long as they're ready for those, should be okay. Charge smash coming in pretty soon here.
Yeah, no AMZ for this one.
Topped. No AMZ.
Oh my
Look
God.
at the damage,
This
man.
is terrifying.
So ridiculous.
Yeah, this one is not quite as much of an overlap with the Rumble, at least. You can see they're getting a little bit more time to prepare for that Rumble, so that one didn't need an AMZ, didn't need all of their initial cooldowns for...
I'm pretty sure this last one... I'm pretty sure this last one is Rumble into Smash, though, so this could be pretty scary. Here's the Rumble, and there's going to be a Smash very soon afterwards. Use everything you have available just to live this last set of abilities. Actually, they don't even need to soak the Smash. They don't need to soak this. Boss is at 3%. But they do it anyways. Okay, whatever.
It's fun.
They could have just finished off the boss, but man. Well, see, the health bars for them actually were pretty safe, right? They still had 20-30% of their HP left, so 35 definitely in the cards.
That's what I was thinking about as well, was the 35 certainly seems possible. I think a good use of the binding shot as well at the start of the fight, like that absolutely is a big advantage for a comp that includes a hunter as compared to, say, Donuts, although maybe Donuts could land a nice Frost Nova for similar effect if they're careful.
Yeah, same thing.
Man, the
Frost Nova
more.
It breaks on the damage is the problem, but like if you get them Frost Nova early as they're first spawning far away from the boss, you can maybe keep them distracted for long enough that they don't hit you during that first charge smash. Here comes the next charge smash here from Gabamak on Donuts. Yeah, man, that is scary. They don't have a hunter. The other problem with the hunter, though, is the hunter is kind of your most fragile person to the charge smash, right? The hunter is the one that like needs the next global from the healer out of it every time.
Yeah.
Donuts not having to worry about that as they have the immunities on Yips and Cryptics if anybody needs them. Spen, of course, just playing Warlock, naturally so tanky. And so Timber is able to actually focus on keeping himself alive instead of having to worry about a hunter.
It's weird though, because you don't really want to immune it. If you immune it, you don't get the not debuff to turn off the coils. So you may as well just not soak, right? Because the charge smash isn't an AoE group soak. Like it doesn't do more or less damage based on how many people are in it. It does the same amount of damage to anybody who soaks it. So yeah, you may as well just not soak it if you know you're not going to live to. But that means that you're not going to have either one of the pylons or the bot up zapping all the grunters. So you're going to be in big danger if you don't quite get all those off. That's why you're seeing everyone commit to soaking it every single time. Yeah, the Cauterize was expended for Cryptics at the end there, but that's fine. Cheat deaths are meant to be used.
And you have the option to immune at 3% health after you drop off your dot, right? Something like that is a big vibe that is available. To be fair, Hunter, of course, also does have Turtle that serves that purpose, so it is another useful panic button, but that initial damage of the charge smash is just so scary on them, followed up with that dot that they have very few like shield wall type effects they can use against it.
Now, do you think Olge play this any differently this time around? Because they didn't have the Infernal for the damage amp on the 32, and it was very, very close. Do you think that, knowing they don't need the 2-chest this, knowing they have 9 minutes left in the key, do they just sit in that intermission phase, even though it's Grievous, and just wait for the Infernal to come back off cooldown? I think
they should. Absolutely. That seems very, very well worth it, because you probably still have time to 2-phase it, even if you wait there, so it seems like a pure upside thing, unless you're not going to be able to heal through the intermission damage with Grievous, which I have to imagine that Olge will be able to do that once they are all grouped up and stacked nicely. We'll see, though. We'll see exactly how nasty it ends up looking. Donuts and Despair actually need a little bit more count before they can go to the last boss here. They're at 17% trash. They're actually pulling this patrol to get their last little bit of count. Meanwhile, Olge are going to be hitting 100% off of this cavalry. Rapid fire is going to pretty much one-shot here, so they really need to make sure that they aren't going to get hit by it. That always aims at the tank first, so you can use that to know where it's going to be.
All right, Olge into the boss. Remember, no mage, so no renormalizer tech, so the damage amp is probably going to be pretty tough for them to deal with. Donuts and Despair will be there very soon. This is their last trash pack. They aren't saving this renormalizer, though. Did they keep the one from the 5-pack up there? Didn't quite see. I imagine they did.
I have to assume they did, yeah, but I also don't know for surezies. The boss gets pulled for Olge as the 2-chest timer is passed over for them. They are still well in range, though, of timing this key, and there's not even a benefit to 2-chesting the 34, right, since 36 keystones do not exist. 35 is as high as they go.
On the tournament realm, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've never
Plenty
even
of time.
had a chance to see if they do.
Has science gone too far, right? We will need to run some experiments to see how high they can go on the live servers for sure. All right, here's that first phase of the last boss here.
Looking pretty
Olge
scary.
committing
Let's take a
some
look at the
cooldowns here.
damage there. The damage from the zap there. Look at the rogue here. Every tick of it takes him down to 30% HP after being topped. So ridiculous.
Wow.
On the priest himself now. He'll be able to heal himself pretty easily. That's the last one they're going to deal with. Running up, just healing himself. Actually using the heal ability as well at the same time. Kind of neat. I wonder if getting hit by the zap here just one-shots you, by the way. Anyone want to get hit for fun?
Yeah, you know, I may do that in a future keystone we do together. I'll test it for you. That's, you know,
okay.
Not sure
On
when
34?
exactly I'll do it, but it'll be intentional. Yeah, at some point.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Oh, the gateway actually not quite working out for Talia there, so they're actually having a little bit of trouble getting grouped up. Our Olge, you can see Trell fairly low on health there with 4 stacks of Grievous. They are all in range though now. It looks like for some heals, maybe. Yeah. Oh no, they've actually finished the energy reduce without everybody being down. There's no way this 2-phase is going to work for them. They are going to be actually getting yeah, look at that. Haywire so far ahead here. That was unintentional, I believe. I think they accidentally broke out a little bit too early, or they made the call that they needed to go and get healed. But that means they're going to have to do another P1. And actually, I hate this decision to commit some cooldowns once you know that's going to happen, because there's no way you're going to kill this boss in one phase. I actually think you want to save your cooldowns now for the second iteration of phase 1.
Well, I mean, you do have to make sure you get it like half to half HP, right? Like
true, yeah.
So
or you can save some
phase
cooldowns to take it from like 60 to 0, though. If
sure,
you needed
that's true.
to.
That's true. But it is
All right,
going to
Donuts
be a
in
2-phase for
Despair.
Olge, okay.
Oh my goodness, Talia in the pod. And this actually could be disaster for Olge in the top right. Is that pod? Oh, the pod into the angel combo.
Pod into the angel.
Yep.
They have
Releases
plenty of
the angel,
reses,
gets the
though.
res.
Trell instantly purgs. Okay, not great, but they still have battle reses available. Have to keep people top. This next zap is going to do so much damage. Who does it go on? Please go on the rogue so we can cloak. That would be so good here. There's the zap.
Oh, it is on Talia. Yeah, you can see the Desperate Prayer is going to come out. The Desperate Prayer does last for pretty much the duration
Every
of this
tick
dot.
so much damage.
Oh.
One more tick. Okay,
Yeah, it looks like
next
they've gotten
zap
through.
comes
Okay.
out on the hunter.
Oh, they made it.
Okay, well, that's also pain. Really would like it to go on the rogue one of these times.
Let's check
Meanwhile,
the,
Donuts in Despair
damage
in the
up for
top
Donuts.
left. Here they go, nuking into the boss. Cryptic's
they're
going up
catching
above
up.
30k. Runa power, shifting power. They need to get that health bar below the Haywire cast. That's what we're looking to see out of them. Another enlarge comes out. This time they don't interrupt it, so they're going to get even more damage as Cryptic spell steals once again. This is
so
going to
close.
be right down to the wire. Oh, I don't think they've got it. That
Couple
Haywire
extra
cast is
seconds
finished.
here. All
And
right,
it's gonna
it's not
cast
gonna be a
lift
one
off.
phase.
Yeah,
So they have to do an extra phase
10%.
too.
I wonder
All
if that
right.
was possible. I think probably not. That looked really, really hard, and they had so much going right for them, so they are back into P1. Meanwhile, Olge, up in the top right, are working on their second intermission phase. Cry starts that hack inside his aspect of the turtle. Kel joining him as the second person to make it up to the top. Terrasant, unfortunately, finds one of those Alarma bots, and is going to have to
Oh,
be
he
sent
found
back
it
to
for
the
them.
beginning of the course. Yeah, I found
That's
it,
pretty
you guys.
useful for his team.
Yep.
Tolu's going to get up here quickly because they're all pretty low. Okay, he's just here. I can start topping people off, but team's about to go down anyways, so it doesn't matter. 32% on the boss. Orb of Torment coming out from Terrasant as well, even though he's taking tons of damage, just calling for a heal from his healer. Should be able to finish off the boss here relatively safely. It was definitely a dangerous second phase for them, though, so, you know, one more key level, definitely doable. But look at the timer. It's getting pretty close with that 2-phase, man. I mean, 3 more minutes for a 35?
Well,
That doesn't
done.
work, right? That doesn't line up. They need to actually do it faster than that if they're in the 35 key, because they're it's 8% more health. So, and if they had 8% more time on that, I don't think that quite works out. Let's see, 1.08. Okay, it would be right on the line, actually. So it would be almost exactly on the dungeon timer, just based on the 8% more time from 8% more health, if we use that math. Which is a simplification, but that's going to just go to show you how close it's going to end up being on that plus 35 keystone level. The question actually is that the best place for Olge to go, or should they be looking to get something like a 29 Workshop, a 29 Upper Karazhan on their scoreboard? Because at this point, all of these choices would be worth 1 point. All right, Donuts are going to get to take a nice little victory lap here against the 10% HP aerial oppression unit. They will be joining Olge with that dungeon completed. And the nice thing for Donuts, look at their timer, 34 instead, 34:15, a faster Junkyard, fast enough that they actually clearly have the time they need, and 18 stacks of Shrouded at the end of the dungeon too. That seems to me like the kind of strategy that will scale so well into the 35.
Yeah, and I think something that we can note as well is that damage amp that they just had for Donuts and Despair, I don't think they had Lust for it. So, yeah, that
really?
they could definitely have one phase, right? So, also, I think Cryptics got hit with the Shrink mid-combust on the aerial unit, so they definitely could one phase that. It doesn't seem like it's needed either way. So, yeah, they can definitely scale theirs. They were a minute faster than Olge was, pretty easily. Just got to play it safe, and we're going to see the 35 come out pretty soon here. But yeah, that 34, I think that's the highest key that we've ever seen done in a non-pre-patch scenario in the history of WoW. Just Junkyard.
Pretty amazing. Yeah. I'm curious to see what Ambition's going to end with time-wise on this 34. It's been going pretty smooth so far.
Yeah, the 34 definitely looking possible for them with their unconventional Holy Paladin composition that they are running here. Looks like it is absolutely working out as well. I mean, Ellesmere is pumping out damage on that. The nice thing about this Necrolord build is your wings uptime, especially as you start getting to the Infinity Haste that this dungeon offers, it starts to be pretty much full wings uptime. You're talking about a group where you've got a DK that's got Rune Weapon up the whole time, a Mage that's got Combustion up the whole time, and a Paladin that's in wings the whole time. That does sound like a pretty compelling group comp.
Definitely does.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, we see up in the top left, will be the next team to attempt the last boss. They are sitting on 6 extra minutes to do this, so they have time for a 2-phase. We'll see if they can make the 1-phase happen, as they are sitting on all of their battle reses and their Bloodlust, but only 13 stacks of Shrouded, so they're actually 5 Shrouded stacks behind where Donuts and Despair were at here. That is a lot. It's not a full Bloodlust worth, though. It is a third of a Bloodlust that they are missing, but they are going to get a whole extra Bloodlust from the actual Bloodlust button. I guess the Time Warp button, if we want to be semantic, which I always do.
It's the effect versus name, you know? It's the Kleenex of abilities, right?
We
Absolutely.
love semantics.
Yeah. We go by the brand. Bloodlust was the original.
Yeah, shamans will be suing if any non-shaman group calls it Bloodlust as well. Oh,
That's right.
Angel cited there. Is there one? No, okay, no, I'm mistaken. I saw a big flash of white, but that was actually just the cannon barrage. We are good. Jack is Guardian Spiriting, but he is just fine there as he gets through that fulminating zap on himself.
There's
Wow,
0
look at
deaths
the
so
size
far.
of that tick.
Impressive to make it this far with 0 deaths for I can't remember if there were any for the other ones on the 34s, but pretty clean for
Huh.
All right, so the question is the 1-phase here. The 34 keystone. Is the 1-phase possible? Olge got it to 33% and failed the 1-phase. Donuts and Despair got it to 10%. Can take us that last 10% over the finish line? We'll see if they are even going to attempt it, or if they're going to not bother and save their cooldowns for the phase 1 once they come back out. Jack actually sending the Divine Hymn here and calling for the AMZ to get through this healing just of the intermissions. You can see everybody hacking. Players starting to take those robots to go down as Jack will stay up to finish. Everybody else coming down, getting that shrink into the enlarge. Actually need to make sure that they don't run over Show. Oh, they have the thing down. They need to go and get into this boss right now. I don't think they reacted to this quickly enough. I think that was slightly wrong timing out of them. You can see that Haywire cast is already so low, and it's going to be an uphill battle to overtake this Haywire cast. I think that probably is not going to be possible based on that. But I mean, the Bloodlust is coming in with some big damage here. Maybe
not big enough.
Well, the Warlock's ramping too. There's a lot of Infernal ramp here. But it's not going to be.
There's the damage amping over, though. Oh, my goodness. If they had 2 extra seconds on this, I think they were good. 10%, 9%. So they have the most damage of anybody on this, but it's not going to be enough. 8% is where that stops. And now they have just the dregs of this Bloodlust as they go back into P1. As long as they can survive, they still have enough time on the board here, but it is going to be the slowest plus 34.
It is actually pretty close for I mean, they'll be okay. Yeah. They'll be okay, but this is not fast enough to do a 35. They cannot scale this run into a 35, and that's a 0-death run too, which is kind of scary. So they've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit with the route, maybe play it a little better. Is Shodem dead here? Jesus, the amount of damage on that Warlock here. Not using the Unending Resolve on the Zap there. Not quite sure what he was saving it for. Maybe next key. But Jack able to heal him up. I can't believe he just didn't wall that dot.
Trusting your healer.
80%.
That's what happens when you play with Jack. You just start taking those defensives off your bars. Not necessary.
Look at the mana for Jack. Jack is not chilling on mana. He's running pretty dry pretty soon here.
If you don't use the mana, you know, what was the point of having it, right? That's
true.
Just getting full value out of the whole mana bar.
Any mana left at the end of the fight is wasted.
They're going to be very scared on this intermission phase. Oh, that's actually so good that last zap one on the mage instantly blocks it. They don't have to worry about healing that during this phase. That's very nice for them. Okay, that saves them a lot of headache in this phase here. Okay, they should be okay.
Yeah, they just have to get over the finish line with 1 DPS player alive as well to get 8% off of the aerial oppression unit during the next damage amp phase. So they are going to be okay, but like you said, there are warning signs here. That big problem of this route is not beating the dungeon by enough for it to work on the next key level up. Donuts and Despair were comfortably above that timer. Olds were right on the line, and are underneath it. They are on the wrong side of the plus 35 timer unless they can get that 1 phase to work out for them. Now, that being said, they were so close on the 1 phase, and it looks like they started their damage a couple seconds later than they intended to because they had a little bit of a miscommunication about when to make that push with the enlarge and everything. So if that works perfectly, maybe they can just do the same thing, actually do the 1 phase and time the key as a result. But I don't think they have a route that will successfully time this key on a 2-phase last boss.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. So they'll need to play a little bit better in that 35, and I imagine they're going to be going towards it next because it should be pretty easily timable. I think everyone should be able to do that 35 junkyard, but their strategy, like we've already mentioned, definitely the worst scaling here. Quick look at the 34 Gunker for Ambition here, running into it with 10 stacks. That Holy Paladin doing a great job to keep everyone topped off here. I mean, they look really safe. No problems with the Holy Paladin at all here. And it has looked pretty safe. I mean, the Necro Holy Paladin does do a good job of topping off your group. That is the only thing I know about them. I've heard that they top off the group very easily. That's all I know.
What more do you need?
What more do you need
when you
as a
think
healer?
about it, exactly. Yeah, the power infusion, but the thing is, in Junkyard, you get a power infusion because everybody's choosing haste, and you're getting so many stacks of shock, or not of shockbot, but of shrouded haste. On the other hand, power infusion is even better in here because it does scale the shockbot damage further. So, a little bit of one, a little bit of the other. Here is Donuts though, as they are working on their plus 35 Mechagon Junkyard.
Wait, what is that thing on the Toxic Monstrosity's HP bar? Did you see that? I think it was a Curse of Weakness? Is that
I'm
a
not
Warlock
sure.
ability?
It's not an ability of any Warlocks I play with, to my knowledge.
Huh.
If it is, then I've been deceived. Because I've been told that they can't be doing that, and they need to be pressing their damage buttons. Actually, I know it's a Venthyr Warlock ability. Yeah, Venthyr Warlock's
it is a Venthyr Warlock ability, yeah.
Yeah, but Sven's playing Night Fae, so Yeah, not sure how exactly that Curse of Weakness got applied. We'll have to ask him about it later.
I'm gonna have to write a little message in the Warlock Union Discord here really quick. One strike for spin, manually casting a curse. All right, very good. Moving on.
All right, Ambition are going to be starting up on this plus 34 Bloodlust Zolgamux pull momentarily here. They do have 11 stacks of Shrouded for it, which is nice, but we are crossing over that top of the hour line, so just 3 hours left to start the very last run of the Great Push. And Ambition actually kind of in a little bit of pressure here because they did start this Junkyard a little bit later. They really are going to be in trouble if they end up depleting here, but as long as they end up timing all their keys, they have created enough of a lead that they should be okay.
Exactly. Top of the hour also means it's time to swap casters again a little bit. Dratnos is sticking around, but Zyronic will catch up with you at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Nagura, welcome back.
Hello.
Oh no! Is it
She
too
heard
late to? Is this caster schedule final? Is there room for negotiation here?
You can stick around. I can't control anything.
Oh.
Clearly.
All right. Well, bye, Zyro. I'll miss you tremendously.
Good luck. Stay strong.
Plus 35 keys worth of missing.
Is it both the Moonkins or is it just Nagura that's joining me here?
Just Nagura.
A Warlock player now. It's okay.
All right.
I mean, I did main Moonkin in Castle Nathria, but I've forsaken that for the last couple patches.
It's much better than it could have been. Oh my goodness, Ambition though. It's maybe not going to be much better than it could have been for them. JPC sitting on 2 hit points. Nerf going down as they have had the boss get pulled into Zolgamux. Now I'm not an expert, but I have to imagine that is not the plan here, given that either of those by themselves are already really tough. Are they going to reset this key? I'd have to say probably. Well, they're so far into it, though. 25 minutes into this 34. Maybe they're going to keep it going, but is there time to do Trixie and the last boss? I guess there probably is, right?
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have time. They have to pick up all of their bots somehow. And, yeah, interesting. I wonder if they were... Yeah, because they didn't use Bloodlust or anything on Zolgamux. I wonder... I wonder if they have to rethink on that decision, because that looked really sketchy. And Zolgamux wasn't even low, right? Like, that boss was still on, like, 60% as they were wiping there. They might have been able to continue if they didn't accidentally pull Trixie and Nano, though. So, not sure how that happened.
Ambition need to press Bloodlust in the next minute if they want another Bloodlust at the end of this dungeon, but... They might just be resigned to saying, hey, we're only going to get one more Bloodlust this dungeon, and it's going to be on the end of the HK8 aerial oppression unit. That's what they're going to have to decide here, because they got to pull Zolgamux quick if that's what they want to do. Everybody's been going on their little missions to reacquire their robots. Whew. This is definitely rough here. If Ambition deplete this 34, that is a huge time loss as well, because they're choosing to continue and not restart it here. They are potentially going to be liable to lose 38 minutes in this dungeon, rather than the 26 they could lose if they hearthed right now. So that is a huge, huge advantage for Donuts in Despair to potentially come back in and overtake in this tournament.
And we can also see Donuts in Despair and Ulch fighting Ganker now at 35. It definitely looks doable, but yeah, the damage that is happening on the group is definitely ramping up to really high levels. And I am a bit scared for Zolgamux that Ulch is approaching soon. We'll see how that works out for them, as everyone's just dropping so low from all of that AoE damage, plus the Grievous. I think Grievous is actually a really difficult affix, especially on these high key levels for those teams.
Yeah, that affix in particular, it's kind of like all the seasonal affixes, right? Grievous is always the one that's like, oh, prideful Grievous, right? These affixes are just amplified so much by Grievous because it's the only one they still interact with, yeah. Zolgamux here getting to that next blood siphon for Ambition. This is going to be the nasty one because so much of that trash is still alive. All of the bat CC needed as well. They've done a good job of doing that, though, and they're going to be able to kick this siphon. They are going to get one more blood siphon, but they should be able to kill these other mobs before that blood siphon, so it should be a little bit safer for Ambition as long as they can avoid accidentally pulling that boss again.
And they're out of cheap deaths here. We also don't have an Ice Block on Asuna either. We do have Cloak available for JPC and Anonym Resolve for 1C, but they're definitely running low on defensives here. But yeah, there we go. The last Blood Siphon being casted right now. Let's see if they can survive it and nuke the shield. They nuke the shield actually really fast. So that was not too many ticks going off of that cast.
Look at this. In the bottom left, we have a deviation from the Junkyard meta. Are heading over to Iron Docks instead, which I actually think this makes sense. When you look at their 34 Junkyard, it looked like it was going to be sketch to try and make that 35 happen for them. So I think they may have correctly identified that, hey, the easiest points for us actually come from other dungeons. The problem is, the 35 Junkyard is kind of worth 2 points because it gives you a tiebreaker advantage over any team that doesn't do it. So if another team can actually make the 35 Junkyard work, are going to have tremendous trouble actually overtaking their points total because of that tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's very true. And also, the 29 Iron Dogs is not super easy, right? They definitely were a bit close, I think, in the timer in the 28. And I remember us talking about that they might not have the damage for the 29 at all. So we'll see if they can do this 29. As, everyone's just fighting their way through the junkyard. But the 35, as you said, being basically being 2 points, I think most teams want to go with the 35. So interesting that Ha doesn't even attempt it at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that they still have a lot of time left in the day, right? We still have 3 hours to start new keys, so maybe they're just looking for a little bit of a break from Junkyard. Maybe they want to get some information from the other teams of like, okay, how hard is this 35 really? Like, let's see what it looks like from what the other teams are doing. Maybe during our break, we can go watch some of that VOD. Meanwhile, though, Olds are getting started on this Zolgamux pull. Looks like they actually have an extra piece of trash. Oh, no, look at this. There's an extra mob at, like, no health under there. That's going to Sanguine heal that whole set of other trash mobs. So they're going to have to deal with so many Blood Siphons with all of this trash alive. AMZ is going to come out to try and keep them alive here. Cry actually has the Weave of Warped Fates trinket on. That is the Fate Scribe Cheat Death trinket to try and keep himself alive against this dungeon, and it absolutely was necessary. You can see that debuff on him, indicating it was used.
Yeah, that definitely looks really scary. Zolgamux still being really high, Bloodlust being committed as well. Yeah, I was used on Terrace and on the Warlock, as Unending Resolve is now being used actually outside of the Blood Siphon. Because of some other aggro and all of those mobs actually hitting them as well, as you can see. So this is very dangerous. You see the Rogue not even being able to attack Zolgamux either because of that blaster mob that is still standing on the side shooting. So Rogue having to use stuns and interrupts to make sure that damage doesn't go off in the group additionally.
Yeah, a lot of work needs to get done to get through Zolgamux here. Whew, but we've got 2 teams actually both working on Zolgamux right now, both on plus 35. Donuts and Olge pretty much starting their key at identical times as well. Look at that, 1520 versus 1540 between the 2 teams. So just 20 seconds separating these 2 teams. We might get an MDI finish actually between them at the end of their runs to see who has the faster plus 35, or potentially who times it and who doesn't, based on how close it's looking like this dungeon is going to be. Zolgamux, it seems like, is going to go down for Olge first. Both teams have 1 more Blood Siphon in their future. Ooh, it's so much damage. The Grievous as well, it's so nasty.
Olge trying really hard to survive that last Blood Siphon they're going to get. They're going to be able to finish up the mini-boss now. And Donuts in Despair also getting 1 more. There we go. Last Blood Siphon for Donuts in Despair. Let's see if they can survive it.
Yeah, it's looking okay. Sven nearly going down, but is playing a Warlock and does not die. They get through the last Blood Siphon, and both Donuts and Olge are going to have beaten Zolgamux here. Meanwhile, down in the bottom left, have reset their docks. So they're going to give that plus 29 docks another go here. Ambition, on the other hand, in the bottom right, they are nearing the end of their Junkyard plus 34. You can see they have a renormalizer polymorphed out to the side there, going to tag it to bring it up towards the boss, and then polymorph it again once it's a little bit closer.
Yeah, Ambition now also basically changed up their routes to get more Shrouded buffs, right? They have 15 stacks now at the very end. As the first time they did the 26, they only had 9 stacks. So definitely changed up their routes to get some more Shrouded buffs here for the very end, to make it a bit easier for them. And the timer is looking pretty good. I mean, they have they have 5 minutes left, so they definitely do have enough time if things don't go horribly wrong. But yeah, this boss does do a lot of damage. I think the Paladin probably helping out a little bit, right? We have the sacrifice and delay on hands in case something does go wrong. And they also have some immunities ready in case... Because the most dangerous thing that happens here during the tank buster is if you get the debuff twice in a row, because it does a lot of initial damage as well. Tuna proccing Cauterize, having to use Ice Cold
Cauterize
as well.
and block. What happened there was an alter at full health, which is good. You alter back to full health, but unfortunately you also alter back to wherever you press the button. And there were robots under where he pressed the button for alter the first time, so he altered right back in to what would have been his death had he not had that Cauterize available. The question for me is whether Ambition are going to go for that one phase. They do have Bloodlust available. They do have a Renormalizer available to the side as well. None of our other 3 teams have been able to one phase this on plus 34. We saw Olge get it to 33%. Ha and Donuts both get it to about 10%. The question is if Ambition can get it a little bit further, as they are starting up their run to the top of this gauntlet. Azuna going to use Blink to do it in extra style, although actually going to be the last person to make it all the way to the top there.
It's okay, had to use Sheep and Spell Steal, so...
True.
That's fine, that's fine. So they don't want to trigger this early. We've seen some teams struggle a bit, and also the amount of damage coming out here as well on the group. Ellesmere having to heal everyone up, and the Grievous also being a little bit annoying. Okay, now they're preparing, Flashcraft being used, and Large being spell stolen in just a second. Has to wait for it to go off. There we go.
Oh, they're so quick here.
Now the started.
Big damage now coming out. Azuna in particular, look at him rising on the meters there as that mage with that enlarged spell stolen. What you're looking at is the health bar versus the Haywire cast. Is that health bar at or below where the Haywire cast is at? They're neck and neck with each other. It actually looks like maybe Ambition can do it, though. What none of our other groups have done is find more damage, and Ambition are exactly able to meet that check. Ooh, yeah, they've done it. Wow. The one phase comes out from Ambition, 34.59 is their timer in plus 34 Junkyard, and that has got to feel really good for them. On the other hand, I don't know if that was enough damage to one phase it on a plus 35. That is going to be something that they will have to, it would have to be just on the line for that to be true, right? Whew.
Yeah. Definitely not, didn't look as if it was super easy for them. Definitely gonna be a bit more difficult than a 35. As the Donuts in Despair did finish up Nano and Trixie, Ulch as well, so now they're moving on to King Gabamak as the last boss they have to do before they manage to get to the last boss as well. And they still have to do a lot of trash. Gonna gather some of the Shrouded stacks as well. We see 10 on Ulch and 11 on Donuts in Despair. So only 1 stack difference in favor of Donuts. And then we also have the 2 deaths as well. So that meant that they had to pick up some extra bots on their side, as they had some problems. And you also see a lot of debuffs in the group. No pot available for their Warlock, no cheat death available for their Rogue. Some things did not go great for Donuts in Despair, but still looking really good.
Yeah, I love the way that Donuts, they seem to just conjure these shrouded buffs out of thin air in some of these dungeons. Yeah. They end this one with like 18 buffs. That is, Dorky just hunts down these Dreadlords. He's got the plan to get all of them that he could reasonably grab throughout this dungeon. That being said, you do, even in Junkyard, need to be getting pretty close to perfection to time the Keystone on a plus 35 level. Are 2 deaths already potentially going to be prohibitive for that? I guess Donuts in Despair had the best time in their Junkyard at 34.15, so maybe their route is one that is fast enough that it is resilient to kind of minor mistakes, even on the plus 35 level, which that is really impressive, because plus 35 does not mess around.
Yeah, that is true. We also have Ambition take their first 10-minute break. That means they're going to have to take a 5-minute break again afterwards. But so they're going to discuss what they're going to do. I assume they're going to immediately go into the 35 once they come back. But they probably also want to discuss what to do afterwards, right? Because all of the keys that they can still do are very high. So they could either try to go into that upper or do the lower 29. I don't know. There's definitely some things they can do. But none of that is very
31.
easy.
Streets 31 is where I'd be looking as well. But Ambition, they're definitely in a position where looking at this scoreboard, you might think, okay, they could get 1 point from all these dungeons and they're all kind of equally difficult. But the Junkyard, I think they have to go and do, because that 35 tiebreaker it's basically 2 points. So I think they can't rely on Donuts and Olge both being unable to finish it. I think you've got to assume that those other teams put the 35 on the board, and if that happens, you need to wrestle that tiebreaker back away from Donuts, and you need to go in there and get one more junkyard under your belt. Yeah, our first tiebreaker is aggregate timed keystone level across all dungeons. Okay, that's a lot of big words, so we'll have somebody... I thought highest, like, I think that means the like highest one dungeon you've done. If it's not, then I need to reevaluate what actually the play is going to be here, because I thought the first tiebreaker was just first highest dungeon. Maybe that's what those words mean, and I don't know.
I thought so as well, but...
Okay, so the first one is, yeah, it's not a tiebreaker, it's just the score. First one just means like score, right? Aggregate timed keystone level just means like 180 for Donuts and Despair is their aggregate timed keystone level. So it's not even so much a tiebreaker, it's just like, that's the score. And then what has number 2 next to it, highest timed dungeon per dungeon compared, is the first like real tiebreaker, right? Which is going to be, it's going to be the junkyard, right? Who has the highest junkyard?
Yeah, and even though it is the last tiebreaker, we've already seen that happen, right? We've seen teams be so even that the time actually does matter.
Yeah.
So that actually means that the 35 is pretty important how fast you actually do the key, right? Because if it ever comes to that tiebreaker, no one is going to do a 36 because you can't do that. So being able to do the 35 faster than everyone else does matter a little bit in case that happens and there is a tiebreak at the very end of the day.
Yeah, so if the teams have the exact same dungeon levels all the way across the board, we do go to that final tiebreaker of total, actual dungeon timer time. And yeah, in that case, the junkyard time, it's not going to be we won't just look at that one, we'll look at all of their dungeon times. So, it's going to be, it has come down to that before, as you said. It was crazy. I can't believe how close these teams often end up being towards the end of the day. As teams, they kind of calibrate, right? They look at how far behind they are and then they take risks accordingly. And so often we see these photo finishes at the end of the day because all the teams know exactly what they need to do to put themselves in a position to still try and achieve their objectives. As it stands right now, looking at the scoreboard, I mean, you can see Ambition and Donuts do have several points on Huh and Olge. Huh and Olge are definitely getting close to, just 2.5 hours left. They're starting to get into that range of we need to time every key we start, and we need Ambition or Donuts to start messing up every key they start, which it's starting to get pretty rough between them. But on the other hand, the race between first and second and the race between third and fourth is heating up. Those teams are looking so close to each other in both of those brackets.
Yeah, sure. We do now see Olge on the top right fighting King Gobamak on that 35 key level. And Terrason already had procced the Pot and the Guardian Angel being used as well. So yeah, a lot of damage. You can see that charge smash dropping everyone incredibly low. And then the Rumble immediately afterwards. Look how much damage everyone is taking. There's crazy damage incoming on the whole group here. Looks like they're fine, though. This is the worst combo that he basically can get on that boss fight. It's the second charge smash because it's immediately followed by a Rumble right afterwards. It looks like they used their defensives appropriately, and they are going to be fine for now. The next combo is not that hard anymore. You have a charge smash, and then there's a decent amount of time until the next Rumble's up. But Terrason actually went down. With ending Resolve up even. Just a lot of damage on the Warlock there. And that also means they lost one of the charge smash debuffs, right? So that means one of the coils is not going to be activated.
It looks like Terrason might just before he died, it was able to activate it. But yeah, this is actually, so we're getting to the fourth charge smash here, which is actually right after a Rumble. So this one is also pretty scary. Terrason does need to get topped here. Everybody needs to get topped. Oh, actually, they're just not going to have everybody soak it. Smart. Yeah, we have Immunes coming out from some and Trell just living it. And they are going to be able to get through this. So they don't have all of their coils available. That means they're going to have Grunters starting to come in as soon as that robot turns off here and kills its share of them. But that's okay. They can get through the last little bit here, even with some Gunkers. This is scary. The Grunters here starting to hit everybody. The Binding Shot's going to come down as they just kite a little bit away. Actually, a pretty clever play, though, not soaking that smash.
Yeah, I liked it as well. Just having the Rogue plus Hunter plus DK kind of use their immunities and make sure they don't die. Really well done. As Donuts and Despair is now also on Govamak, they dealt with that Charge Smash plus Rumble combo, and you can see how everyone's dropping really low. Timber struggling a little bit to keep himself alive there, using Guardian Angel as well on himself. But yeah, that was, again, that hard combo that we talked about earlier. So the next one should be okay, but then the fourth one is again a Charge Smash into Rumble. We'll see if they maybe do the same strategy. But they also have a lot more stacks. They have the 16 Shrouded stacks already, so maybe they don't even get to that combo at all, because you can see that boss is dying quite a bit faster for them.
Yeah, Dorky ends up actually not charging up the bot. Ends up having to run over and charge one of the... actually, still not able to even charge here. Still has... He's just going to tank that debuff. You know, says, you know what? I'm a Blood DK. Even on plus 35, I can live this Charge Smash debuff. 12% now on Gobamac for Donuts as they get this nasty fourth Charge Smash right after this Rumble. The Rumble is okay, but now they need to top everybody into this Smash if they want to group soak it, which they do. Yip's actually going to immune it, but everybody else is taking that damage. Somehow they're able to survive it, though.
Yeah, looking good, as they are on the way to the last boss now. And now we will see if there's going to be another one phase. Probably not, because they both use their Bloodlust as well, right? Without Bloodlust, there's no chance you can do the one phase. If any team can do it, it's probably Ambition. But for them, it looked really close on the 34. So, yeah, we'll see. Donuts and Spare and Old's probably going to go for that 2 phase, right?
I think Donuts can do it as well. They have a lot of stacks of Shrouded. If they play for it, if they were to use the Bloodlust for it, they could. But look at their Bloodlust. It is down, so they are not planning on that, right? They are planning to just pull boss and do it the ethical way, the 2 phase. Olds don't even have a mage. They won't have that big renormalizer damage. I think they are definitely hard committed. Even with Bloodlust, I don't think they'd be able to make that push remotely feasible, so they are going to try and 2 phase as well. So both teams are going to need probably 6 or 7 minutes for the, I guess probably 6 minutes for the last boss fight. So they do need to get in there fairly soon, but they do still want to grab their last little bit of trash first.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit close for the teams, as you said, they still have to grab this trash, and those infiltrators have a lot of HP in a 35, as the rest of the trash has as well. So even though you have those shock bots and have that extra damage, it still takes a while to finish that off. You see Donuts in Despair also grabbing that last left pack. Everyone should be having their full bots, so no bots needed anymore, as they didn't really have any more deaths. We have the 1 extra death on Ulge, but that was Terrasan, right? Yeah. So Terrasan needs to pick up some bots on the way, but there's definitely a lot of bots left still in that last area, so he should be fine.
Yeah, I assume that he is charged up as Ambition exit their break and go into Junkyard plus 35 as well. So they are also on this. This time, Ellesmere is off of the Holy Paladin, though. He is back onto the Holy Priest. So they have decided that that is going to be better for their purposes here in the 35, at least. Azuna, you can see this is a great place to go and pick up your first bots if you are a mage, a hunter, even a rogue. You just come down here, grab these robots, and then Invis, Feign Death, Vanish, and run back out. And now you've got a nice shock bot and a grease bot.
Yeah. Looks like Ulge on the top right is now preparing for the last boss, just feasting up, putting health stones down, making sure everyone has all of the consumables available, and then they'll go. They do have enough time, of course. 7
minutes on the clock. They do need to pull kind of soon if they don't want to potentially run out of time if they have a couple deaths type thing. But yeah, they do have a little bit of time to maybe wait for that Infernal. And Infernal is now ready. Have a little strategy discussion. Maybe go check out the stream, see how everybody else is doing.
Get a coffee.
31:30. You know what? Maybe they're trying to 1 phase. Maybe they are waiting for Lust for their phase push, because I don't know why they wouldn't be pulling otherwise right now. If they don't pull in the next few seconds, I think that's what they're going to do, but they are going to pull right now. So this is still the 2 phase plan for Olge. Yeah, I was trying to figure out why they were waiting. Maybe it was just a gavel cooldown or something that we can't see.
Yeah. We also see at the bottom right side, now dealing with the second boss in Iron Dogs. Looking pretty good. Timer, let's see. Timer looks good as well, I think. These tyrannical bosses unfortunately take a really, really long time. So we're gonna have to see. But they have most of the trash done already, so they're only gonna have to deal with a little bit on their way to the next boss. It's just the problem in Iron Dogs, I always feel like, is just the last boss taking so long on Tyrannical. Because you have to play for safety, so you have to finish off Kormar first. and then you get so many smashes, you get punted into the back so many times, and that's just such a big time loss to get all the way back to the boss and not being able to do any damage on the way. So that last boss just cost a really long time, as they proc-cheat death on their road, actually.
Yeah, scary, scary times. Terrasant had also gone down earlier for Olge, so they are going to be without shock bots on him. Luckily, if you're not trying to one phase, you don't really need them. But it's definitely not great, as that fulminating zap dot on him is still hurting, even though that boss is away. They are now heading up to their first intermission. Meanwhile, Donuts are still in P1 of this Tank Buster. They are also not trying to one-phase the boss because they don't have their Bloodlust available, so both teams are going to have to do this twice. So much damage coming out on the target affected by that zap dot.
Yeah, and Zap being cast on the same person twice in a row is incredibly deadly, so need to make sure that that person either uses a big defensive or has a big heal coming out before that initial damage goes out on them. But there we go, intermission now started as well for Donuts and Despair as they walk up to the coil. Olch is just waiting downstairs for Trell to finish off that charge, and there we go. Let's see how much damage they have for that haywire. As we said, they're not going to have the one phase, but they still need to do a decent amount of damage to be able to get the two phase.
Yeah, as long as the boss gets to like 50% or so.
Yeah.
That, of course, 50%. If you just do that twice, that's 100%, according to my calculations. And it looks like they are comfortably below that 50% line. As you get a little bit even more below 50%, you start to get a little bit of wiggle room for not having any cooldowns or for having players dead even and getting over the finish line. They get it down to 33% here, so yeah, they definitely have that flexibility, although they can't just have a full disaster. Meanwhile, on the side of Donuts and Despair, I believe Spen ended up potting during this intermission as they now try and finish off this hack. So much damage from every single tick of this intermission. You can see Yips already taking so much as well. They're going to go back to the start of this area. Who is going to finish it? It's going to be Yips doing the last little tick. They get their enlarge buff ready.
Casted. Very good for them. That means they immediately can trigger the haywire. They also don't have Bloodlust, so that means they're also going to do the two-phase, of course. They're going to have to deal with the renormalizer, making sure it doesn't cast any shrinks onto the players. It's not only that's a shrink, you'd also reduce your damage done, which would be horrible. But yeah, damage looks fine for them as well. Boss is already well below 50%, so they should be fine. If you were Olge, do you think you would commit Bloodlust for this? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, there we go.
Yep, I would absolutely send the P1 Bloodlust.
For the Tank Buster, yeah.
Honestly, the choice is either the P1 Bloodlust or the intermission healer Bloodlust, because you don't need it for the actual HK burn phase, so yeah, absolutely send it on the P1. And that may be actually why they waited to pull the boss, was to have Bloodlust come right up for their second P1. Donuts have no Lust available for a little while, though. They'll probably just press it actually as soon as it comes off cooldown. They will just hit that button, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that does make sense. As Terrasant did get another dot there at the very end, and Terrasant really running out of defensives, as he's been a bit unlucky getting so many fulminating zaps on him. But
he also doesn't have a welding bot, so he's even more squishy than the rest of the group.
Yeah.
All right, they are charging down here, and if Olge can just heal through this, Kel getting really low. If they can just keep healing through this intermission, as Terrasant is also really low. He goes into the seed. He does have Guardian Spirit as well. Talu trying to keep everybody up. They just need to finish this. Don't try and do anything fancy. Don't try and send, your whole group necessarily back to the front. Just make sure you actually finish it, because if you don't do that, you're going to wipe here, and you have so much damage, right? It's a 31%. You just need to get over that finish line. They're going to be able to do that.
So low.
Everybody getting back on here. Trell not necessary anymore. The rest of the group can get that from here. No tank needed, although Life Grip is going to bring Trell into position. The Haywire cast is so much free time here for Olge. With 1 minute left on the clock, they are going to stop the timer and put the 35 Junkyard on the board. Congratulations to Olge on that incredible accomplishment, as Donuts and Despair now in the top left are hot on their heels. Their timer is going to be slower for sure, though. The question is, there's probably no question from here. They're probably good. They have 22% on the HK unit, so unless something goes really wrong here, they should be okay as well.
If you lust, do you think you should be hacking faster?
Yes. Absolutely.
Right?
It's like when you
Yeah.
watch those TV shows and two people are typing on the keyboard at the same time to help hack more efficiently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that reference. I knew it was coming. Impressive stuff, though. 235s done within seconds of each other, though. That's the kind of stuff we like to see on Great Push. Truly great pushes.
Now we
Absolutely.
have on Oshir there as well. That boss can be incredibly dangerous on a 29 if you don't deal with the wolves properly. You can see some of the wolves actually not dead and actually running around still, so they have to be a bit careful. There we go. Now they are dead. They also want to make sure, well, I guess they can't really control it. They do want to have the fixate from the boss on that class that can cancel it, and perfect. That was on the hunter, right? So they managed to get the feign death in. The only target that can't cancel it is the warlock, so they basically just want to avoid that. Other than that, all of them can cancel it one way or another.
All right, so my reading comprehension difficulties have led to us remaking our tiebreaker graphic, and you can see now we have it set up so that even I can understand that the first one is indeed the highest timed keystone that you have. So yeah, that 35 is going to be tiebreaker supremacy for both Donuts and Despair and Olge, unless they're up against somebody else who also has that 35, in which case we will go to the second highest key and all the way down.
Yeah,
That's
and
big,
if you look
like-
at the time, they are fine, right? That knows through the math knows. What do you think about
yeah,
the
so,
29 timer?
They've got 1.5 tyrannical bosses. They've got 8 minutes. I feel like Skullock on 29 tyrannical is something you're looking at like a 5.5 minute encounter.
Yeah?
I feel like Oshir, you're looking at about a 5-minute encounter. They're about halfway through it, so call it 2.5 minutes for that. Oh, it's going to be real close. I think it's going to go right down to the wire, actually, here for as we get to the end of this dungeon. They've got just 7.5 minutes left for this dungeon, and I think they're probably going to need all 7.5 of those minutes, as they are... I mean, these bosses on 29 tyrannical, with no zap bots available to bail you out, just have so much health.
Yeah, and those wolves are not actually dying, it looks
Yeah.
like. Ooh, they're gonna cause some issues.
Mass grip.
As they're out of AoE stuns now. We see a knock being used as well. There we go. But that looked a bit scary. We do have that bloodlust available now for the last boss. But yeah, as you said, that is definitely going to be a bit close. And if you look at the deaths, they only have 1 death on the board. So it's not that they, at least, I mean, it's still possible that they made a mistake, like an efficiency mistake. For example, maybe they didn't get it, all of the trash into the Iron Stars and had to kill it afterwards, right? But I didn't really see any major mistakes going on for them. So if they don't make it here, do you think you go into a different dungeon, or do you think they try to try that again?
I mean, it's tough, right? Because, like, you'd say, okay, this one is clearly going to be hard. You know, we only come back in here once we are out of easy dungeons to do. But then you look at the rest of the scorecard and it's like, okay, we are out of easy dungeons to do at this point, right? The only points that are still available for are hard ones. So I think that it's going to be a tough call for them to make. That being said, Oshir's going down and they still actually have 6 minutes for the last boss. I think 6 minutes should be enough. Once they pull it, it'll be 5:30. I think that's going to be right on the line for them. So we'll see as that 2-chest timer gets passed. Yeah, 6 minutes. 13 stacks of Shrouded as well. So they are doing pretty well on the seasonal affix, at least. They're not going to grab that extra. If you're ever here and you have a bunch of extra time, there is one extra Shrouded mob you can grab over on the other side of the ship that's just hanging out over there. But no interest in that for any of our teams over this weekend. There's actually, we've been talking about this boss as a timer challenge. It's also a surviving challenge. The damage from the other orc in that cannon at the start is so high. They're going to get ready to pull here.
Especially if the same person gets fixated a few times in a row, run out of defensives, and all of a sudden it just does so much damage. You can see, if you take a look at the group's HP, you'll see people randomly dropping really low, and that's usually the person who's being fixated by that cannon. You see Ambition now on King Gobblemuck as well, as they're on their 35 junkyard on the top left side. Looking pretty good so far. 0 deaths on the side, which is great, because they did have some issues early in the 34. They still managed to finish the key. But we were worried they might not actually time it, just because they had I think a full team wipe on Solgamux on the mini-boss.
Yeah, that's something that would be worrying for the 35. On the other hand, you know, just avoid that full team wipe, right? And then everything is going to be just fine. And so I think that's probably their plan. Oh, Jack down for They do land the battle res.
Oh no.
And now Sky is down as well. Now the
this
timer
needs
is
to
a
deal with
serious
Koromar.
concern. Koromar still being alive means that cannon is still active. This fight gets so much less deadly once you have Koromar dead. And are trying to make that happen, but Sky actually going down yet again. Last battle res of the dungeon comes out for If one more player dies, it is over for them. There's no way they'll be able to make that timer. They need to get Koromar dead here, but they're about to get to that next Grand Smash and get sent back to the back of the ship. They do kill Koromar first, mercifully, as they now get sent to the back of the ship. But 3.5 minutes to do 81% of Skullock's health? I don't think I'm a believer. I think this is a deplete for
And if that happens, then how do you come back?
Definitely a deplete now.
Oh,
they
yeah.
lost another.
It is indeed. It is time to town portal for sure.
So do you even have time to catch up at this point? Because we're getting close to, what, about maybe a little under 2.5 hours remaining, and so you figure about 30 minutes-ish per dungeon? Like, that's either some perfect runs with very high keys or the end of the road.
Yeah, are definitely at a spot where they don't have any easy places left to go, so they're going to need these really difficult encounters to actually go their way. Looks like the wipe has finally been called here for them, as they will not waste any more time in this place and go and try maybe this dungeon again, or maybe one of the other dungeons, but at least they're not going to waste any more time on this attempt, which was doomed after that 4th death came out on that fight. That is really demoralizing, though. You hate to see those wipes that late in the dungeon, because you've spent so much time just getting to that point. You got there with so many battle reses, and you end up not being able to do that boss even with all your reses. Got to be something that makes you think, maybe we don't come back here, maybe we go somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should definitely try and do the 35 junkyard, and then afterwards probably try maybe an upper. I don't know, depends on what they practice the most, but the Iron Dogs, in my opinion, looks, even if they wouldn't have lost all their players, it still would have been close. So,
it would have been right on the line,
really hard for them, I think.
I think Streets of Wonder plus 31 is something I'm still advocating for teams to have higher on their priority list as well. I think that's going to be a good place for not an easy dungeon by any stretch, but I think one that's pretty realistic to get in 1 or 2 tries. Looks like are getting ready to go back into the docks, though, so they know they can do it. They are going to give it another shot.
Wow, that's very interesting. But I guess they know they can do this key, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they were on pace
point,
to make that timer happen.
Yeah.
So as long as they know they can do that last boss better than they did that time, it's definitely an understandable play. Ambition getting started on this plus 35 Zul'Gamux, hoping this time that they don't pull the boss by accident as well. They're going in with 7 stacks of Shrouded. So quite a bit, but not as many as some teams have had for Zul'Gamux on some of our earlier runs.
Yeah,
Here's
where
that
do you
first
think,
Blood Siphon.
Where do you think Donuts and Despair is going? I guess you want them to go to 31 lower, 31 streets.
Yeah.
That would be a bad decision.
So I imagine that both Olge and Donuts are on their breaks, if I had to guess what's happening here. I think once you put that 35 junkyard on the board, it's a great time to take your mandatory break. Once they come out of it, yeah, I would advocate for Streets. I think Streets is good. Streets also gets you that second tiebreaker, too. So if you end up being compared to somebody else who's got a 35, you want your Streets to be your next best key. You want that to be the dungeon you spent time in to get that tiebreaker bonus. So yeah, if I was Donuts, I think I'd be looking at 31 Streets of Wonder as the next place to go.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think they can also do a higher workshop still, but that would be a 30, right? So 31, if they have to choose between 31 streets and 30 workshop, then if it's the same difficulty in their mind, they should definitely go for the streets. But Ambition now has to finish off this key. Any more mistakes as the Blood Siphon drops as soon as so low. That just does so much damage. But it looks like the Priest maybe was the better choice again, as it looked quite a bit more sketchy with that Holy Paladin before. Not sure what it was exactly, but yeah, Priest looking pretty good here.
Yeah, the Holy Priest throughput is absolutely great, and the power infusions as well are nice, but they are going to get that last Blood Siphon cast, actually, unfortunately, at a sliver of a health bar. Zolgamux recasting Blood Siphon, very frustrating for Ambition. They do eventually break through and interrupt the final second of that cast, as they now go into their next pull, finishing off the last little bit of Zolgamux here. And yeah, they're making good time in this dungeon. They've got a lot of count already. They do still need to do 3 bosses, though.
They're also letting the Overclock go through here. Overclock is a cast that makes everyone... I think it's a haste buff on everyone, though, on all of the mobs around. So technically you can let it go through, and then the mage can spell steal it for a little bit of damage boost. But then you also need to use the Master Spell from Priest to make sure that the rest of the Overclocks is being removed. Especially if there's something like a... the big mobs that cast the AoE that I keep forgetting the name, the crawlers.
The weaponized crawlers there, yeah. Those things are, I believe, permanently banned from being pulled on plus 35 Fortified Grievous. So I think that that's something that we're not going to see anybody mess around with. Yeah, maybe once this tournament's done, we could just hop on the Tournament Realm real quick and just go see what that looks like, because I have to imagine that every single tick of that shock coil is lethal.
And the frontal probably as well, the target.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so now they are in that ganker area. I would assume they're not going to pull any of those slimes. We've seen teams try to avoid them as much as possible because of the huge AoE damage they're casting. So we'll see how they deal with this.
Ooh!
Hey,
Streets
there we
of
go.
Wonder.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
there we
go.
go. Streets.
So 31.
Yes.
Donuts heading on over to the next highest keystone that they could do. Of course, Junkyard, they can't go back there. We don't have 36 keystones. We're all out of stock on those. So next thing they can do is Tazavesh Streets of Wonder. Uh-oh, Dorky.
Oh.
Whoops.
All right,
intentional. It was intentional.
Good testing. Good testing of you know what? Maybe not Streets of Wonder. Let's go somewhere else. It's a silly dungeon.
That's such a good POV.
I think did he miss the portal as well? I think he missed.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd.
Okay. All right. Not to worry.
Yeah.
No problem at all. Everything is just fine here for Donuts in Despair. You haven't seen anything.
Right, yeah, the 31 streets, it's definitely, like, it has a lot of hard boss fights, I think. Especially the male boss. We saw, under 30 even, we've seen some teams just fully get one-shot by some of those combos, by the soaks, and also by just the fan mail cast, the channel AoE cast. So we'll see how they do with that one. Especially because under 31 it probably also takes longer, so maybe you get another rotation of AoE cast. You maybe have to do one more set of bombs as well. So yeah, that can be very difficult. And I also think Tyrannical, specifically in streets, one key level difference adds so much more time just because there's so many boss fights, right? So if you have a 31 versus a 30, I think it adds like almost close to a minute on every single boss. And yeah, that is going to make it close on time as well, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. By no means is this a free dungeon. One of the things that's so good about it, though, is you can get so many Shrouded buffs in Streets of Wonder. It's sort of like Junkyard, where I think that Donuts in particular are really good at abusing that and just making sure that they are doing all of those boss fights with 15 stacks of Shrouded, making it a little bit less of a problem. That being said, there's still not any room for error on this Keystone level, so they are going to have to play pretty close to perfect, I think, to get this one on the board. Maybe there's a little bit of flexibility, maybe even the 32 is possible, but by no means is this one of those easy keys or anything like it.
Yeah, and on the first boss, they're not going to be able to get a lot of Shrouded stacks, of course. So that's why we also see 3 humans being played. All of the damage dealers are picking that human racial to get out of the containment cell whenever it is being casted on them. But you can still get unlucky, right? For example, the Warlock could be targeted twice in a row, doesn't have the racial available. You still have the potion that they can use, the Unhindered Passing potion. I believe they have that available on the Tournament Realm. So that is another possibility, but you kind of don't really want to use it because then you can't use a damage potion. And on a high Tyrannical key, especially when you commit Bloodlust as well, not using the damage potion is a pretty big loss.
Yeah, especially for I think that's something where like you probably just want to potion your cooldowns on pull, but maybe you hold on to them, especially if you are that warlock without stuff like Feign Death and you just have the one human racial.
Maybe, yeah. I wonder if
I guess
they're
the
doing
turtle.
that.
Yeah, for
Because you
like,
do have the racial, so you can say, oh, well, I can get out of it once. But if you get targeted twice, you really don't have anything anymore, and it is a really big damage loss for your group if they have to focus a containment cell. And I wonder if you can even do it in time on a 31 tyrannical. I don't know how much HP that cell has, but probably a lot.
Yeah, if you kite it far enough away and put your damage into it, I'm sure you can get it in time. You can even life grip the person that's in the cell further away so that they are even further from where the boss is, but it's not nice. It is something that you really do not want to have to do. Ooh, Cryptic's actually applying curses to this pack as they're walking in here. You can see a Curse of Weakness and a Curse of Tongues on some of these enemies on pull here, so it's not just spend. Both of the players that play Warlock, actually, Donus in Despair has 3 Warlock mains, but all of them seem to be willing to apply curses as needed, or maybe they're just trying to avoid getting threat on pull.
Yeah, because I mean, I understand the Curse of Tongues, right? But the Curse of Weakness, that's a bit too much, honestly. Like, I don't understand that one. But yeah, there we go. They are pulling the mini boss into this big trash pulley, a double pull plus mini boss. So that can be slightly dangerous, as they also commit the Bloodlust here as well. We've seen a lot of different Bloodlust usages here in the first room. Some of them used it on a trash pull before this one, and then some of them for the boss as well. So, Olch having some more issues, unfortunately, as they're town portaling out again. This is just so much time loss for Olch. As had some issues with Solgamax there, it looked like.
Yeah, Olch are gonna indeed hearth out, and we'll see if they decide to keep attempting this Iron Docks, or if they'll go somewhere else, as, Docks for both Ha and Olge are their next choices. Ambition, on the other hand, are working on...
Ha. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ha that wiped again. Okay, good.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I realized as I was saying it, hang on a second, that's a different team.
I was trying to see Olge jump in there, too.
Yeah, interesting.
So
why do you
Ambition
think they're going for the Iron Docks, both of them? It seems like an interesting choice to me. I personally wouldn't be choosing that dungeon over others, but obviously they practice different dungeons different amounts of time, so maybe they're just really comfortable in there and not very comfortable in other keys, or maybe it's the timer. Maybe,
right, yeah, if you think about like attempts per hour, you can get the
Yeah.
most attempts per hour in the shortest timer dungeon, which is
Yeah.
Iron Docks, so that could make sense as well for the teams here. This Gunker with 13 stacks of Shrouded and with Bloodlust actually looks so much safer for Ambition than it did for teams that were attempting it with 4 stacks of Shrouded and no Lust, which we have seen some of the other teams do. Just look at that ticking damage every time. Every couple seconds, Gunker hits everybody in the party for a bunch of damage, and with all this haste, though, Ellesmere is topping everybody easily between each of those ticks.
Yeah, but that is still just so much pressure on the healers to keep everyone alive. And not just in the junkyard either, it's all of those high keys. The damage just becomes ridiculous on the groups. So the healers definitely having a lot of pressure to keep everyone alive. Because on the lower keys, it was mainly about 2-chesting and attempting to 3-chest. And then it was mainly about damage, right? And the incoming damage wasn't too much. We just wanted to deal with everything as quickly as possible. So the healers were kind of chilling, just buffing people with PIs, putting Guardian Spirits on everyone, and Fey Guardians. But now on these high key levels, now it's their job to keep everyone alive so they can do damage. Because, this is no fun, especially on these high tyrannical keys as well, where the bosses just do so much damage.
Or is it the most fun for healers? I don't know. Healers, sometimes they are all about just... cranking out that huge HPS throughput that these fights are looking for.
It's true, actually. I had a healer complain in our guild that they nerfed the bosses in September. He's like, oh my god, there's nothing to heal anymore. And I'm like,
Yeah, some healers just kind of built differently. They're all about these fights just being brutally difficult. And if you're looking for that kind of fight, plus 35 keys are absolutely where you find it, as Ambition getting started on their third boss here, Trixie and Nano, fighting behind this little bit of terrain to help manipulate the bosses and make them not as nasty in terms of the abilities they'll cast.
Yeah,
Get
really like
Nano
the
to-
strategy. You
yeah,
can also
run
do this
on
on
over.
live servers if you feel like it. Because the mecha cycle is completely avoided in line of sight, the Taste, if you don't have any interrupts anymore. So pretty easy to deal with all of those mechanics as long as you have something against the Mega Taste. If you can interrupt it with something like Vanish or Feign Death, or you have an immunity, otherwise you're gonna have to walk all the way out and find the cloud, smoky cloud that Nana put down. So yeah, that's the only downside of this strategy. Otherwise, it's really, really nice to tank it here. And remember to put Curse of Tongues on that boss as well if you're a Warlock. Or just play Vanguard, honestly, that's easier.
Yeah, I don't know if I would endorse that plan, but definitely a valuable place to put that curse. Nano's going to head away here during that rollout cast, but Nano at 23%, they can probably kite it for a bit if they kill Trixie first here. So, although Nerf is actually not playing Fae, unlike other Blood Decays in that dungeon in particular, Nerf is still a Kyrian believer, so he actually doesn't have Soul Shape to kite Nano with. If they kill Trixie first here, they are going to deal with quite a bit of group damage, so you can see the damage largely swapping back over to Nano here, as they're attempting to kill them roughly at the same time. Yeah, here comes... Oh, a Bolt Buster cast as well. That's nice for them. No autos for a little while. They are going to be just fine. Ambition, one boss left to go to put this 35 on the board and secure that highest score and best tiebreaker status once again.
I just saw Tyrosand go down, and I was thinking, like, I looked at the Divas and I was like, huh, did Tyrosand already proc Cauterize and Hot Tender? And then I realized he's a Frost Mage, so he doesn't have either of those things available to him, which is probably the biggest downside of playing Frost Mage, if you really think about it.
Yeah, Olja have been using that Frost Mage in docks. They have a couple of cool, nifty tricks that they use. Maybe we can point one out later when it shows up in the area right after the Iron Stars. They do some cool stuff with their Warlock Gate in that area. Ooh, Carr going down for Huh. Ends up taking the battle res here. Just one left for Huh, but we know that this dungeon, you know, they needed 4 battle reses on the last boss last time, so hopefully they can end up not having anything further go wrong for them and keep the speed up in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely really close. Even if everything goes perfectly, timer is still somewhat close. So they don't want to see, even though small mistakes are not great for them, as Ulj is also attempting the 29 Iron Dogs and they are fighting that first boss. But I do think we should take a look at Ambition because they are about to get to the last boss for their 35 Junkyard, and that's going to be a very important key for them. Well, it's an important key for all of the teams, but if they have anything go wrong here and they have to attempt this 35 again, then that would be an incredibly big time loss for them, and they don't want to have that happen. As they deal with the last flashback here, and yeah, the timer's looking good.
So a problem here, they tried to polymorph this renormalizer, but unfortunately it got into the pull, so it's taking AoE damage. So they actually don't have a polyed renormalizer. They need to do something like stun and grip it out or something like that in order to prevent it from being killed with the rest of this group. You can see it's got that skull marker on it. They actually need to find a way to not kill it, but you know, managing that while trying to survive in this pull is actually going to be pretty tricky for Ambition. You can see actually Azuna is just spam polying it. This is a great play to prevent a mob that you don't want to die from dying, because it heals for a tick instantly every time you poly it. So even though that poly keeps breaking, by doing that spam polymorph, they're going to be able to keep that renormalizer from dying in this pack, and they can use it for the enlarge later.
Yeah, it did break my heart a little bit because I saw Asuna had spell stolen that enlarge, because it makes the character bigger. Right now, Asuna has it as well. And then you just saw him spam sheep while having the 100% damage increase on him, which is not the greatest thing you want to be casting whenever that happens. But either way, they did manage to finish it off now and have the renormalizer as well, as they're dragging it all the way up. Another enlarge cast, perfect for them, as they can immediately pull the boss. Looks like they are. I mean, it makes sense, because they can't really... They can wait for cooldowns here, but they can't eat up or drink up because they are in combat with this renormalizer, right? So...
I wonder if they think the one phase is possible. I mean, this is the only team that one phase the 34. I wonder if they're going to go for it here on 35. They have 3 minutes still on their Bloodlust, so maybe not. Maybe they are just going to do the old 2-phase, because they have so much time on the clock. They have time for a 2-phase if that's what happens for them. We'll see how it exactly works out once they finish this P1.
think that's the safest play for sure, because then you do have the Bloodlust. Oh, one's actually dropping really low from that zap. Yeah, I think the safest play is to have the Bloodlust for the second phase 1, just to make sure you get through it fast enough, you don't get a lot of those saps on the players, and also supporting the healer as well. But we'll see what they decide to do, as this tank blaster is dropping lower and lower. But yeah, those divas are doing so much damage to your group on that 35 key level.
Oh, we have a death coming in for Donuts and Despair as they're fighting these core hounds over on the heading left instead of right after the first boss.
Purgatory?
Unfortunately, the whole team is now going to wipe. That's probably going to be a reset for Donuts on their cool plan. I like going that direction. I think you should this season. I think it's a great direction to go. You get a lot of Shrouded buffs over on that side, nice and early, but certainly don't want to end up getting all killed like that. So try not to do that if you are doing that dungeon.
Yeah, so if you guys are watching, not do what the players are doing.
Whenever they die,
Great
do a
advice.
different
Great
thing.
advice.
Do a different thing than whatever caused them to die. All right. Olge here, Terrasant actually using Alter, double blink to get forward and start this next combat, and then altering back so that they can bring a pretty far forward pack into these Iron Stars. Their final Iron Star going to be used to great effect against all of these enemies that he is fleeing from currently. Trell grouping that last Ogron into the spot as well. Terrasant getting life gripped away as he does have threat on all of them. Trell taking a lot of damage here too. They need that Iron Star to land, and it does. Big damage coming out for Olge from that dungeon mechanic. Meanwhile, Ambition in the top left. Is this one phase going to happen? Bloodlust comes off cooldown. Frost Nova breaks that renormalizer. They wait for that enlarge cast. Here it goes. Spell stolen instantly. They go into the boss. The Bloodlust gets popped. They are going for the one phase here. They are not going to mess around. They are trying to kill this boss in just one intermission phase. We are watching that health bar and that Haywire bar. Can the health bar catch up to the Haywire cast? It is so difficult on this key level, but Azuna's doing so much damage.
It's looking possible.
It's
the shifting
definitely
power.
really close still.
Onesie as well. Oh my gosh. If they can keep it up, I think they might do it. They're going to do
5%,
it.
3%,
there
they've
we
done it!
go.
Oh my goodness,
Oh my
Ambition
God.
has so much damage. The one phase of the last boss on plus 35 keystone level. Ambition just conjuring damage there. Nerf doing 28k?
That is just a flex.
Gracious.
That is.
Oh, maybe this is overall
pure
now.
Oh,
flex.
Either
yes.
way,
Yeah.
still. It's
Wow.
some crazy damage coming out from Ambition there. That is going to catapult them into the lead with a tiebreaker equal to what Donuts and Olge have now as well there on that, at least that first tiebreaker again, which is highest keystone level.
That is a statement for the end of their time in Junkyard, though. Wow.
Yeah, that's very impressive. The thing is, it didn't actually matter that much, right? Because they could have also timed it in 2 phases. But if it ever comes to a tiebreaker, then they're by far the fastest now, right? Which it could technically matter if Donuts and Despair end up having the exact same score and the exact same key level in the dungeon as well. So we'll see later on if it comes to that. But unfortunately, Olge did have some issues on the top right side as they had 2 players go down on that pull that they're doing right now, and they decided not to reset. So they released their priest and the mage released, not mage, sorry, who's missing? It's a warlock. Okay, so they are running all the way back because you spawn at the entrance whenever you
the
release
sleeps
here,
as well.
so- Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
That's
2
a
infiltrators
long walk.
left here, so in theory these don't do any AoE damage, so they shouldn't necessarily need a healer for them, but these mobs heal with that Vampiric Claws, so they are going to be able to actually take one of them out as the rest of their group finally returns here, and this is the part that I was going to highlight as well.
Oh,
If they...
sleep puddle.
Oh no!
So-
In the cannon area! Okay, he's fine.
Okay, looking good.
Not to worry.
Scumbag sleep puddles.
So this is the tech to which I was referring to earlier that we're going to see. Unless Olge decides to town portal right now, which TBH, I think they should. I think they're
They should,
probably
I think
depleted
so
at this
as
point.
well, yeah.
But if they don't town portal, we can see the play that they've got going for. Look at this. They're going to head over. They've got a little Warlock gateway set up in this area. And what you can do is once that cannon barrage on the other side stops, you can actually just gateway on through these crates. Iron Crates have nothing on Warlock magic, and they can just go straight into this pull and skip the big Oberon as well. That big Oberon that is between these two pulls, pretty nasty enemy to fight. And so Olge don't have to fight it. You can see that Oberon Laborer over there doing a good job of guarding that side, but that side's not the way that Olge went. This is a big little move that they have to get through this dungeon in a really cool way.
Well, I think it's about time again. We're getting to the hour mark. As Donuts in Despair try to take on Zalgamux over there in the upper left to swap casters yet again. We've got Makes and Tettles coming in. Nagura, Dratnos. You can stick around as long as you want, obviously, but I'm just saying. You don't need to. If you don't
Thank you.
I'm out of here.
Okay,
GL.
bye.
GL.
I mean,
Later.
I need a break after that 35-1 phase as well. That's just
Understandable.
Wow. I don't even know where they got that damage from. It just seemed to come from thin air.
I have a question. Is Han trolling by not doing a 35 junkyard?
See, I was thinking about this earlier.
Maybe.
Their 34 time looked really, really close. So I think maybe they think they can't do it, and before they're going to run into a wall for hours on end, they're trying to conjure points from other dungeons, which isn't the worst idea to me, but at some point during today, they have to go back in that 35.
Yeah, you're going to need it at the end of the day, though, right? Like, you can... I mean, I understand maybe you want to take a break a little bit from it, but they need to have a 35 in that dungeon, don't they?
It's the easiest dungeon, I think, to get score from, too. It's just so weird that they bailed on it. What did the other casters think earlier whenever they swapped to a Doa?
I mean, there was a little bit of a surprise, but I think it's the same thing that Mix was saying, right? Where it's like, that time was kind of close. Maybe they see the Iron Docks as a way to get an easy point, regroup a little bit, and then maybe go back to it later.
I guess. I just think it's going to come back to bite them later on. It's one of those things.
I think everyone's in agreement there.
Yeah, it was kind of similar to the Ambition starting an Upper Karazhan thing, which I still think was. I don't think that they're going to be punished for it because Donuts in Despair ended up having to zone out of their streets a couple of times. But say Donuts in Despair, if they were able to time this 31 streets in one attempt, and Ambition kind of wasted something in the order of 15 minutes at the beginning of the day, then it would be okay, that was medium risk, low reward play for them to start an Upper Kara. I don't think anybody would complain if Ambition went to Upper Kara after their Junkyard Fest, but
sure.
It just didn't make sense.
I mean, do you think they're going to go there after presuming they finish the 31 streets? It seems like Upper is the way to go, or what do you think?
You go ahead.
We have seen the 31 streets be nearly done, I want to say. It was very, very close for another team, and then not timed due to an interrupt. So I feel like they know that this 31 in streets is probably easier than what was happening in that Upper Karazhan. So they're trying to right now see, like you were saying, Tettles, which dungeon gives them the highest reward with the lowest risk. I don't think there are real high reward, low risk dungeons out there anymore for them, because all of the dungeons are somewhat risky. But I feel like they're trying to kind of figure out which one is the most worthy to go to right now.
Yeah, so for just in my mind, the easiest dungeon is obviously 31 streets. Then I think 32 streets may be the second easiest dungeon. It's actually kind of close at that point. So if we're looking at Ambition, their easiest points after, I think, the 31 streets is 30 Upper, and then from that point it's probably 30 Iron Docks. I don't see them going to 31 Workshop. Then maybe 30 Lower Kara, 31 Workshop, or maybe reverse the two. And then for Donuts in Despair, it's obviously 31 streets. And then I think 29 Lower Kara is probably their second dungeon. But
yeah, makes sense.
Their Lower Kara has been kind of tough all weekend. And then after that, it's 30 Workshop for Donuts in Despair.
Really? So I mean, yes, I think they should also do that, but I feel like Donuts in Despair also have the chance to put their Upper into a 31, because their 30 Upper looked so good. And I mean, of course they now have 2 more hours to start dungeons, right? So they need to be really sensible about how much time they have and where they want to spend it. But if they had all of the time to do it, then there's a lot of dungeons I would see them go to, technically.
I just don't agree with 31 upper being an easy key, and I think you can sink a lot of time into it very easily.
I mean, it looked easy when they did it, right? So,
Well, it's a dungeon.
I mean,
it's not necessarily an easy key. I mean, none of these are.
we're also
But
really going to
for
see a lot of
what-
like team preference come through.
This is
too,
a
right?
premium.
Yes.
Like we were
Yeah.
watching progression keys probably at this point. We were watching teams like
Yeah.
reset a couple of times in a dungeon, and it's just one of those dungeons. Upper Kara, it's easy to sink 2 hours, 3 hours into, and still just not even be able to time the 31. That's more the issue. Where
I mean, yes,
Streets, I'd rather
but
than go to Streets
again,
32. May as well.
So my other question is, were the
their 30
affixes
just looked
different?
so good.
Were the affixes different enough in the time trials for Workshop to make 31 not a possibility this weekend? Because Ambition did finish a 31 in time trials.
I think that quaking is very difficult for the second boss, for the third boss in particular with their squirrel bombing strategy.
True.
On top of that, they were very close on the timer in time trials, and just from talking to some of the teams, that is a dungeon that I also think like Workshop and Upper Kara, I think, are the dungeons that you can sink a lot of time into whenever you're pushing that really close to cutting edge relative to the gear we have and relative to the affixes, and so that's why I think that they wouldn't want to try that again.
Fair enough.
So, question: Ha are currently on their break, yes?
Seems that way.
Yeah, I don't know where
doesn't
they
seem
are.
they're
Probably.
starting anything.
Where
they're on break,
are they
yeah.
going after this, do you reckon? Like, obviously it's like a different conversation, right? Ambition and Donuts and Despair are fighting for honor and the title, because I think at this point both of these teams are going to qualify, unless maybe a lot of stuff happens and either Ulj or Ha gets in there, but right now it looks very much like that. And then
There's 2
Ulj and
hours
Ha
left, you know? You never know.
are just fighting for third and fourth place. So right now, based on their scores, Ulj would win because of the 35 tiebreaker. So if Ha wants a chance to beat Ulj, they either need to have more points or need to have better tiebreaker setups. So where do you think they're going to go after this, Tettles?
Well, I'm still of the opinion that them leaving Junkyard to go to Iron Docks doesn't make much sense. I would almost describe it as like a pretty bad play. I think that them
We
bailing.
see a green dot on the leaderboard.
Where are they?
Sorry. They're in
Oh, they're
Iron
back in
Docks.
Docks.
Going back.
It makes sense that they're going to continue in this Iron Docks, but like, I don't like it. I think it's bad, but it does make sense that they're here.
They really believe
right.
in their ability to get a point here, at least. So, but if they don't do it now, you're really running out of time. You know, if they don't do it now, then you're like an hour and a half remaining to start dungeons, and it's we got to think about placement too. There's obviously like a little bit of money on the line between third and fourth, and in first and second. You like to have the pride of coming out first in the region. So as far as Donuts and Despair and Ambition goes, they're fighting for that a little bit too, besides the little bit of cash.
Bragging rights, right? Like, you want to beat the other team just because. And of course, there is also prize money, but
Well-
mostly it's bragging rights.
You can also put it in your stream title. I watch Dr. J do this every single season. It's great for the stream viewers to know that you
Yeah.
placed whatever you placed. I respect it. I mean, these teams are prideful, right? Like it's something that they take a lot of pride in showing off
Hey, that's
how
an
much
affix.
they've practiced. Okay, not that kind of prideful. The teams love showing off how much
Sorry.
they've practiced and like showing the viewers just like what is their absolute best.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, bragging rights. You want to be the one to say, hey, we won an A Cup. Like, we're the #1 NA team in TGP.
Yeah.
That's a cool thing to say.
You know something that's
Greatest
funny?
pushers in the Americas.
I think
That's funny.
Ambition. So they didn't rip the Donuts and Despair's route exactly in Streets, but they ripped
Ooh,
the
spin goes
go.
down.
They ripped the go left strategy that Donuts and Despair put up day one, and everybody was kind of. I heard this. Everybody was kind of like, oh wait, that route's a lot faster than our route. And so now basically all of the teams are doing this double infiltrator 4-cap pull. It seems super good. Well, actually, you end up getting 3 infiltrators here, and then just kind of pulling it into this menagerie area.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. It allows you to get that event started back there and then just walk right in, similar to how it was before, where teams would kind of group up a big pole right in this entrance area here, just now that they're getting all these infiltrator, and that's of course going to give them another buff as well.
I think the only thing that's different about the two routes from what I can see right now is Despair plays Zul'Gurmux, where Ambition is still on the no Zul'Gurmux train that they've been on for most of this weekend.
Yeah.
They generally have been pulling it less than their competitors, is what I mean whenever I say that.
Yeah, they don't really seem to find it all that worth, and as a melee player, I can see where they're coming from. I just want to say that. It's not as fun if you always have to dodge out. Donuts and Despair did have a death here. Spen did go down during this boss fight, but it looks pretty stable right now. So, Ult right now on Oshir in their 29. They should finish very much in time. 4 deaths on the clock. But I'm just looking at what their timer was in the 28. And that was well within the time. So they had like, I think, a half minute, 2.5, like 1.5 minutes more that they could have done.
Yeah, that seems about right. Old in the top right, like you were saying earlier too, on Oshir here, they're looking a bit close on their timer, but I think it's fine. Whenever we had Hun here, they were also going to be close on their timer whenever they had deaths on the final boss, but they were kind of in a similar spot whenever they pulled Oshir. Just on a 29 Tyrannical, this encounter takes a very long time. It looks like Terrasance is channeling the town portal. Something going wrong, actually. I wonder what happened to force them to town portal there. It looked like the Rylak had gotten broken or something? Or the death on Kel and not having a battle res for him?
Yeah, I think that must have been it. That they decided that the death on Kel, they just would spend too much time for manning Oshir.
Yeah, that's
so.
Yeah, they can afford
for sure,
that.
Yeah.
They decided to do it again. I mean, to be fair, like that's kind of what you have to do at this point. But it's very frustrating to do this like 25 minutes into a dungeon.
Their run was a bit scuffed, you know. They had people running back all the way from the beginning in the middle of that key. They can absolutely have a better and more clean run.
Yeah, it's just that they're losing time, right? So we have 1 hour and roughly 45 minutes to start the last key of today. And if you're now spending like 25 minutes into a key without getting another point on the board, then that's definitely hurting you. And that's exactly what Ha needs to get that extra point in favor of Ult.
I have a question, Makes. How do you feel? Okay, so we can actually compare kind of the Zul'Gurmux versus no Zul'Gurmux route from Donuts and Despair and Ambition. So Donuts and Despair, they finished their first boss split at 10:22, where Ambitions finished theirs at 9:20. Donuts and Despair have a little bit more count from killing Zul'Gurmux, and they also have 3 stacks of the Infiltrator buff. Do you prefer the minute of time, or do you prefer like the 3 stacks and the a little bit of count?
Well, if it means I have to fight Zul'Gurmux, I think I prefer not having the stacks. It's not fun. You don't get to do damage, and there's a big shield. You waste so much healing into it. It doesn't feel efficient.
Yeah.
And I think it probably is if you look at what Donuts and Despair is doing, and that they're having this extra 3 stack, which is obviously going to make them a little bit stronger across the board, but
yeah,
it's just not fun to play that mob. I feel like not as a melee anyway.
With how many runs have ended against Zul'Gurmux, I'm a little bit surprised teams keep prioritizing it. I mean, I guess it does come down to count and stacks, right? And time to a certain extent, but definitely seems like a run killer for sure.
Numerically, though, it gives you around 4,000 single target DPS just for killing it, which is a very high amount. It's just group wide, obviously, which is a very high amount of group wide DPS. It's still not clear whether or not that 2.5 minute mob that you end up. It's like 2 to 2.5 minutes with this kind of gear, and sometimes you end up having to bloodlust it. Very infrequently can you play it with any notable trash, otherwise it's going to be at 100% health once you finish the trash. I don't know. It's not
So-
super clear.
The thing is, are you going to make use of that extra, you were saying 4k DPS across the team? Because Ambition, notably, we just got proof of that once again in that 35. They're a team that has insane amounts of damage. Like, all of these players are just able to really squeeze every bit of DPS out of their class. Is it really a question of we need this extra DPS to deal with the bosses, or is it much more, hey, we want to be efficient and we want to utilize our defensives, our offensives, and so on for other stuff rather than getting that little extra buff?
Well, funnily enough, it looks like Ambition's still going to maintain that 1 minute time lead coming out of the menagerie area. So we can just look at second boss splits in the top 2 boxes. Donuts and Despair finishing at 17:30 on their menagerie split, where Ambition, they're going to be finishing around that 16:30 mark. So even though you should, in theory, have more, you definitely should have more single target damage because you have more stacks, it doesn't look like it's directly translating to more time saved. Okay, so they saved 5 seconds. Do you really want to play Zul'Gamux for 5 seconds of gain on the boss? I don't know about that.
See, that's what I
more
mean.
count for donuts too, so
It is a little
more
bit more
time was
count.
spent on that.
Sure, that is true. It's somewhere in the range of like 18 count, I think, in this dungeon.
Yeah, so it might end up being like effectively similar total dungeon time wise, even if less count for Ambition to this point gives them a little bit faster boss kills. I don't know.
Depends
I'm,
on-
I'm no
we're gonna
math
see,
expert.
We're not math nuts, right? But we're gonna see after
That's
this
right.
dungeon where the
Need
teams
math
land in terms of overall completion. And I think that's really where you can like draw a line and be like, okay, so yeah, this is maybe more efficient or this is maybe more efficient. But you have to keep in mind how the dungeons play out. So, for example, Spen going down during a boss fight for Donuts and Despair, of course,
Yeah.
also cost them a little bit of extra time. I mean, he was instantly rest, but if he had sent cooldowns at that point, then there was damage being lost, which otherwise would have gone into a boss leading to a faster kill. So maybe they saved more than 5 seconds.
Sure, yeah, that's absolutely true. And it also comes down to, does that little bit of trash differential actually correlate in like one fewer pull? Because if it actually saves you a pull in the long run, then you're going to save more time on the back end. But then it's also hard to like factor in how much time you're going to be losing based on like desyncing of cooldowns and how many CDs you're actually going to have to commit to Zul'Gamux. That's why it's not super
Yeah.
clear. These routes are not solved yet.
That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, teams are making their way towards the Postmaster right now. Notably, Donuts and Despair are in there already finishing off the Postmaster trash, whereas Ambition is still on the way over there. And then in the bottom split of the screen, we actually see 2 teams in that Iron Docks. And Olch already was in this key, and they were on 25 minutes at Oshir when a player died and they didn't have a battle rest, so they committed to redoing this dungeon, whereas Ha, who's currently tied for points with Olch, was able to move on, and obviously they still haven't finished this dungeon either, but if they are able to finish this dungeon before Olch does, that gives them a little bit of a lead.
Yeah. It's one of these. I do think that Ha is still making a tremendous mistake just being in this Iron Docks. It's very hard for me to get over it.
I can tell, but if they're able to get a point more than Olch in one of the other dungeons in the overall scoring,
Sure.
then they don't need the 35. So if they feel like they would have to sack more time into a 35, just because it would mean they had to change routes or whatever, and they can actually save time by going other dungeons and just pushing them up once more, I feel like that might be the correct play. If you feel like you can't do the 35, but you can get points otherwise, then keep on doing that.
They just needed to pull a little bit more aggressive and not pull one mob at a time. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, Chattels.
Like they were playing so safe in their 34. Like they absolutely could have played a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, maybe. Oh.
This is why I'm not a professional, but I do question it still.
I mean, time will tell, I suppose. Either way, it's like a massive uphill battle for them. So it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another kind of situation, you know? So
I'm going to look at this in hindsight and make an opinion later on. I cannot be punished.
Tettle says, foresight is 2020.
I will look on this in hindsight and then judge appropriately, as I should.
Just nods to himself. I was right.
Exactly. I can be right in any situation. Foresight 2020.
Gonna see a bunch of boss fights happening at the very same time right now. Olch finishing off Knockgar. And I'm just looking at the split. They're very much at the same time that Ha was on. And Ha right now is dealing with the Grimrail Enforcers. And so far looking pretty good as well. 1 death on the board for them. I don't think I know where that happened. Did you catch that?
No.
Didn't see it, no.
Fair enough. So it didn't happen. We're going to pretend it didn't happen.
It's, somebody got hit by something, I'm guessing.
For what it's worth, Ha's 29 Iron Dogs is not bad. I like their route. I actually really like how they're doing some of their Gauntlet, Iron Star Gauntlet stuff, and just like the setups and whatnot.
It's going to happen now.
I do think that Ha, in like how they were setting up all of their pulls, was really solid, and how they were able to efficiently get count from these Iron Stars. Something that you saw here for Olch, you want a hot tip? Only some of the mobs do on-death affixes from the Iron Stars, and it's typically the mobs that you wouldn't expect could get hit by the Iron Stars. So these like super far mobs, or like the Ogrons that you can pull into them, those will do on-death affixes. Like these mobs that Terrasant is grabbing right here with Alter Time and whatnot, those will do on-death affixes, but like the stuff that's in the middle of the room won't.
Something has gone wrong on Olch's side, as Kelchi has died here. I'm not sure due to what. Maybe he has gotten aggro from something where he shouldn't have. But like you're saying, Terrasant is grabbing some of the stuff back here for Trell to get under control, and they will send another Iron Star into this pack, just dealing with it. Just look at the trash count right now. It's on 4150, and it's just going to shoot up here.
There's the bursting.
52. Yeah. It's gonna hurt a little bit.
How'd you feel about that that battle res commit right there, just to get Kel back up, so they don't have to like run all the way back from the beginning since they're in combat with this infiltrator? Do you think that's the right play?
I mean, running takes a lot of time, especially in these older dungeons, as there are some of these death points just very unfortunate, I will say. And knowing that they had to redo this key due to a death where they didn't have a battle res available now gets me in a situation where I feel like maybe you wouldn't have wanted to do that. But in the end, it is the smart play, and you just need to hope that once the next battle res comes up, you're not going to need it, right?
At least we're not at the point in WoW's history where when you died in a dungeon, you had to run all the way back to the dungeon and then all the way through the dungeon to where you were. That took time.
that should actually, they should bring that back.
Yeah.
That should be
like dying in Blackrock Mountain. Yeah, don't even remind me.
they should bring that back, and the timer should continue to go whenever you have to run all the way back to the dungeon.
I mean, Kalji just died and they instantly used the battle res that was coming off cooldown.
You hate that?
That just made that whole conversation a lot worse. But yeah, now no battle reses until they will reach Skullock, I believe. Or maybe they will get it at the end of Oshir? Maybe.
So yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, about the 20-minute mark is when the next one's coming up.
Exactly.
It is concerning, isn't it?
They have no room for error on this next boss that's upcoming. So the Grimrail Enforcers encounter is very deadly for melee players, just like the traps and the fire waves. It's really easy to just kind of make a minor misstep as a melee and like not be close enough to the boss to where you end up getting hit by the wave, or you accidentally just get trapped and die. It's pretty common to see melee go down on that encounter just because of how difficult it is to play. So having no backup battle reses, it's not ideal. I mean, you can obviously outplay
There's
it.
a lot going on there, so we're just gonna hope that they won't need it right now, as Olge make their way to the Grimrail Enforcers, have finished those, and are on track to deal with Oshir in just a little bit. And then on top, we see Ambition, who are currently blasting the Postmaster. And I'm really curious where their split ends up right now, because Donuts and Despair have the Postmaster on 2604, and Ambition is looking to pull in pretty close to that, right?
Well, they went different areas. Oh wait, actually, never mind. I'm making stuff up.
No,
making stuff up. Hold on. I
was like, wait, are you confused or am I confused?
No, that's my bad. I was looking at
just
the
gonna
menagerie.
wait. See how long it took.
I was looking at the menagerie and was sitting here thinking about Miaz's Oasis. I was like, oh, they went to. For some reason, it just like.
No, they already finished the
Yeah.
Postmaster. Is all.
You're right.
But yeah, it looks like Ambition is actually going to be a little bit slower here.
Yeah, I wonder where the time loss ended up coming
Is
from.
that Zolgamux?
Donuts and it may be Zolgamux, it may be just a little bit of a routing differential. Donuts and Despair do have 92.76% enemy forces. That's likely just from those infiltrators that you're able to grab in the Miaz's Oasis area. So Ambition is likely going to be able to get 2 or 3 of those infiltrators right there and do that. Ooh, Ambition actually sacking Ellesmere on Postmaster.
I mean, that is very understandable here.
Yeah, boss is almost dead.
They're gonna just use the battle rest, fan mail coming in. They will heal that. They don't need to deal with these little money packages here, and can just send the boss into its own death while they walk towards the entrance. Yeah, down it goes, and that's a split of 27-13. So like a minute slower than what we saw from Donuts and Despair.
So I think the timer is lenient enough in streets where they're still fine. Like the Ambition will be likely to time this key, but the timer is so fine for Donuts and Despair. If they want to rerun this on 32, I think it is actually not even that difficult of a key for them to be able to redo on that 32 and have consistent results.
I agree, but I mean, I was kind of hinting back to the routing and the different approach to the shrouded affix of these teams. Because just looking at these boss splits, I feel like Donuts and Despair's approach makes more sense now. And maybe they just didn't have such an impressive difference in the Menagerie split due to the death that they had. That's what I'm grasping from this, but it might, it's just a little bit of feely craft here.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to that, look at the stack differential from like 17 versus 11 stacks. That is. I
mean, they're gonna get one more here, Ambition, but it is a significant difference.
Exactly, but Donuts and Despair did this in Junkyard too, where they were heavily prioritizing getting a bunch of stacks in Junkyard. They were ending that dungeon at like 18, where a lot of the other teams were ending at like 11, and so Donuts and Despair pretty consistently are pulling as many infiltrators as they reasonably can. It's so hard to tell without
Junkyard, it's a little bit of a different approach still. Like in Junkyard, it made a lot of sense to stack the haste buff, because even the rogues were going for haste, and then you would get those shocky bots to do a lot of shockies, which is great. So that's what you want them to do. But here in streets, it's like, it's just, in quotes, just above. It's not going to give you that much more extra damage as it does in the workshop, the Junkyard.
But additional damage, additional damage from the stacks also helps you push Soasmi faster. So if you get fewer of like the rings, you have to move a lot less, which is going to increase your potential uptime on the boss. And it kind of similar to like the boss in Workshop with all the cogs, Machinist Garden. Like whenever you were able to do that boss a little bit faster, it actually can translate to a lot of time, because the alternative is like you have to lose a bunch of uptime on the boss. So just having a few thousand more DPS, whenever in reality it should only save you, let's say 10 seconds, it can potentially save you 30, because otherwise you would have another overlap and have to move through the portal, and you end up losing a lot of time on Soasmi because of that kind of thing.
Running equals bad, right? It's not fun. So,
As a melee
maybe
player,
that's...
you know about losing
I
time.
know this pain.
As a gamer, I disagree with that too.
But yeah, Donuts and Despair using Bloodlust are on So As Me. Timer looking pretty good. About 6 minutes to finish off this boss here. 3 battle rushes are available to them. So I am pretty happy with this. Let's see how it goes.
Nobody in the history of ever has actually wiped on So As Me. That's a stat.
Okay, making up fake stats. Yes. Great start to this boss fight, Titles. Thank you.
It's impossible to wipe from here. There's no way that
Stop
they could do it.
You're hurting
right.
me. All right, very
You
good
miss
spawn.
100%
Just gonna.
of the kicks you don't take.
Dude, you can't say that.
That's wow.
That's messed up.
Ouch.
What I said was
That-
fine, but what you just said was messed up.
Both of you
Hey,
are terrible.
it's happened to the best of us, all right?
Has it?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't
Unless
interrupt
you're saying-
from the key to begin with. Like, you guys use interrupt?
I think Tettles is just saying he's not one of the best of us.
That does check out.
So around 1 minute and 20 seconds it took them to get the boss to 50% HP, but now Bloodlust has run out. They have some coolies available. Maybe they are going, yeah, they're going to send them once they're over here into that next ring. We'll get a new divide in just a little bit, and from then on out it could get very stressful. So let's see how they deal with this. 40% to go. Yeah.
What you're really hoping for is as minimal shuries as possible from So As Me, so you have to move as little as possible, and the boss can like queue itself into double technique, which is what we saw yesterday, where it'll cast double technique just over and over again, and if it stays in the same spot, you can actually it increases your kill time by a substantial amount because you're not having to jump around in these portals. So you're really, if you're watching Donuts and Despair here, you're hoping that the boss does not cast shuri very often, which what they're getting right now is so few of them. This is actually super fast boss kill time. We're at 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The boss is down to 20%. We got this boss killed off under 3 minutes. That's a pretty fast kill.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time.
It is a pretty fast
Ooh, they're
kill.
committing here. Look at this.
Ooh, do they need to?
I don't know.
So firm on the
Actually,
timer.
well, they're posturing actually.
I
towards the
feel
portal.
like
Never
they're
mind,
not.
Yeah.
They're just waiting. That would be a very early commit and a risk to everything.
Tettles
Thank
wants
you for
maximum
not
drama
doing
here.
that.
I love
Tettles
that.
just wants to see the world burn, man.
love
But they need to be
drama.
quick here. Over
commit
to
here
the
either.
circle and then wait here to go into the square. That's a double take through the portals for Donuts and Despair. But they're gonna do it. 7% remaining on
Now you
So
got
As Me, and they should be very good here. It's gonna come another Shuri towards their way, but this is going to be the commit. 2% remaining, 1%.
There we go.
That is it. 31 straight for
Clean.
Donuts and Despair.
I'm
Yeah,
really
very
down.
clean.
I'm really down for them to rerun the 32 now because that would also give them tiebreaker advantage. As second highest dungeon, we know is our number 2 tiebreaker after first highest dungeon, after the highest dungeon total. So I think that them rerunning the streets on 32, they had enough time, remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I don't see a reason that they shouldn't be able to do that. I'm really interested to see what they decide, though.
So compare what Ambition is on right now. They are a minute slower, roughly, than what Donuts and Despair was. Also, a 1 death down, 3 battle rushes, bloodlust, all available to them. And they're going to pull So As Me now. And I'm really curious where this ends up in the overall time.
They're definitely gonna be a little bit closer on the. They're gonna be closer on the timer. I think that they they should be fine. I think just in regards to like boss kill time, we just saw Donuts and Despair kill it under 3 minutes, and so it makes sense that Ambition should be able to get this killed off. But again, like we talked about, there's something in the order of like 10% stats across the board lower, which does end up
Yes.
translating to a lot of DPS.
I mean, it was roughly 3 minutes, right? They pulled at 33, and their overall time is 36:10. So roughly 3 minutes for Donuts and Despair's boss fight. Now Ambition
Yeah.
pulled at 34, so I'd expect them to land around the 37. It's going to be a soul shape from Onesie over here. Double technique coming out. The first one, I believe, was instantly interrupted, and then this one should be a very late one, but one we won't forget. Yes, there it is. Beautiful interrupt coming in clutch last second to make sure they get the most out of this cast, because Suasmi does nothing while in this cast, so you want to keep it very, very long out here. And the Bloodlust now has run out. First divide is there, is going to be the vertical one, and now they have to dodge some Shuris as it is.
Look at this debuff that Soasmi has above it. Do you see what that is?
It's a debuff, yes.
A nice curse of tongues,
It looks
perhaps.
like
Is that a
the...
curse?
It's a curse of tongues,
Yeah.
yeah. It makes makes like double technique and
The-
Shuri's cast a little bit longer.
Exactly. Just
So
to
it's a
make
little
you
more time to
even
DPS.
get like 1 second more out of each double technique.
It seems like when they're on the boss, when they're focused on the boss, it's like 1 to 1.5 seconds per 1%. If you want to do some
That
math
was
off
a
of that, be
lot
my
of
guest.
ones, Stoa. Okay, first interrupt out. A second interrupt is going to come in a little bit. 31% on the timer. They're very good on that overall dungeon time. Like interrupt, yes, very good.
Oh.
And from here on out, should be nice. Why are you owing?
Bottom right, huh, is about to time this 30 docks as well. This is really, really good
Alright.
for them. There's no way that they
That
can win
is
from here.
very good for them.
29 at least, but it is something.
Oh, I said 30, didn't I? yeah, 29 docks.
did.
Sorry, my
I was
brain's in
confused.
30.
See,
30
I
mode.
How'd they do
didn't
that?
even catch that, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna roll with it. But yeah, one last cannon barrage for Ha, as it is. Oh, Shodam nearly stepping into it as he uses the demonic circle, but will hide behind the box here and then portal in with everyone else. Priest grip, of course, on Quasid, helping here to get him up there, get into melee range to interrupt the cannon barrage cast. Skullock 17% remaining. I don't think they will have any problems here. And at the same time, Ambition finishing their key, but really a minute after Donuts and Despair in the overall time.
Looks
True.
like Old just wiping to Oshir in their
Not again.
29 Iron
Oh
Docks.
no, you're right.
Oh.
This is the second
Alright,
wipe that
time
we've
to
seen
restart.
them. Oh, dude, that is so bad for them.
Yeah, they're
That's-
out.
I mean,
Town
they're
portal.
not. They're out of the dungeon. Yes.
Out of the dungeon, that's what I meant. Yeah,
I
there's
was
still
like,
obviously
what do
the
you mean they're
competition
out?
for
They
another.
have like
yeah.
1.5 hours.
Disqualify. Nobody wipes the Oshir in my great push.
But yeah, it's the second time they had to restart the key. Notably, there was a lot going on in both of those keys, and they had used all of their battle rests except for one, I believe. So, not looking too strong in that Iron Docks. I'm curious if there's something else they want to go to.
Ooh, Donuts
Oh,
and
Kara.
Despair going Kara. I think that this makes sense. They started Kara yesterday, and they ended up having like a full wipe. So they started Kara at the end of day yesterday, and they had a full wipe before Moros, and then they ended up town portaling. I think assuming that they can get through the first boss, they're 29. Like the timer is very, very lenient in there, but the execution check in that dungeon is incredibly difficult.
Yeah. I mean, I really like Donuts and Despair in both of the Karazans, just looking at what they've given us so far. So I'm very happy to see them try that 29 once again.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'd also like them to try a 31 in the upper, but I feel like that's just wishful thinking at this point.
It'd be pretty wild if they did that. But you know, if they managed to 29 lower and then 30 workshop, that would equalize them with ambition on those dungeons, but then still give them the lead on upper. So it could get interesting in this last hour or so here.
I think that for Donuts and Despair, they're actually just, if they want to win, they are just hoping that Ambition's going to end up sinking a lot of time and not being able to time another key. Fate is definitely in Ambition's hands. If they're able to time one more dungeon, I think that they're just going to win the NA qualifier here. Which, of course, we do have 2 slots coming out of the NA qualifier for Globals. It
Right.
seems like Donuts and Despair and Ambition have this locked up. Now they're just kind of jockeying for positioning. Seeding doesn't really matter too much for Globals, correct, Doa?
Well, there's nothing you can do. I mean, what would
Yeah.
you do with seeding? That's a silly thing to bring up, Tettles.
I'm just asking. Just asking for clarification from the host, of course. For the viewers at home.
That's a good idea.
That's so toxic,
yeah.
Devils.
Everyone has 5 hours. Seeding's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Tettles has
Exactly.
strange ideas sometimes. I don't know. What do you think? Dex?
He's a moonkin. Don't bully him for it. They just happen to think like that.
You brought it up.
You did, Petals. You brought this up on yourself. So, Donuts and Despair in the 29. We have Olge now also in the 29. This time around, it's also Karazhan, but it's not the lower, it's the upper for Olge. And that's actually a really scary dungeon. I'm curious how they do on the Curator. We have seen this dungeon being done on a plus 30. I still get stressed out on the 29 regardless. Medivh as well as the Curator, very, very scary bosses.
Absolutely. It's and so after, after kind of washing out on Iron Docks, going to an upper Karazhan, like, I mean, anything you do is going to be like out of the frying pan into the fire in the dungeons and the key levels we have now for these teams. But I think Old just wants to come away with this. Maybe they can grab third. Maybe they can come out with a few more higher keys done just for, satisfaction
out of
reasons.
The frying
Why
pan
not?
and into the fire?
Yeah. You haven't heard that before?
No.
Off the walk
Yeah,
and
it's
into
like
the
a really-
grill.
It's a common phrase in
Where?
in the English language.
Where?
I love American
Please
phrases.
tell me where.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. You've never heard that before?
Through the fire and the flames we carry on?
No,
That one I know.
That's Dragon Force. I guess. Thanks.
Okay, so
Out of
It's
the
ironic
frying
to have my
pan
back
and
in our group comms
into
there,
the
but-
fire is what it means for Donuts and Despair right now. Anyway, there's a lot of fire going on for them in the Opera Hall as they need to deal with Luminor as well as Mrs. Cauldron before they then will move on to Coggleston.
That is not an old
There's
phrase.
really a lot of fire. Is that what you meant, Doa? I finally get it.
Well, I mean, because the frying pan is over the fire that you're cooking it in. So if you're out of the frying pan, you
So
fall
you're
into the fire. So
dropping it.
it's saying there's no, you're
what
not in a
was-
better
what was-
situation.
Yips!
What? Why?
He thought that
Speaking
he was
of-
going to
Okay,
get the
good
soup
grip.
he thought he was going to get the soup spray on him, but he didn't.
Yes, but he didn't.
Out of the soup and into
Why
the
would
fire
you-
and into the
that
pod and
was-
then into the fire.
That was a leap of faith into the fire from Gift. And then getting leap of faith back out.
It's interesting that teams don't have the exact same kill strategy on Beautiful Beast. So some teams end up killing Mrs. Cauldron second because of the soup spray. Basically, the boss gets buffed every single time you kill some of its associates, where it's going to be doing more damage. And the soup spray, once Luminor and Bablet both end up going down, does a lot of damage. So a decent number of teams are actually ending up killing Cauldrons second because they don't want the soup spray to be going off on players at that bonus modifier because they're worried about dying to it. But at the same point, a lot of teams end up killing Cauldron second, so they don't. But they end up having a lot of fire on their board is the alternative. It's very interesting to see the teams that don't have the exact same kill order for this boss.
Yeah, it is. So far, all of the teams are not having too many problems on the Opera Hall event in general, though. They will use Bloodlust here to deal with Coggleston, as if you get too many of these silver forks, you're going to have a bad time. But I think this is going well. This is not the boss I am most worried about. It's basically every other boss that is giving me the shivers, but yeah, Donuts and Despair are making their way through it. Ambition now also seems to have arrived in the Karazhan once again, if I see that correctly. Is that it? It's a Karazhan, no?
Ambition's an upper. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Looks that way, yeah.
It makes sense that they've come back to this dungeon since it was their starting point at the beginning of the day. They really want that. They really want that 30.
Yeah, they don't want to let Donuts and Despair have that advantage on them. Although they will if Donuts and Despair finish the... no, if they go back and... Well, I don't think they're going to do a 31, but at least Ambition will equalize them then.
So, I'm just trying to get a grip on where everybody is, and it seems like is fulfilling your dreams, Tettles. How do you feel about that? Has moved
Going back
back
to-
into the junkyard.
Well, if they time this, I will feel vindicated.
Okay. I mean, right now,
Alright.
if we had to stop the clock right now, would be in the lead over Olge, just because of how that Iron Docks went for Olge and how it went for Ha. So they did get the point lead, which means they don't necessarily need the tiebreaker highest score.
This is true. At the same point, like
You still hate it, okay.
well, yeah.
It's objectively wrong to him.
I don't feel like it's objectively wrong. I don't think it's like that wrong. I just feel like it was not the.
Keeps you up at night.
It may.
Tel's gonna have nightmares of an untimed 35 on the board.
He's writing a twit longer about it right now.
Unrelated, I do really like how they're like mostly running cheat death trinkets in this dungeon. Jack even playing like that Fate Scribe cheat death trinket. Carmisi, I think, was also playing that. DPS players were playing Tuft on the 35. I felt like that was a really good adaptation because, you know, the timer is super free. You know that like surviving is like the most important point of this dungeon. So just electing to play those more cheat death style effects, I really do.
It's
feel
interesting.
Like it's a smart play.
Because on the live keys, like I was taking some notes in some streamers' channels throughout yesterday and today, and on the live keys they usually play with a lot more avoidance as tertiary stat, which means they're just generally tankier, right? Like they don't take as much damage from abilities. And there's no such thing on the tournament realm. So what they're doing is often they're opting to go versatility on gear, or like you said, running cheat death trinkets, which is going to give them that tankiness that they're usually missing out on. But of course, it comes at a cost. It comes at the cost of doing damage, which in this junkyard in particular is done for you by the shock bots as long as you live. So it's really, really the absolute big brain play here, for sure.
All right, so just looking around a little bit, Donuts in Despair, top left-hand corner of the screen, have engaged Zulgamux. They're tanking it with a lot of these servants that are in the back. So you see that spotlight. Every single time you're standing in that spotlight, it makes you deal 50% more damage. In addition to that, all of the mobs that are standing inside of that spotlight also deal 50% more damage, which can be very, very deadly. You want to make sure that Zulgamux gets out of that spotlight basically as fast as possible. But the upside of this is, like, if you're kiting Zulgamux really well, you're going to have a large amount of damage for like all of these blood siphon casts. And you do see Donuts in Despair here. They aren't able to kind of position themselves in the spotlight. You have to be scared of the understudies. They can cast like a Poetry Slam ability or Final Curtain, and it's like an AoE effect around them, so it's easy for you to die if you're trying to super aggressively play inside of it, but it's a nice damage
You can die
bonus.
in that effect? I wouldn't know. It's never happened to me before.
Yeah.
Range life.
Old
It's,
bottom left, wiping in the
tough
upper
fight.
era.
Oh no. They didn't even get to the... Did they die to the boss? Yeah, they
They
did.
died a curator.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I was like, did they even get to the boss? But just judging by the timer, they must have. So probably had too many of these little volatile energies giving them trouble, I guess. I'm gonna watch the replay to figure out what exactly went wrong.
They're actually notably playing a different comp than they played in Time Trial. So
Okay.
Cry had not played Warlock until like Thursday. He had never played it before, and during Time Trials, he was tanking Upper Kara on a DK, and Trell was playing Windwalker Monk in this dungeon. So they have completely swapped up their composition, swapped up who's playing what as well.
I was gonna say, Trello's their tank. What do you mean he was on Windwalker? But okay. That is for sure an interesting fact, and I will take it into account for when we see this 29 once again. I have looked at the replay, and it looked like the volatile energies there. They just put too many dots onto people, and it caused havoc.
Yeah, it makes sense.
29 Curator's no joke, that's for sure.
No, very, very scary boss.
Yes, like every boss in this dungeon. Except for maybe Wizardoon. I feel like in this dungeon, every boss could be a final boss, except for the final boss.
Can you pronounce that boss again?
That's the one I feel most comfortable about.
That's true. Where's Prince Malchazar? Bring him back.
Who?
The original last boss of Karazhan.
Yes, I would know that because I played back then.
He dropped a really awesome axe,
Because
and
I
he dropped
existed
Gore
on this
Howl.
world back then.
Oh, they should bring that back.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to Doa, I feel like such
So
a
Doa,
zoomer.
It's a window
as somebody,
into the past.
somebody
ambition.
for chat at home, Where is Vizdoom from? Why is he watching over Upper Kara, and why don't we have Prince Malchezaar in here?
Oh, well, I think because Prince Malchezaar died back in Burning Crusade, because we killed him.
Oh,
But
well,
I just think he's a cool boss.
that hasn't stopped us before.
That's true. That's true. Many people come back, but not everyone comes back.
Okay, to interrupt this lore segment, I want to direct your attention to the top right-hand corner as evocation goes off one more time for Ambition, but it's not going to be enough to deal with the Curator here. They still have to play one more set of these sparks here, and they're going to give them some trouble. Explosions coming in as well in the background, which means there's someone that needs to extra target them as well. Apotheosis getting popped here by Ellesmere, trying to keep the group alive. The Curator down to 17%. Still a lot to go on to, and still more volatile energy spawning. Next one will come in just a little bit, and they need to finish off this one. JPC taking so much damage here as 3 of these volatile energies are on at the very same time. This is such a scary situation for them, and they need to get rid of them as soon as possible. One more time. They're going to go out here. 2 are still alive. Curator on 14% right now. No cooldowns available. They do have Desperate Prayer from Ellesmere, and that is about it that they can use. Maybe one Ice Block from Azuna, but that will be at 3% remaining on the Curator. One more explosion that will go down, but this is it. The 30 Curator dies for Ambition.
Not bad. We saw whenever they were doing the 30 earlier, they were actually able to get Curator down, and then they wiped on Shade and Medivh. Medivh is so dangerous.
Or the Mana Devour.
Oh, there was
Yeah,
a
it was
Mana
Mana
Devour.
Devour
You're right.
earlier
The second
today,
one-
yeah.
They got
So
100 energy,
yesterday
didn't they?
it was, so the thing is, it was only in the tiny replay, so I wasn't sure if it was the 100 mana cast or just a general AoE that he does. But there was an AoE that hurt them significantly, so I would assume it was the mana one.
It makes sense that it would be the mana, not the lightning.
Exactly, yeah. It did look like it hurt it. It hurt it. Like it hurt a lot. I am losing all of my words today. It's because of that frying pan of yours, Stoa.
Yeah, I understand that. Oh, by the way, it's the reason Vizdoom is in Karazhan is because the Burning Legion had interest in all of the arcane secrets held
I
within.
tried to get
So,
you off this topic.
You know,
How are you
Medivh was
bringing this
experimenting with
back?
a lot of stuff. That's what drew Prince Malchezaar and the Burning Legion there in the first place. We killed him later on after Medivh's been dead for a while, like a decade or so. Then here comes Vizdoom and all his other demon bros. Just chilling. We gotta kill them too.
Is that where the infiltrators are also coming from? His demon bros?
I don't know. Well, they were created by Sire Denathrius. Because he wanted cool spies. I don't know. But then they joined the demons when he kicked him out. What are they supposed to do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the lore session, Doe. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I
The more you know.
notably know nothing about lore in this game.
It's my specialty.
Something I
Yes,
do know
Lord.
about.
So,
I like this Donuts and Despair route in the top left. So they just pulled all the patrons that were on the stage, and then they invised through all the ushers. The ushers are notoriously very difficult at high levels. Even if you are turning your back to their flashlight cast, just the incidental damage that the flashlight does to you is incredibly dangerous. Plus, they have a lot more HP than they're really worth count-wise, and so they're pretty deemed as inefficient. So the big skip on those. Then they're pulling these infiltrators with like these valets and getting ready to get towards this Moros area. I really do like this route from Donuts and Despair.
yeah, it's really, really nice. Dorky falling asleep here for a second, but will be dispelled and coming back to the team to, of course, keep this pull under control. Really, really nice. At the same time, there is a lot going on everywhere else. Ambition has just pulled Medivh, and Ult and are on their way to bosses as well. So really, really a lot to look out for. Shackle's gonna be interrupted here for Donuts and Despair, of course, very last second, but you don't need that on your group.
I think we should get Ambition on the big screen here. I think that this Medivh is going to be pretty dangerous. They're going to be going into the bird phase here in just a second. So the set rotation on this boss is birds into Wreath, into Winter, and then repeat. And so with it being set on the tournament realm, this allows teams good time to be able to prepare like what defensive cooldowns are going to be burning when.
This face hurts so much.
But it's still difficult to get through because at this level, it's like you get no freebies, even knowing what rotation you're going to get.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, the arcane bolts are still going to be on random targets. So if all 3 of the birds cast at the same time, like if you don't get an interrupt on one of them at least, someone's going to die. So if 2 of them cast the same target, it's also going to hurt a lot. So they try to usually deal with one of the birds as a team and send the tank over to another image to get that kind of under control. But still, a lot of damage going out in that phase. Usually we see AMZat being put out here, and we also notably saw Ellesmere just casting that hymn there to make sure the group gets some additional hots and healing throughout the phase.
Okay, so
Flame Wreath.
Flame Wreath going out on Ellesmere and Onesie. I feel like these are two, so Onesie is the preferred target basically every single time. The best 2 combos are Azuna on that mage and then Onesie on that warlock. You're not super upset to have it on like one of Ellesmere and JPC and Onesie. You really don't want it on both JPC and Ellesmere. That's where you start to run into problems. Another notable thing is that they are playing 4 Night Elves on Nerf, Ellesmere, Azuna, and JPC because they can meld casts off of themselves. It makes the interrupts on Inferno Bolt just a little bit more lenient that way. Onesie, of course, can't be a Night Elf, but it's still pretty fine for him.
But right
because he
now
has
they
the
only
ability
have 2 more Shadow Melts available, and we did see a little bit of a mishap the last time they were here when Nerf actually Shadow Melded a cast off, and then the missiles came in and targeted Azuna, who didn't very much like that. So need to be a little bit careful with this as we go into the next image phase. And just don't look at the birds, just look at the HP of these players. It's going to hurt so much. Cloak being used here, Desperate Prayer being used here. You're going to see a lot of defensives from these guys come in to try and keep everybody just topped. One of the birds is down. The second one should follow suitly. But it is not going to be easy. Block going out here as well. JPC dropping really low. Does still have the cheat death, though, if he should need it. Onesie, however, getting the pod, will not have his cheat death anymore after this phase. They will probably slow down here a little bit with killing this image to make sure Onesie's back with them as soon as Medivh spawns again. And now it's a race against the time. They will get 1 more Flame Wreath, which will be tough to deal with now that most of the defensive have gone out. I believe Ellesmere just used Symbol to bring some of them back up, which is what he's done before. It's a really neat little trick. And he also has Hymn again to get some extra. And we see the curse coming out again as well. Nice.
Pre-mirror image. I wonder what's the reason for the pre-mirror images. I feel like I'm going to have to ask Azuna about that later. Because I feel like you want them before the Flame Wreath. Okay, so right here, it's on Azuna and Ellesmere. This is totally fine here. Mage is notoriously pretty strong versus this, having multiple cheat deaths to be able to get through this kind of thing. Ellesmere, it's a little bit dangerous, but he does have Guardian Spirit available for him. We saw him be able to heal this on a 30 earlier. They're looking like they're pretty chilling on Ambition right here.
Yeah, it looks very nice. I mean, the last time we saw them in this 30, they were also able to deal with Medivh. It was the Mana Worm that hurt them, but yeah, they did it here. 1 more bolt, and they will finish Medivh on the plus 30.
Lust is up too for them for Mana Worm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is looking cleaner than what we saw earlier in the day, I think. Overall, it's just a matter of now, can they get through the Mana Worm, the Mana Devourer? Because we know Vizdoom is just a total noob. Pushover.
Yeah, we saw that.
Mode.
Oh! What's happening for Olge? Wait, there was a little falling death happening
falling
there.
Death?
Oops.
Yeah. Somebody fall off the edge. What happened?
It's pretty narrow walkway there.
Trell took a big leap into the abyss. It seemed like. I think he was trying to land on the corner there, and it didn't work out. But yeah, he's back with the group.
Doing a little parkour.
Donuts of Despair about to be able to get Moros killed off. They only have 2 bleeds out right now. One on Timber, one on Dorky. This is super sick for them to be able to only have 2 bleeds out while Moros is at 11% HP on a 29. It just reduces the healing check on this boss by such a significant amount. They also notably play Darius last as opposed to Druger last. It's not super clear which one is the best, but generally those are the 2 mobs that you're going to be looking to play last whenever you do have this rotation, because you don't necessarily have to kill them off. You just kind of passively cleave them. You make sure you don't stand in the Iron Whirlwind if you're doing Druger last. You make sure you dodge the Whirling Edge if you're playing Darius last.
Also interesting, Timber actually did have Dwarf Racial available there, but didn't use it because it was only the bleed on himself. So he was able to just heal through it and keep that Dwarf Racial available for when he should need it in the next time. So really, really nice to not see everything being used at once, but making smart decisions about their resources. And it seems like Ultra's having some more trouble here with these Fellbats. Of course, the pot can't be heard by these hits, but he's going to come out here and will be able to dodge them, fortunately, at the right time. It wasn't without using the pot, though, so that's gone.
His pot, man. That's so messed up. He wanted to save
He
that.
was lucky he didn't come out of it right as the things landed.
Yeah, that's true. He's lucky he did not.
That's what I was expecting.
Yeah,
Right.
they will have to deal with Medivh. We just saw that boss from Ambition on the plus 30. This is the 29 in the bottom left corner that is right now being pulled. At the same time, is in the Junkyard 35, still the only team right now that hasn't finished this key on the 35. And it looks like they restarted the dungeon, or am I mistaken?
I was about to say the same thing, yeah, because they definitely were more than... They were definitely farther along than that last time. I remember taking a look at it. I'm 99% sure they did. Ambition, meanwhile, popping Lust and trying to take down Mana Devourer here.
Yeah. And tell us, would you do us the favor, or maybe Doa, I don't know, one of you guys, explain what is on with that pet rat that Asuna is on? Because I know every time we see it, chat is like, why is he on a mount? What is going on?
Take it away,
The deal with the rat is like you can mount it and you can cast while moving while you're on top of it. The biggest reason that Mage normally wants to be on the rat is because you can actually move while you're blocked on it, and so it allows you like a mobile immunity to be able to soak a bunch of these orbs. More often than not, you have just like your DK jumping in the middle of Mana Devourer whenever he's going into his orb phase, soaking them all, and then just gaining a bunch of damage, as you do see nerfs already at like almost 20k DPS on this boss, really battling versus his DPS. So once he gets to 15 or 20 stacks, it's not infrequent to see a DK top the damage meter on this boss. But the the mobile immunity is really nice. The rat, unfortunately, can't get hit by lightning, which is, I mean, how you see it died there.
Whoa!
Yeah,
really?
they're just T-posing if you're on the rat. So they're
Welcome
not going
back.
to do anything. Hi, Nagura.
Nagura's
Yeah,
ironic,
hello.
and Dratno should be here as well. But we are saying goodbye to Mix. So before
Goodbye,
you go, unless
Mix.
she's already gone, is she still here? Okay,
I'm here,
you didn't
I'm
duck
here.
out instantly. All right. Any
Yeah,
final
no,
thoughts
not
on the
like
weekend?
The others. Yeah, I really enjoyed TGB. I can't wait for next weekend, and I will enjoy the last hour also. Thank you.
All right. See you later, Mix. Welcome back, everybody else. We've got a group here. We've got a crowd, but that's okay because it's a party. We've actually got a 5-person group here.
That's cursed.
We should run some dungeons.
We'll make it work.
No one's saying anything.
Yeah.
All right.
You're on your own, Doa.
I mean, I play Enhancement Shaman. I'm used to it. Wah wah.
Dude, I need you to drop a Wind Fury Totem for me.
It's been down the whole time. Didn't you notice?
No. Can you please drop it again?
All right.
All right. Anyways, top right,
Funk.
we have Ambition being able to actually kill off Mana Devourer here. This is super big for them. Vizdoom is normally seen as the easiest boss inside of Upper Kara. The chess event can be relatively difficult, but Ambition has 3 battle reses available for them. Being able to get down this Mana Devourer, they're looking like they're in a pretty good spot here to be able to time this 30.
It would be
Yeah,
big.
it's
Okay.
pretty good. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Well, somebody has to talk, and it shouldn't be me. I have the least interesting things to say, unless you want to know about lore. I mean, because you know.
No,
back in
no,
original
no.
BC
And up in the
Please
top
say
left,
something.
we have Donuts in Despair in this 29 lower character.
I knew that would work.
Go make some coffee. And drop your win for your totem before you go.
Dude,
Bunk.
It does look like Ambition is doing a pretty huge pull, though. Like, they pulled, I think, 3 or 4 packs together with an Infiltrator here. And they're doing a strategy that we've seen a lot in Legion, where you would just pull it into this corridor to make sure that the orbs are all coming from, like, the same direction, kind of. as he kited towards the bridge.
Yeah.
And it seems to be working out pretty well so far.
It's the orbs are weird because if they get spawned on uneven terrain, they can come in from like a bunch of different areas. That's why you're spawning the orbs probably in like your groups on like the stairs. And so whenever they come in, they'll like fly into the mana worms, and that's why they contact them and sometimes will wipe you.
Well, it's even more cursed in this hallway sometimes because of the
Really?
shape of the hallway. You can see it's very curvy, which is so cool. That chest. But the thing is, a lot of the players will play a dwarf. So you've got some night elves in this dungeon, but the orbs just go straight over dwarves' heads. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. You
Get
have
taller.
to jump to,
Yeah, you
to
have to
collect
jump.
them on a dwarf.
Or wiggle.
Get taller.
It's very cursed. Or you can use a toy, I guess, but I'm not sure how many of those they have access to on TR.
One, it's like a fish head. It's like it turns them into a big fish. I don't know what the toy is for, but they only have one, and it's on an hour cooldown. It does make them bigger though.
That is useful.
If you once, it's useful.
Well, Ambition is kind of crushing this timer in the 30 upper here, and they've gotten past most of the difficult points here. Have 3 battle reses, looking pretty good. Chess event, we know it's definitely a long slog on 30 fortified, but with 12 minutes left in the key, they're looking pretty good. Just have to make sure nobody gets domed by one of these chess pieces. I'm sure they've all studied up. I know James actually was doing a lot of practice. He's been playing a lot of that. One of the chess websites, I'm not sure which one, but he was playing like the 5-minute rush. Onesie, how did he not get hit? He was inside that circle.
Don't worry about
Yeah. The
Travis,
circle isn't.
Not okay.
It's just the square itself, right? That actually does damage when the piece lands, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Legion is when they started making the circle ground AoEs that were just merely a suggestion of what the damage could be, not necessarily actually where it was.
Yeah, those circles are completely fake there. It's the squares themselves that'll get you.
Mathnos have a question. Is Ambition going to time this?
Well, they have 11 minutes for chess and Vizdoom, so the timer is fantastic. The question is just the wipes. Like, do they defeat this without having any wipes? If they do, they're going to time this with minutes to spare.
What if they change for, like, you see how both of the knights are really low? Are they trying to get back-to-back faces?
What are they sandbagging for?
Ooh, I think that's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, they're not sandbagging for anything anymore. Maybe the Adrenaline Rush on JPC, but that's kind of it.
That's a
I
fake
think they're just
CD.
trying to get them both low so that they can passively cleave it during the King Burn and then just get 60 straight seconds of damage up.
Yeah. It would definitely be worth it if they have Lust, right? But they don't have that available.
Do you remember, Nagura and Tuttles, since you guys were both big Legion impulsors back in the day, do you remember if the debuff stacked on the King? Like if you go,
It does.
you go straight up to 60 seconds?
Yes, it does. It's
Okay.
additive.
That's what I thought.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
I'm pretty sure it's additive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Otherwise,
it's
they
had
definitely
to
wouldn't be killing these at the same time. So there they go,
here they
both
go.
dying at the
Yeah.
exact same time. They're going to have a full
So-
double burn on the King, completely ignoring the explosive as well, just letting that go off.
Well, that was a healer job, and he didn't kill it, so just legally
So, I
Are we
required.
actually
getting
like
hit
this
by
for-
explosive because of line of sight?
You do.
I
Yeah, you
wonder.
do.
Okay.
Terrific question.
Done that this week. It still hits you even. You can't hit it, but it can hit you. Just chess event things. Yeah, I like it. You get a full 1 minute of burn on the King by doing this.
Yeah.
And that helps your DPS
pushed
players
it.
out a lot, right? Infernal lasts the entire 30 seconds. Your mage, if he's getting fairies, will actually be in combust for almost all of that entire minute too. So you can get a full burn off with all of your classes. And look at that. I mean, technically it's a 1 phase,
That's
but it's
really
more of a
fast.
2 phase. But it was still very fast, yeah.
I like that
It does
strategy.
take them a long time to finish off the 2 knights, though, I guess. But it's for sure worth it.
The thing that's really nice though is you can comfortably use your cooldowns right at the start of chess event. Like even your infernals, you can use those. And it'll still be back up whenever you push the King. So, like, because there are some times when your Warlock player will go into chess event and just not want to use their Infernal because they want
Sure.
to save it specifically for the burn. So it'll just be even
And
slower.
with this timer, they can even do a 31, right? Technically, if they I don't know if they can do Curator.
Well, I want to direct
Ooh.
your attention to the bottom left here. Olge has full wiped on Mana Devourer. They
Oh,
used their
no.
Bloodlust. Now, I do think that the key is still timeable, but it will be very, very close, and this boss is going to be that much more dangerous because of it. So, yeah, very unfortunate. Looks like they wiped on the Infiltrators into Mana Worm pull. So, you see one Infiltrator still alive there at 30%.
It's very unfortunate. I mean, this boss is so finicky. So the issue with it is like where they are tanking this boss. Sometimes it'll just absorb all of the orbs before you even really have a chance to soak it. The upside is like also where they're tanking it. It makes the orbs stacked like directly in the boss's hitbox. So if it's placed correctly, you'll be able to soak them instantly. But if it's placed incorrectly, then the boss will soak them before you even get a chance.
Yep.
It's just like the nature of the spot itself.
Here's that 35 Zolgamux coming in for here. Very dangerous fight. Look at the damage coming out of the Blood Siphon there. You have to pop that shield and get an interrupt off very quickly. If that got one more tick off, I think we might have seen a pod out of Showdown and maybe just a straight up death from Carmisi, but they were just able to break it. Remember, these Zap bots are only scaled to level 30 in the 35 key they're in, so they aren't really helping as much as they normally would. And they're going to have to go through a few more of those Blood Siphons before this guy goes down. Still at half HP and their Bloodlust is already gone.
Yeah, and with the route they're playing, they only have 4 Shrouded stacks here, so only... yeah, I think a lot of other teams had like close to 10 even on Zolgamux, and look how much damage!
Oh my god!
And we see the pot being procced here for the Warlock as well. Yeah, this is crazy, and Zolgamux is only on a half HP, so they still have to fight this up for quite a while, and they're at least getting 2 more Blood Siphons, I would say.
Yeah, Lust is
the power
expired.
infusion. They have Combust. This next one should be a lot easier with the Combust and the Power Infusion.
Oh, they're going into another pull, though. This is aggressive.
This is
a lot going on in this.
Last Blood Siphon, maybe?
Yeah, kick. Good.
No kick.
Yeah, they
I
should
think
be
they
able
can
to
push,
easily beat the next
yeah.
one. Very spooky, though. No deaths, though. Really well done by Jack to keep them up. Back onto the Mana Devourer now.
Ooh, I want to see this
Take
Vizdoom,
2.
actually, in the top right. I feel like this Vizdoom is the most important thing, because this is basically going to facilitate whether or not Ambition's going to be able to time this 30. It looks like they're just playing Vizdoom's P2 as well. They're not even doing the strategy where you delay.
They have tons of time. I'm not sure why they just decided to play it. Maybe they don't know.
JPC's just flexing. He said, I will not stop. I gotta do damn.
That is going to cost Azuna his block, though, as he has to block. You definitely wouldn't have had to block if you're just, like, doing the cheese P2 strat.
Yeah.
But you get to do more damage this way, right? It's not just JPC's damage, it's also Nerf's damage. And it doesn't look like a huge amount on the meters right now, but sometimes it's a non-trivial amount of extra damage that DK can bring to these fights.
So another I don't want to say problem, but another downside of having that having to use that block there is you can actually pre-immune the orbs coming out with things like AMS, Ice Block, Cloak, Turtle even. And like them not having that block there, it's not like the end of the world, but it's not great.
Yeah, you'd like to have the block for the P3 shadows when it targets 3 people, and you'd like to use like Cloak, Ice Block all before they go out, so that you can, as you said, just pre-immune it and prevent it from happening at all to those people.
Can you also dwarf it? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, but then you cause the circles to go out. If you pre-immune it,
Sure.
you don't get the projectiles for the rest of your group to dodge.
Exactly.
That is true. Okay.
Right,
At least you
going in
remove
with
the
Lust.
dot portion of it, right? So,
Yes,
the dot is
yeah.
the most dangerous part by far.
Absolutely.
yeah.
They're going to just milk this
Blasting
stabilized
boss.
Rift cast for as long as they can here. Oh, so much damage when if anybody ever gets hit by one of those swirlies from the bats. But they land the kick with Vizdoom already at 2%, so it is just
not even
straight up
close.
dead. No mechanics in this phase for Ambition. That's the thing about Ambition. They just show up with so much damage in these spots. They don't have to do these mechanics sometimes. And that
Well, the
is
thing I wanna-
184 points. Whew.
The thing I want to point up about that key, and this has always been the case with Upper, is if you do a clean Upper Karazhan with 0 deaths, even on the highest key level possible, you have so much time left in the key. They were 4 minutes under timer there. Like, presumably, if they were to play the key just as safe with the same amount of damage and healing at a 31, you would be able to time that just based on time alone. It's just the matter of actually being able to get through those walls of the Sparks on Curator, as well as just being able to heal through the Guardian phases on Medivh. Once you get past that, there is enough time in the key to finish it. It's just insanely difficult. But again, we're at that question we were talking about at the beginning of the day today. You've got your 35 Junkyard.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go next now? Do you go to Iron Docks? That's probably the best key for them now.
Yeah, I mean, Ambition.
Yeah, 30 docks makes sense.
I'd rather go 31 workshop or 31 upper.
Can I interest anybody in a 32 Streets of Wonder? Probably
32.
not.
That's, yeah.
Okay, so their timer was really close in the 31 streets. I think that I do think that the 30 docks is probably their easiest points.
It was so close too, though.
Yeah, that one seems like one where, to me, the like just the numbers check going up by another 8% might be prohibitive. But if any team can leverage that damage, it would be Ambition from what I've seen so far.
I think the 31 workshop is probably the hardest.
They just did. They had a lot of time left, right? It's of course upper is always about surviving.
Alternate docks.
So I'm not sure if that wouldn't be too high, but
They zoned into the
Donut's
Irony
getting
D.
through that shield. Okay, nicely done. It is indeed the plus 30 Iron Docks, as you said, Tettles, from Ambition. They are out of easy keys. All of their keys are either the highest level ones we've seen so far this tournament, or tied with another team that also has the highest level ones, right? There are no weak dungeons on their lineup. They only have difficult ones left. 184 points might already be good enough for them. 185, I think, almost certainly would be. So, well, I guess Donuts could maybe get to 185 with Donuts time.
Donuts win con here is 29 lower into 32 streets, in my opinion. And then they just need Ambition to not time another key.
Yeah, so, I mean, Donuts, they finish this maiden. If they finish this maiden, so they have to get through this last Holy Bulwark, assuming that works out. Unless
Please.
we can do that shield.
Unless.
Yeah, they're good. All right, so Donuts here, they're at 183 points. They have 45 minutes to do a key and start another, so they actually could get to 185 as well, but that would require them to not have any mishaps in any dungeons they attempt, so...
Streets would be
I like your idea of Streets to get the tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. It's their tiebreaker, plus they were really good on time in that dungeon. There was something in the range of like 2 minutes and 50 seconds under the timer, and I think just like their route is something that a lot of teams were probably going to copy here in the future with just how they were playing that. And so I think that them going back to 32 Streets makes a lot of sense. I don't... The issue, too, is like I don't think 30 Workshop is really timeable for them unless they've completely... rerouted that dungeon and are going to maybe adopt that squirrel bombing strategy on Machinist Garden.
They also, I don't think they have the tiebreaker even if they get the 30 workshop, because if I'm not mistaken, that's going to go to total dungeon time, and it looks like Ambition has a couple of minutes on them in aggregate here. So yeah, exactly. I think Donuts looking at this, I actually, this is going to be tough to say, but I agree with Tettles. I think the 32 Streets is the, the place to go here for Donuts.
Are you sure? You okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, the other option would be a 31 Upper Karazhan. That's the other thing. That would also secure the tiebreak for them off of our third tiebreaker, the third highest key.
I don't know if I like the concept of them going 31 Upper. That sounds just so hard, man.
Those are the options as I see it, because I don't think any of the 30s would get them the tiebreak over Ambition. So... it's either the upper or the Streets for Donuts from where I'm sitting.
I also think their lower is generally not that... like, I think their lower is okay, but I don't think it's good enough.
I mean, you can't go... if you go lower, that's already one of the dungeons where you've got, like, a time advantage on Ambition.
Yeah,
you would need to go, like, docks and go faster than your docks and, like, gain time and a key level in order to get that third tiebreaker. Like, or the sixth tiebreaker up against Ambition.
So basically the only thing that the only real... good out here is 32 Streets then.
I stand by 31 Upper being a consideration, but yeah, I think 32 Streets is the better choice. I don't think it's actually clear cut though.
Okay. Their Streets route was good enough to where I would think that they can time it, so it looks like it's points that they can potentially actualize.
Yeah, either way, they're probably relying on Ambition scuffing this 30 docks. This death on JPC and the other death they have early in this dungeon, that's actually really good news if you're a fan of Donuts and Despair here, because there's a chance that Ambition are going to fail this key by a couple of seconds. And so if you're a Donuts fan, you're actually hoping that Ambition don't have too much go wrong that they can reset the dungeon, right? You're hoping that Ambition get trapped into a 30-minute key and waste as much time as possible in here. Meanwhile, if you're an Ambition fan, you're thinking, okay, as soon as they know they've depleted this key, they need to hearth out and start it up again.
Oh, we got to move our world record ticker from Donuts and Despair to Ambition. They timed it faster.
Oh yeah, we're
very important.
Shuffling that little card around.
Iron Docks.
Donuts and Despair Heading to the docks. Okay, yeah. So again, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't actually added up all the times, but the way that this would work out is if Donuts time this docks, both Ambition and Donuts will be on the exact same configuration of key levels as each other. So we would go to the tiebreaker of totaling up their times across all dungeons. Donuts have a minute in Streets. They have a little bit less than a minute in Workshop. They're down a minute in Docks. They're up a minute in Lower. They're down 3 in Upper, and they're down 3 in Junkyard. Yeah, so I don't think that tiebreaker is realistic for them. So I think that the problem with the Docks here is they actually need to do Docks and then another key if they want to beat Ambition, even assuming Ambition have no more success. Ambition, on the other hand, with a full wipe, are hearthing out of their dungeon.
Yeah, no, how long do they have left now? They have 45 minutes left. They have to realize that timing this key is not going to win them the competition, right? Like, I think you never want to do this key. Unless, like, they're just going for we can do the same keys that Ambition did, so that's a win in our book sort of mentality, but, like...
Well, I mean, you have 40 minutes left to start another key after this, right? So you can be like, okay, we're going to do the Docks, and then we're going to end with, an epic Streets 32 or something as our overtime key.
For what it's worth, I do think that they can time this 30 Iron Docks. Just like some of their...
Yes.
While the timer was tight in the 29, I just feel like their strategies scale super well to the point where they don't end up losing a ton of time just here, because we even saw them not be able to two-chest a 26, but they were 4 or 5 minutes under in the 26, and so they haven't been losing time as fast as you would expect with the dungeon level going up. Just because some of their Eyes of the Beast tech, it takes a while to set up, but it's so efficient whenever they do it well.
Right, and the more that you're killing with Iron Stars, the better your strat is going to scale with higher key levels, right?
Exactly.
Because it takes the same amount of time to run around with your Eyes of the Beast, but you're killing more health of mobs with those Iron Stars, so absolutely another good point, Tuttles.
Why are we summoning the bear?
Well, he's got This is it's consistent with what always happens in Iron Docks for Donuts and Despair. He ends up getting summoned all the time whenever everybody else uses an invisibility potion.
What potion is he using instead?
Strength, of course.
Ah, I see. Yeah, more damn. That makes sense. You can see Dorky right now, second on the meters. Ooh, does fall to fourth, though, embarrassingly. And that's going to be something that probably keeps him up at night.
Well, if he had the potion, up, he would
if he just had a strength potion here, I'm sure he'd be keeping up with Sven there in third place.
How do you like Ambition's opening of this? Ambition's opening pulls in this dungeon are so sus. By the way, this Siege Master mob with foot soldiers, they do a Siege Master and 3 foot soldiers as their opening pull. It's so scary to me.
So I like this from a metagaming perspective of, let's do our most risky, biggest pulls at the start of the dungeon, right?
Okay.
By doing that, we know if we mess them up, we can reset, and it costs us 2 minutes per reset, right? Whereas if you're doing a sus double Wrangler pull at the end of the dungeon or something like that, that is going to cost you your time at the end of the dungeon, and that means you're paying 30 minutes per wipe instead of 2. Ooh, Gabamac plus 35. Grievous here for
They're running a lot of cheap
Turtle
pod.
There. Yeah, Turtle Pod, Dark Pact. We are okay for now.
Can they top themselves off before this smash?
So the good news is this is going to be the third smash,
yeah.
right? Not too much happens after the third smash. This kind of a brief respite in the fight. The problem is going to be the fourth smash is just before the fourth smash. There's a rumble. That is big, scary damage time. So that's going to happen in about 20-25 seconds here for That's going to be something where it's going to be rumble, top, smash.
Have you guys liked from a meta perspective us seeing all of these cheat death trinkets in this dungeon? So we see Jack and Sky both running that Fate Scribe trinket, Carmezy having the Sun King Salvation cheat death trinket, Tuft as well, yes.
Yep.
Wait, is that the Splintered Heart of Alar? Yeah?
That is. Showdown dead. They have a res, though. But the Sarge smash is going to do a lot. Man.
Jack again getting so low. We have cheap death trinkets.
Showdown's pylon is not zapping right now. So they could get Grunters from his corner here. Gotta hope that the bot that they activated does some work.
Yeah, it looks like the four things they have activated right now seems like it's doing enough for them, but they are going to be able to kill Gobamak as well. So nicely done to get through there. They've used 4 cheat death trinkets, 2 pod tenders,
6 deaths,
an ice block, a turtle, but they have survived. So well played by Huh. They should still have enough time to do that last boss. Maybe. Actually, they're kind of low on count.
If they one phase, they can do it, but they have to one phase, I think.
Ooh, that is so
have
scary.
To do 25% mark out.
They didn't one phase on the 34, although they were close. They were about 9% off.
Okay. So it is doable.
It is doable. It's going to be so close, though.
Well, also, welcome back, Nagura.
Hello. I've been looking at Ulch on the top right side, and they lost their priest on that Sophax fight here, but it looks like they're fine. They have to finish off one of those containment cells, though. I guess they were running out of... I guess they're not running human racial either. We've seen a lot of people run human racial, but...
Interesting.
Ulch not going for that.
Unhindered passing is a nice potion that you can actually use on this boss as well to be able to break out of those cages.
Yeah, they're able to get through that
quantum
boss.
device used to work, but don't want to play that anymore.
They can.
I mean, it still does work. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still play it, but
It is it's still only at level 278, and it's nerfed by 25% or something, right?
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, Ulch are heading down the right-hand side, grabbing a big AOE pull here in this Streets of Wonder. Meanwhile, Huh? They're actually almost done with their I guess they still need to find a couple more pulls after this, so
2 more probably?
yeah, it is going to I think Zyra was right. I think this is going to be a one phase or bust for them.
Oh, I don't like those odds.
It is not good odds, that is for sure. But you'll take those over just having to restart the key right now any day, so we'll see how it goes. The trash is easy to get, right? You just do all of these renormalizer pulls, you let your mage pop off as much as possible. This trash shouldn't kill you. The only person that's really in danger is the tank. You have your dwarves available for the shrink debuff, so you don't really even have to worry about kicking them, so you don't accidentally kick them large. Quasi's going to be scared, but he's not going to be dead. Just listen. Don't look at Quasi's health bar. He's a death knight.
He purged.
They do that. No, he's fine. They do that. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I gotta rub my eyes.
And he also doesn't have his cheat death trinket now. Carmesi did die, so he's gonna have to go find 2 more bots here.
Is Quasi gonna die? Oh, we got Shadow Fury? Okay, maybe not.
I mean, this pull has not gone well for them. This pull should already be dead, but does anyone know if actually is Sanguine Icar streaming? They're doing so much healing here.
Can we pull up
They're
the...
not healing the tank,
I'm not
unfortunately. That is a rough way to lose a 35, though. This key is over now. They lost all their bots. They're gonna have to reset.
Okay, and there's 33 minutes to start another key, which means there's actually not enough time to do this 35 and then do another key anymore for Huh. They are on final key of the day territory. Fighting for 3rd place against Olge. They do still have an extra point of score over Olge, but Olge have that tiebreaker if Olge can get another point from somewhere else. Meanwhile, here's Donuts.
Look at the
with
wasp.
That Eyes of the Beast technology. Look at that wasp.
Oh my gosh.
Fluttering around, it gets a Tiger's Lust, gets an Angelic Feather as well. Speeding its way along. Completely immune to these cannons as well. Has a little look around the corner.
What are we thinking? Wasp.
Is it gonna hit?
Oh,
Wasp.
Dude, he got flipped!
No!
There's just a hunter
shot.
off in the distance, sitting in a sleep puddle. No, what's he doing in there?
Okay, this take two. Where's the wasp?
It's already by the Ogron. It's already by the Ogron.
Okay,
it's
all the way up.
over there.
Yeah. All right. Well, a thoroughly scuffed plan there by that one sleep cloud, but they are still going to keep it going.
That's a good one.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody clip that. I need that for later.
Yeah. All right, Cryptic setting up the shot here. Spends pet on take 2, does return with all of these enemies, and they are going to group them up and take them down with this one bowling ball. Dorky also going to grab the one Ogron out of the patrol to bring into this as well. That's actually not linked with the other laborers too, so you can avoid pulling them if you don't want all of them.
If I was I think I would have taken like a little bit of time here and maybe discussed if there's like anything they could have changed in their route. Get some more shrouded buffs, possibly. Because as you said, they don't have time to do this key plus another one. Technically, they have time to deplete, like if something goes wrong, and then try again, right? So maybe it does make sense to go straight away. But yeah, just taking like 2 minutes or something to talk about a thing or two would have been maybe great, because this 35 is so important for them, right?
Yeah, the 35, assuming that Olge put another point on the board, will need to do this 35 to hold on to that third place that they're currently in. But yeah, like you said, there's benefits both ways, right? Like if you delay a little bit and then you wipe just at the end of the day, it's gonna feel really, really bad.
Yeah, that is also true.
What is that male mental doing out here? I've never seen one of those pulled outside of the boss room before.
He's vibing.
Interesting. Well, notably the important thing is that at this point, with 25 minutes left in the day, or 35 minutes left in the day even, there is just like, unfortunately, does not have their own, results in their own hands anymore. Well, the best thing they can do is time the 35 junkyard. However, what I'm about to say, if Olge times this key, they can still go in and time another key and force a tiebreaker with Han.
Oh.
So, and they will have the tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, because they'll have the 31.
Yeah,
right.
Right. Yeah, they could definitely still get that third place spot and steal it away from Han at the last seconds here. So Han needs this junkyard right now to maximize their chances of securing that third place spot.
And we saw Olge in a 29 Iron Docks earlier, and they wiped on Oshir twice pretty late into that dungeon, but their timer looked okay. So it's one of those things that if they can have a clean run through Oshir, they're probably in a good position to be able to time a 29 Iron Docks. We know it's something on the menu that they can do. Assuming that they can get this 31 streets timed, which was maybe one of the biggest tragedies of all time yesterday.
Well, it's going to come down to the Postmaster here, right? We know that they can do it, but the difficult part of the dungeon is making sure Postmaster goes well. And we're into the boss here. Bloodlust is active. They've got an elemental pull down. Let's get some burst in. We just really want to make sure that Infiltrator doesn't point of frontal right at the group, as it does. Very good. But they're going to go out and soak anyways. But they got a lot of the use out of that first bubble. Should be fine. Really have to keep an eye on the damage intake of the group, though. Going to be scary here. First fan mail into the AoE soak. Let's see what the damage is like for him. Okay.
Goodness gracious.
All right.
We very nearly have a rogue-shaped hole in the floor here.
Is Kel playing Verse as well, and that hit him that hard?
It does look like that, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Oh my god.
Verse was a good call, because let me tell you, without 10% Verse there, Kel would not have lived to tell the tale without committing the cheat death to that one. Although, haters will say that they could press Feint as well, but Feint is a damage loss.
Wait, did he not? There's no way he
did. He probably
did,
right? Yeah, he probably
No way. No way
shot.
He feinted there. He was at 10% HP. He took more damage than everyone else. I guarantee you he didn't hit it there.
Well,
I'll bet actually, to maximize damage, he probably doesn't feint until he already cheats.
Well,
there's no way you do that, right?
Just press feint.
Yeah,
that was it with feint,
right? He probably feinted there. He probably feinted there because he only took half his HP.
Just press feint.
Well, the last time though,
Harrison did pot.
That's fine. That's what it's here for. Here comes another fan mail.
He's saving his Dark Pact until he proc the pot.
He died without walling. That's unfortunate, but
he can't wall there. Like he realistically can't wall there.
He needs to save the wall for the
yeah.
smoke, right?
Yeah.
That was an insignificant loss. Let them
But he was so far away from the group, right? Because the AoE was going off.
Yeah, he's picking up the suitcase.
And he was walking far.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the next soak. Looks like this one is going to be a sacrifice.
And they will have a res up in about 15 seconds or so.
It was in fact a rogue things. I see.
It was a rogue.
Yep. Yes.
A rogue.
They have the res up in 20 seconds too, so this should be okay. Hopefully this next one goes on like the hunter so we can just turtle it. That would be ideal.
I have an interesting stat to pose to the panel. According to some sources, Cry on Olge traded Terrasant stamina potions mid-fight.
Huh.
No, it's Olge.
Stamina flask? Wait, is that?
It says
Potions.
potions. It may have been flasks.
potions.
But
There's a battle potion of stamina, or like a potion as well, I think.
I think so as well.
Okay, here we
Oh,
go.
he had to
No
use
evasion
enemy
available for this
resolve.
one.
It's not gonna be up anymore, I think. It's gonna drop right before.
GS has been called on toll as well.
All
So is
right.
Dark Pact. I think Terrasan is out of defensives now.
I think the next money order, though, the boss should be low enough that you can just sacrifice whoever's targeted. That's what I would do with the boss being
that's
this
just
low.
Okay, so top left, Donuts and DeBear, they are looking fierce in this Iron Docks. Like this is one of the scariest parts of this dungeon. So these Wranglers are still super dangerous, and if you get the bleeds stacked like 2 times on a person, you're in trouble. You may be able to live it. 3 times, you're basically dead. They kind of stack like Iron Fur as well, where the stacks are independent, but they can't overlap and they tick simultaneously.
Last fan mail going out for Olge. Yeah,
Olge and Kel?
I think you just sacrifice that. Okay, why are they soaking it with 3 people?
Oh yeah, soak it with
Just
3
sack it.
people. Sacrifice 3 people.
Just
Death?
sack it.
Sack 3 people. I'm in.
Look,
Well,
if
maybe with
sacrificing
the
one
tank.
person's good.
Is then the cheap procs?
Well, yeah, no, you're right. Sacrificing 3 people is 3 times as good, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
can't
Yeah,
argue with
there you
that.
Yips down for Donuts and Despair. Cryptic's going low too in the pod tender now. This poll is going horribly. Like Kettles was saying, these Wranglers, this is very scary. Cryptix is going to be out of the pod shortly. They have to get a res on Yips here. Looks like Timber's trying to get it
No,
off.
this
Able
timer,
to
the timer's
soul
gone
shake
here,
the
right?
Cleft of
I
Two.
guess 2 reses.
If they're able to finish off this poll afterwards, maybe Cryptix
I
has
think
to
the
rejoin
timer's
the group
gone.
somehow. Spin with 2 bleeds. He's gonna die. Yep. Last tick of the second bleed killed him. This is
town
over
portal
now.
scroll.
This is over now.
This is a town
Yeah.
portal scroll for sure.
So
Portal scroll. Get out of the docks.
They gotta go streets. Yep, they
Yeah.
have to go streets.
Because we know, and they should know as well from the understanding of the rules, that we don't think, unless we're mistaken about all the situation, which sometimes does happen.
We're not.
Yeah, assuming
not.
we're
I
right, then
promise
they
you we're
need
not.
to go to a different dungeon, because even with a win in that docks and Ambition failing their own docks, we don't think Donuts and Despair will have the tiebreaker over them unless that Iron Docks is completed in 7 minutes or something. So they're going to have to pick, again, we think the streets or perhaps the upper are their paths to victory. And of course, either of those is also reliant on Ambition failing this Iron Docks too.
Yeah, and then we have on the bottom right side, they're trying that lower, Junkyard 35 again. So yeah, this is they're a good chance. Like if they don't time this 35, they basically lose the tiebreaker to Ulch for the 3rd place. If they are going to be even score at the end, which does look like it's going to happen because Ulch is looking pretty good for this 31 streets. They do have the 5 deaths in total though. So they definitely have to hurry up a little bit on the boss fights. But yeah, that 35 is really important for her.
Yeah, Zyra was saying, even if gets this 35, Olge have time to finish this and then do another of their keys and actually still overtake. But that's a tough order because, of course, all the keys they could do after this one, and including this one, are all very hard. So that would be really impressive if they were able to make it happen. If can't time this 35, though, things get a whole lot easier for Olge, as they only need 1 key instead of 2.
Oh, there we go. Donuts and Despair is in the streets.
All right.
Okay.
I'm in for this.
I know.
This is the way. I mean, this is their only path to victory with either this or Upper Karazhan. If they can time this 32 Streets of Wonder, they will tie Ambition's score, and they will gain that second tiebreaker of second highest key as a 32 instead of a 31.
Highlights
But-
to look for if a run is on pace here. If they get out of the first boss room area at around 12 minutes 30 seconds, they are on pace to time the key. It's just about getting
Oh
their
no!
at that point.
Ambition JPC died.
Oh.
Like these Wranglers are so deadly. Like they do have a battle res to be able to commit here, so this is okay. But the pull that they're doing is so sketchy.
Yeah, this is the same pool we saw Donuts and Despair dying to earlier, right? Or a similar pool. With all of those Wranglers just applying bleeds on everybody. You have the left of charging around that needs to be dodged. And then you have all of this fire spawning from the Flame Spitters. So definitely lots of things to watch. Nerf actually dropping incredibly low from some of those casters as well.
Okay, so they
Like,
hard
pulling more
focus
than
that
2
Wrangler.
Wranglers is so bad, man. Actually,
Yeah.
honestly, pulling more than 1 is kind of bad. I think even after the nerf, the amount of damage those bleeds do to players is just so illegal that you're better off just either hard single target burning one of them if you have to pull 2, or just CCing it, because honestly, they're just so difficult to deal with.
Well, a lot of it too is like about how the dots stack, similar to Iron Fur as well, because you can get the second bleed applied, but then you just tick. Like you can have the second bleed apply and then just tick like it's a double bleed for 60k almost instantaneously, and that is very, very scary feat whenever it happens.
Oh yeah.
And if you ever get a third one on, you're basically dead. Like there's no living.
Does Olge actually still have time in their key here? It's
No,
going to be
no
really
clue.
close, right?
No clue.
They have
Because they have to do
15 minutes.
Okay, so they're already on Zogron. Okay, 12.5 minutes to do Zogron, then do all of Menagerie, then do 1 mini boss plus they probably do they still have the triple infiltrator in front of Menagerie to do as well? That would be the rest of their count.
Because you be at 92.
Well, I think
Yeah.
they're literally like right on pace.
I agree. I
Like,
think this is
they
going to
have
be so
no
close.
time.
Yeah.
This is going to be just as close as yesterday was if they didn't just randomly not kick.
Yeah, the good news for them is that even if they deplete this last second, they will have time to try it again. So they won't be dead unless time their 35, even if they deplete on this attempt. But they would much rather get this attempt because they still have time after this to start another key, as do Ambition. Neither nor Donuts and Despair can say the same, though. Both of those teams are in a position of, once we time this key, we are done, right? We will be over the time limit, and our score will be locked in.
How's Ambition's timer looking? 10 minutes. I guess that's pretty good, right?
Yes, they've just pulled Oshir
10
with
minutes
10
on
minutes
Oshir?
left on the board. It's
they're
it's
fine.
okay, yeah. On a plus 30 level, I mean, Skolok does take a couple of years, so they have pulled the Siege Master into Oshir just to get as much time as possible here, leaving it down with Oshir.
I think they're fine, assuming that they don't have any like major mistakes. Their timer relative to the bosses, like the bosses that they have remaining, is okay. Now it's all about execution.
Well, the thing
I
to be
think they're going to
scared
be like
of
30
here,
seconds in the good, though, at most. I don't know.
the thing to be scared of here is if they get to the third Dragonhawk. So
Okay. Yeah.
they can trap a Dragonhawk, they can polymorph a Dragonhawk. If they get the third Dragonhawk, their next best CC is just
Scare
the
Beast.
Warlock Fury.
Fear it.
No, Scare Beast.
Yeah, that's not
can you
too bad
scare-
because it doesn't actually move from position. It's not that bad.
Okay. It's a
You
little
can
more
also
active,
Scare
though,
Beast it,
that's
but
the
no
thing.
hunter has ever had that button bound.
True.
I guarantee you the guy, JCP, definitely does not have that bound.
Yeah, I was about to say. You think that guy is
We have
not
a pot.
that guy's not Scare Beasting Zul'Guruk's bats either. Okay, maybe he is, but
That's a DPS loss. So something also that's really annoying on this boss as well is that there are Dragonhawk spawns that are literally right next to dog spawns, or wolf spawns, I guess. And the Dragonhawks actually have an extremely large hitbox. So I'm actually really surprised that the shifting power that Asuna just casted didn't hit the Dragonhawk because of how big it is.
so
So you have to be very, very careful if you get a very close spawn to the Dragonhawks.
of course I know the answer, but what's the difference between a Dragon Hawk and a Rylac?
Well,
they're
one
about
is
the
the
same.
thing that's actually here, and the other is a different creature that Zyro has made up as being a part of this
As
fight.
soon as nothing.
It's a Dragonhawk.
Invis-
I'm calling
there
it a
we go.
Dragonhawk, and you can't
Doesn't it
stop me.
have two hats or something? Isn't that the
Rylax do,
difference?
yeah.
There we go.
And a host of other, differences from the
it's just
quite
two
different
hats.
looking species, but yes.
Oh, these are actually really nice spawns. Okay, so Asuna's going to get the polymorph on this one. Or they're going to trap that one and they polyed the previous one. That's probably the play.
Yeah, now 40% on Oshir, so they probably will see the third Rylac and hit it with some kind of CC, but the boss will be like sub 10% at that point, right? So they won't have to keep it CC'd for too long.
Oh yeah. Well, third set of dogs is going to be soon. What kind of cooldowns do they have available for those? Not a whole lot.
Yeah, we got Resonating Arrow. We've got a Fernal coming up soon, too.
Coordinated
That'll probably help quite a bit. Binding
They
Shot
got the
really,
Binding
really
Shot.
potent here.
Yeah, you still have to be scared because like the moment that the mobs come out of the binding, they're still enraged because like they do bonus damage whenever they're nearby other wolves. So your melee have to be scared, but it looks like they just have enough CC to be able to kill. That was super sick from Ambition, a great CC chain, rivaled only by top-ranked PvPers.
Well, here we go. Third flying beast that spits acid on the group coming out soon here.
That checks out.
That was the most accurate thing you've said about them so far. Here they go. It's a far spawn, but they've all gone and re-CC'd recently, so they should be okay. Let's see what they decide to do. It is going to be a fear from Onesie to keep it under control.
Okay.
13% on O'Shear. They should be able to kill this before those CCs break. They are looking at having about 5.5 minutes for plus 30 Tyrannical Skullock. I don't know. I mean, that...
No Shadow Meld, no block.
Close.
This is kind of scary, actually.
The pod tender comes out. That's going to cost them even more time.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the time, honestly.
How
This
long
looks
is this
very
last
They do.
close.
boss on a 30
They do.
tiger?
It's 5% of the boss's HP. So
Yeah, but do they have the time to do Skullock in
Last
now
I
in
think
what,
so.
5:15?
I think they do. I think they do.
It's going to be
They
I
do
think it's
have to
going to be
go for
real
it.
close.
They have to go for a burn Skullock strat, though, so that they have as much time as possible to kill the two orcs.
What a 30? Who?
Burn
who is
Skullock? What they have to do.
Who is this guy talking to? Who is this guy talking to?
I'm just
Oh, we'll
saying
see
what
what they
has to
do.
be done.
So what you're
order
saying
for
is
them to time this key.
not focus on Koromar just to be more damage efficient by cleaving off of Skullock, but
Exactly.
that means that if Koromar stays alive, that'll make the fight so much more dangerous. You can see they're
Where's
not
Lust?
going for that. They are going into Koromar, Azuna sending those Pyroblasts on
Did they
into
not
the
Lust?
Orc rather than into
Where's
the Gron.
Lust?
Hello?
The Lust
Billy,
may
Lust.
be being saved?
For what?
So, Infernal, Coordinated Assault have both just become available, but Combustion isn't available for another 20 seconds.
that'll be
We
here.
just
Yeah,
pressed it
that's
on
fine,
pull.
So, but think about this, right? Like, you could
Yeah,
lust
lust
after
now,
you get
yeah.
back from this cannon barrage, and then you could have it then with all your
That was near
cooldowns.
pot.
Yes, it would have...
No, he's on the screen.
No, that's a long time ago,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. This is where the lust comes out.
Oh,
Assuredly.
right there on the screen. It looks like Han restarted their junkyard, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Good to know.
they still have another 14 minutes to keep retrying the start of that dungeon until they're happy with how it looks.
Yeah.
Azuna's still pumping the damage into Koromar here. We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes and 15 seconds for them to finish this boss. Skullock only at 85%. Koromar still at half health. I am officially a non-believer. I believe that the damage per second is not going to be sufficient.
Well,
we get a
honestly,
prediction?
the
Can we get a
frustrating
prediction in
thing
chat?
about this fight is the damage per second is definitely there. It's the fact that you lose half your uptime because Skullock knocks you back every 30 seconds.
Right.
That's why I was talking about burning Skullock, because if you remove the knockback from the equation, you can technically just burn the two orcs afterwards without the knockback. The problem is you're being cannon blasted the entire time, and then of course Koromar
Yeah.
is jumping around. I don't know, man. This is looking pretty rough. We'll have to see,
I
though.
have never seen Skullock first work, but I kind of agree with you. That might have been the only way it was mathematically possible here, because, I mean, 80% on Skullock still, as Ambition have only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. Koromar's still alive as well. It has so much health on its plus
Oh my
30
God,
level.
nerf.
So we have seen Skullock first work. It was in a 26. But
Okay.
it was not a 13.
Well, I didn't see it, so my point still stands. I wasn't watching that part.
Okay. Sure.
You weren't watching. What were you doing instead?
I was watching one of the other teams at that time, I'm sure.
Good answer.
Did we see you?
Yeah.
Ooh, Ellesmere died.
Oh no.
You're the rest
Koromar
now.
dead at
Okay.
least, so the major damage intake on the group is gone. It's just going to be
3 minutes?
nerf. 3 minutes to do 70%.
There's just
Skullock.
there's no way. There's no way.
That's actually about a
there
minute
is-
and a half, by the way.
To do what?
You only actually have about a minute and a half to burn Skullock because you lose half your uptime.
Oh,
on
because
it.
of all this
Just-
time that you're the back of the ship.
All right.
Yeah.
I did some investigative research. He's got 10.5 million HP.
All right. So, and he's got about 7 million health right now.
Let's see how much damage they do in this phase. They
No.
25% of
He
his
was-
HP in this phase.
Skullock was at 10.5 million HP.
Oh,
Not max. Not max. He
Okay.
was at that number.
Well, still, let's
All
look
right.
at how low they get it here. If they're able to get it to about 45%, there's a shot. It's actually really close.
oh my goodness!
They're
But
about to
Zagash
get
has to
knocked
die
back.
as well.
Well, Zagash should die just to pure cleave here.
Leaving it pretty nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, look, it's already Kind of low.
All right, you know what?
I'm a believer. They
I'm
have
a
this.
non-believer in my non-believer ways. Yeah, I
They
renounce my
actually have
non-belief.
this.
I again believe. Although
gonna
they
get-
don't have, they don't.
Uh,
They're gonna get one
right
more
at
infernal, right?
Right at 6 million HP.
The fairies
one
are
more
on 1-0
Infernal.
right now. Look at the Infernal cooldown. He's got the fairies on him.
One
They'll have
more-
the Infernal back up.
One more coordinated assault is going to be available as well.
2 Infernals.
They're going to get 2
even.
more Infernals,
One-
and they're going to have a Combustion for each phase. They'll also have PI next phase, too, for probably the Combust, for just pure damage. Or
Drop
the
the
Infernal,
Fernie.
either one.
Oh no, once
Drop
he's
the
holding
Fernie!
Infernal.
Drop
Use
the
it!
Fernie
So
Sands!
only one in. It's too
Press
late.
up.
It's only gonna be
Well,
one.
he's
Infernal.
holding it for the power infusion on the
suppose he's
next
saving
phase.
for
That's
the
the
power
plan.
infusion.
He thinks, yeah, only one more infernal, so that's when I'll
Should-
save it for.
Oh,
He's
shouldn't
saving
Mage be
Soul
getting
Rock, you can
PI?
see.
I mean, they're doing okay though. They're doing okay here. 29 minutes, so 1 minute left here. They have 22% of Skulllock's health and 38% of Zagosh's health. They actually have moved the skull marker over to Zagosh here, potentially indicating that that's going to be the target to start cleaving off of. Although it looks like all the Chaos Bolts and Pyre Blasts are still going into Skulllock. As soon as you kill Skulllock,
This
Zagosh
is where you
so
double
much
blink
freer.
in, take Gateway, use your block, use your turtle, make sure everyone's in melee range of the boss, and just go-ins right after this Cannon Barrage. You have 30 seconds to burn the boss here. I think they actually have it. They have PI, Infernal, they have Combust, they have a Hunter.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be really
Here come
close.
every single cooldown in the video game.
And this is
By the way,
top
Zagosh is
tier
not
the
under
first
boss.
place spot, by the way. If they get this key, they are
Oh my gosh.
guaranteed the first place spot.
20 seconds.
This is for all the marbles here. 15 seconds left. Skullluck
15
is going to go
seconds.
down. Can they kill Zogosh? I think they have it,
I think they
guys.
can.
I think they
10
have it.
seconds. Zagosh's still alive though.
Close.
1% on Skulllock.
5 seconds?
6 seconds
seconds.
Oh,
left.
they've got it. They've got it.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Ambition
Where did
just
that
doing the
damage
same
come
thing they've done all
from?
weekend. That
Oh
was
my-
amazing.
How do they do it? Oh,
It's the
pure
it's the
skill.
Definitely served the #1 spot.
that indeed
was
it
insane,
does.
wow.
No matter what Donuts and Despair do from here, Ambition have locked up the #1 spot. That means Donuts and Despair have locked up the #2 slot as well, because there's no way they can be caught by either or Olge. So what we are looking at now is, first of all, can Donuts and Despair just do this 32 streets? Because that would be cool. But second of all, will Olge or get this third place spot locked down? Because both of those teams are still
Dude,
in the running
wait.
for third place.
How went to lower Karazhan?
Interesting.
Okay, so
Let's focus on
Olge have 1 minute left to do 50% of Soasmi
Lust just
31
pops now.
Tyrannical's health.
Lust just now.
Is that enough time? With Lust, maybe?
they need
I don't know,
high
I'm-
roll double techniques. They need like
Yeah.
less Shuris, more double
Yeah.
techniques.
Okay, it looks like PI was indeed used. Yep,
there
on
we go.
Terrasant. Excellent. Terrasant sees the circle coming, is in his cooldowns, does eventually get forced to move once the boss line of sights him. Where's the boss going? Oh, they've got to take circle and square here. They're so far away.
That lust.
No.
Oh, no.
That's a wrap.
This is there's no
that's not
shot
gonna
here,
be
right?
it.
25
No.
seconds left. Olge are going to get one more try at this, but it is not going to work out for them on this try. So, all right, here's the situation in third, fourth place. If can do this lower, they lock up third place. If they can't and Olge can time a different keystone, then Olge will instead take third place. Olge have to decide, do they think that this Streets of Wonder was a possibility for them? Do they think they can do it? They have 6 deaths on the board, and they've only just barely depleted. So I think they certainly can. They will get enough time to start one more key. So that is exactly the choice they're going to have to make.
Oh, yo, Zofex died at 12:13. Is ironic. Was it you who was saying that they needed it done by 12:30?
Yep, 12:30 was the timer, so they are on pace. This is definitely the case, and also notably different routing here from what we're used to seeing in this street. Right, they're going towards Menagerie first, using the second Bloodlust there, and the reason you're doing this is so you can get as many Infiltrator buffs as possible before you attempt the Postmaster. So they're going to have like 13 stacks going into Postmaster.
Look at Ambition. They're in Lower Karazhan as well. Just taking a victory lap in Lower Kara.
They're like, oh, Donuts and Despair has the world record there. We want that.
Oh, well, that's mine.
Mine now.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, Ambition looking so good here. This key they've just started, we already know they've won the tournament, but this now is about sending a message even to the other regions too, right? Sending a message to Echo, their big rivals over in the European side, and the other fantastic teams that region has produced for this tournament. It's going to be something that if they can put this lower up, if they can have the that world record tag next to 5 of those 6 dungeons, that would be something else.
What is that? What that stands for?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
What did you think it stood for?
Wait, so what is Ulge going for?
Well, I would
Quasi
have to
died.
say
Oh, Hun's town portaling right here. Oh,
they have time. They have time to start another
they
one
have
as well.
plenty of time
Yeah.
to start a new run.
Yeah, keep retrying this. Ulch have decided that the 31 streets was not going to be for them. So after another failed attempt at that one, they are instead looking at either a 30 lower or a 29 upper. I would say 29 upper has got to be the
have to be
place,
upper to
right?
break the tiebreaker.
Nope.
so
It is
This
no,
doesn't-
no, no, lower.
They have the tiebreaker. They have the 35.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
right. They do. You're right. Yeah, I was just in the back of my mind thinking, oh yeah, Hall already had the 35 junkyard. All Ulge have to do is just time a key. Is 30 lower really the place to do that though?
Their lower has looked the best in the tournament so far. Just their consistency,
Yeah, they're
and their speed in here has been insane.
Okay.
Huh.
I don't know if 30. I don't know if I would pick 30 lower. Let me be
yeah.
real. I'm not sure if that's the dungeon for me, but their lower is compelling in a lot of ways.
This is it's kind of poetic though. We have all of our teams kind of converging on lower as their last dungeons of the day. This is that's pretty cool. And if either Ambition or Ulge succeed, that means that every single dungeon we picked for this weekend is going to be at that 30 level or higher, which would also be pretty neat.
Oh, by
So,
the way, you
How
know,
is waiting? Oh, now they started the queue.
a little off topic, but it's still relevant. I just want to point out that the highest lower Karazhan done on live keys in North America right now, so with the Wicked encounter, on Tyrannical Bolstering Explosive this week, is a 23.
Okay.
So, you know, Blizzard Esports, if you want to see teams suffer, you know what to do. Jot that down.
I have a question. What about the real region? What does Europe put up this week?
25, but they have an
We
easier
don't have
boss.
Wicked this week.
You
We
have
had
a
Wicked
West Side
last
Story,
week.
right? Or Westfall
Yeah, we had
Story.
Wicked last week, but it was fortified. And even then, like, it was really hard, because I'm not sure, but, like, the ads that spawn, they just had infinite amounts of health. Like, they did
Ooh.
not die.
And they
I was
spawn
seeing, like, a
explosives
25 lower.
this week.
Yeah.
Pretty
And
fun.
it was just impossible to kill them. I was just spamming Rain of Fire, and they just did not die.
Damn, a death already
All right.
early on here for Ulge.
Yeah, I think it's a town portal potentially for Ulge. It certainly is for They are also about to start another attempt at this lower. Just
Have
keep
they-
on retrying that first pull until it works.
What, the timer's going.
Yeah, well, that was from their old timer.
Oh, okay.
That's just how our UI looks when they quick reset like that. Here comes the next timer.
Okay. I see. I understand now. Makes sense.
Yeah. All right, Ambition are working on that first Opera encounter. They've done a good job of actually getting all that trash taken care of without having to reset the dungeon quite as many times as Ulge and Ha. Well, Ulge haven't reset it yet either, I guess, but Ulge have gone through with a death, whereas Ambition have had a death, but they've saved their battle res, notably, whereas Ulge have not.
Did they just battle res that? Their battle res tracker's like grayed out, but I can't tell if they just battle res that are manual res that.
I was assuming it was a battle res from how the battle res tracker looked, but you're right. That isn't, I guess, how it normally looks on zero battle res. Huh?
We
right,
would just say
yeah.
zero. I'm not 100%.
I could be getting cranked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Donuts in Despair up in the top left as well. They're nearly done with their menagerie encounter. Zyro, do you happen to know like what sort of time they might be looking at to get out of the Grand Menagerie? Do you think they're going to be doing okay? I mean, sub 20 minutes feels like a good time to be doing this.
This particular route, I don't know the exact timer for, but
Okay.
this looks like a pretty okay time. So the question is, did they actually have time for somebody good to go over and already do the RP for the Oasis? If they did, yeah, then they're definitely good on time. But if
They were
didn't,
17:30 in the 31 on Menagerie kill time.
Okay.
and they were
so
3
they're-
minutes under.
The 250.
Okay, so they're actually
Okay, so
on
they've
pace. then.
lost. Yeah, they're right on pace to time this dungeon at exactly 39 minutes, basically.
They've lost half
Crypto's
of their time that they had left in half of the key. So, assuming
How-
Postmaster goes correctly, they should be fine.
How is Huh resetting again? What is going what is going on?
They're just attempting that first pull, seeing if they can make it work. They're trying to do a really big first pull because they know they can reset the dungeon a couple times. Although that time is almost up. We have, I think, 2 minutes left to start another dungeon. So this or one more attempt at most for Huh, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'll jump back in for a second to say you're absolutely right. We're like less than 2 minutes now away, I believe, from the end of being able to start a new dungeon. So this is pretty much it for I think it's going to be hard to get out and reset if this one doesn't go well. Everyone else kind of stuck in the dungeon they're in at this point.
Yep. I'm just having fun watching the keys.
I mean,
This season
this
has
has been
really breathed life into the game for me. I've been enjoying playing the game this season, probably more so than I've
Hard
had in like
agree.
the past couple of years. It's been a lot of fun. Just really glad we've got a new set of affixes and keys to do at the end of the season.
I'm a big fan as well. Oh, 50 seconds is the time remaining to
Ooh.
start.
There you go.
These are the last keys that we're going to see. Unless somebody decides they want to reset right now. Okay,
Yeah,
nobody
Han is the
did.
team that might do that, right? You see them down in the bottom right. The huge
Man.
pull once again going for them. Double infiltrator. This time
no
it
way
looks like, though, they are getting over, not having too many deaths here.
Doesn't look terrible.
But one more
Yeah.
for
IG
posterity,
down
of
for
course.
Olge. That's their battle res.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so they did have it.
They
Town
did,
portal now.
in fact,
Town portal
yes.
now. You have time. Town portal now.
Well,
All right,
they
I think
almost
that's
have
it. I think,
I think they're going
Yeah.
for it.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably
they're committed.
was the last opportunity to do it. Town portals likely are no longer effective. Although, of course, in any specific case, we'll have the admins rule that, not the casters. But if I had to guess, I'd say that is probably the end of keys starting.
The way
I'm
we've
pretty
done
sure
it,
the players want the casters to make all the decisions. I mean, that's
yeah.
what they've said over and over again. They really trust our judgment above all else, I'm pretty sure.
the way that they've done it in the past is there's just been kind of some leeway. Like if you indicate to the admins that you're starting another key before the timer, they'll just
Right.
let you do it, so you don't have to go like right away. You can prepare 30 seconds.
Yeah,
to
you have a minute or two.
They're a
grace
little
period.
lenient with it, but obviously
Yeah.
if you leave a key after the timer, no shot you're getting another one.
Right.
That's all she wrote.
And indeed, we are past that hour mark. So these are the dungeons that will determine the final order of our teams. Of course, first and second are already locked in. Ambition have secured first. Donuts and Despair have secured second. But Olge and Ha are fighting for that third and fourth spot. If Olge can time this key and Ha cannot, then Olge will yoink that third place spot on the strength of their better tiebreaker with the 35 Junkyard done.
They're just going right now. It looks like Ambition in the top right as well is just going for world record collecting. They're trying to get world
Yeah.
record in everything they can.
And it would be a 30 or higher in every dungeon,
That'd be so sick.
right? Which would be pretty nice.
Yeah, absolutely. They are just blasting through here. Very well done throughout the weekend for them. But this would be an incredible cherry on top for their weekend. Would be this 30 lower, especially because I don't think they've attempted this at all. Right? They never came into the 30 lower. You know, it's not like something they've been trying to get. They are just going in here for the glory on one attempt.
There you have it. Keys are locked in. This is the final run of the weekend. Final runs of the Americas region as well. We know the teams that are going on to the global finals, but like Dranos mentioned, that third place spot still up for grabs between Olge and Ha,
Oh, Kel.
depending on how it goes. That's a little bit scary.
Oh, looks like Olge in the bottom left are going to be able to get Coggleston down. So they're through the. Hopefully they get Coggleston down. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think that they're going.
That is a lot of forks. Terracent there
Trell
about
is
to have a
about to
buffet.
get 6 bleeds here.
Yeah.
Does he have anything to deal with that?
Ring
Death
of
Strike.
Peace has been the big answer, it looks like,
It is Dedge.
from Kel. Great work keeping those forks all from murdering Trell. We'll see what they decide to do next. I like the composition differences as well. We're seeing Windwalker out of Ha and Olge in this dungeon, whereas Ambition are opting instead to be playing that Fire Mage. But Windwalker down here, I mean, this was historically back in Legion, right, was a great dungeon for the Windwalker.
Just the amount of AoE. Apparently, Terrasant ended this dungeon yesterday at 55k DPS on the Warlock. So I don't know.
I thought
Maybe Donuts and Despair had it right with the double Warlock comp in here.
Didn't they nerf that spec like 3 times? Huh.
Yeah, I think so. So
So-
I imagine that information's got to be faulty, Tettles.
Blizzard,
Check
if you're
your
watching,
sources.
Going down for Ambition.
Terrasant did
This might be
55k.
a while.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh,
I
no,
think
Ambition.
that's probably... Well,
No, that's intentional.
They
It's
can
intentional.
keep
It's intentional.
going.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait,
That's-
you're right. They've
Th-
got
that's
us
Actually,
not
all
what-
weekend.
They're
It's
doing
just
such a poor job
Uh,
of intentionally dying that we thought that something went wrong.
Yeah.
They need to get better at coordinated dying.
They intentionally wiped that bursting.
Yeah,
And it always baits
that's their
us.
plan.
Yeah.
So they now get to go left out of the door here and get down to Morose's room and skip, most importantly, the skeletal ushers, right? Those are the mobs that nobody is interested in pulling this weekend. And a couple teams have a couple different ways of skipping them, but Ambitions is the most aggressive. It's, well, we can go back to the start of the dungeon with 25 bursting stacks. We found a way to do it. A little teleport hack.
On live keys, by the way, if you would like to not use all of your cheat deaths, what you can actually do is you can use the dungeon teleporter to Karazhan to leave the key, and you can keep your pod tender and your cauterizes instead of just going and walking into a pack and dying on purpose.
Yeah, either way, whatever
That's
works.
more fun.
Well, it's more exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to, because usually on pucks on live keys after the Opera event, you just skip from there, right? Instead of stealthing through to the next pack.
Yeah.
And what I like to tell a tank is just pull something, pull it back into the room, and we just see what happens.
You were so toxic. You were so toxic, by the way.
No, it's not toxic.
Huh.
It's
Does anybody know why a
fire
Firelands
go left
podcast
anyway,
went off?
Can we?
What is this molten
can we get a ruling?
hound charging at me? Where did this come from?
Where's
sometimes
Zulgamux coming from?
Sometimes you don't have dungeon teleports, right? You haven't timed the +20s on that character. You don't have the dungeon teleport to Karazhan. So for those cases, you can always weapon swap over to Atiesh, Great Staff of the Guardian, back from Vanilla.
True.
Just have one of
That
those.
one on use
yeah.
creates a portal to teleport group members that use it to Karazhan. So that's
You know
another
you can't
way.
switch gear in dungeons, yeah.
You can switch
Yeah,
weapons.
so just play with Atiesh the whole time. You can't. There are some ways to
Okay.
do weapon swaps.
This guy just said you can play with Atiesh.
Well, the
I mean,
thing
it's
is,
a thematic weapon.
it is legendary too, so it's got to be good.
Yeah. You're not hitting people
Yeah.
with it. You're still casting
But-
spells. So
but you can only
so
wear
make a
two
There's some
difference,
other
right?
ways to skip back to the start in Karazhan.
You can only wear two
It also looks
legendaries.
pretty. Oh, wait.
No. You can only wear 2 Shadowlands. legendaries.
Shadowlands, yeah.
That is a different legendary. It is not unique equipped.
Oh, well.
Wow, Tettles feels so stupid right now.
Okay.
You know what else you can do? What is it called? Like the druid ability? You go to get back.
Oh,
Dream
Moonblade?
walk.
Something?
And then
Oh,
Dream
yeah.
walk.
Dream walk, yeah. But that would require you to have a druid in your queue.
Oh, Donuts in
I think
Despair!
that might be a problem.
They've taken so much damage here on this 32
Oh.
Postmaster. They are at 30% on the boss now, but they are soon going to have another soak to deal with. There's the fan mail, and then the money order coming right after that is going to be very, very lethal. It's targeting Yips.
32.
Ooh.
Looks like
Oh,
Yips is
that's
going
a
to take
good,
that all by
uh,
himself.
target.
It just
Gonna be
doesn't
the
look like they
evasion.
have enough time in this key. 10 minutes after this boss to do both Oasis and last boss. They'll have another lust.
Yeah.
Is
I don't know, it's gonna be
Definitely
tight.
looking a little bit too tight, though, isn't it?
There are 0 deaths, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. Bottom left-hand corner of the screen, after Zulgamux, Olge is going to do the craziest Firelands portal pull ever. They're going to be lusting it. They do all 4 packs at once. It's super sick. And they get it set up with, like,
Oh.
Turtle to group the mobs, because mobs won't cast on people with either Turtle or Bubble. And so it, like, groups them really fast and allows the tank to get aggro. It's a sick pull.
Yeah, we can watch Cry, perhaps, as he gets that pull set up downstairs here momentarily.
Oh, here they go.
See, he's going to pop that turtle.
Get a full screen on
Run
Ulch,
on
then. Let's
ahead.
see.
Popping a little fleshy C as well.
There they go. You can see him running on in there, grabbing all the mobs. And yeah, like you said, they're not going to cast because the only target that they're in combat with is an immunity.
Yeah.
So everything gets to get grouped up. You could use Mass Grip to do this, but by doing it this way, you get to save your Mass Grip for an interrupt later, and you get to use it to group things back up after, say, using a Ring of Peace to also interrupt everything later. So there's the sweep.
They also
Is
went
there one
Shadow
more
Fury
AoE
as well.
stun?
There's
Nope,
the
there's the
Mass
Mass Grip. The first stacks of bursting are starting to come out, but there are still some backup singers alive. Those are the nasty mobs here that do that Firelands portal cast. You can see a couple of them trying it. It's going to be the Ring of
Nice.
Peace into the wall.
They're all dead.
Yeah, nice
All the
dispels.
singers are dead. Very done. Very
Nice,
well done.
just patrons left. Well done by Olge there. Every single mob down here all at once is not an easy thing by any stretch.
Did you
Nice
know
damage.
that they didn't lust that pull yesterday on accident because Cry forgot to press it?
Did they succeed and kill it still?
Yes, yes. He said that, and I quote, "I was too tilted from the streets. I forgot to press lust."
All right, so we've still got ongoing as well. The Donuts 32. Unfortunately, Timber getting Angel formed there.
Ooh, top
They
right.
do have a battle
Ambition.
res. They do have 4 battle reses, but Ambition are starting the Morose encounter on this plus 30.
Yeah, this is sick. They're doing really well. They have 6 deaths, so only one of those is non-intentional. Ambition right now is in a pretty good spot. Did Ellismere immediately cede to the first growth?
I
Is
think
that what
he
I see?
did.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
in a less, in a
That's
less good
scary.
spot.
That bleed is still ticking on him. He's going to go
Uh-oh.
Spirit of Redemption. Actually, you know
Is
what?
he DC?
Maybe this is intentional.
Where is he?
Maybe it's just, you
all
know
on
what?
the right
I'll
side.
go Angel for him, right? Like,
Get battle res?
why not? That just handled. Yeah, you've got 2 battle reses, and then you just don't have to worry about
Bit
healing
of the
yourself for the
bleed?
time.
But he's got dwarf racial.
Okay, it does slightly look like he might be DC'd as well, given that all of those abilities below his name are grayed out. So
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be
not
unfortunate.
fair.
Onesie does use Dark Pact, but in another world first here, we are seeing a Warlock die with Dark Pact used.
I mean,
They
at
have
least
2 battle reses. If Ellesmere comes back soon, they could still get them back up. But
Yeah, otherwise Morose is just going to
Not
start
great.
gunning people down
Oh.
with each of these Garrotes.
Oh, is he? No.
It looks like his stream went offline.
Oh.
Oh no.
Internet
So he
issues.
full DC'd. Interesting.
Yikes.
Oh, he's-
Well, I mean,
maybe-
if there's going to be a time for this to happen, it's after you've already secured first place.
that's true.
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
Interesting.
Best case scenario, I guess.
You know?
Yeah, it does look like that's going to be the end of Ambition's glorious run here. Unless they actually, I mean, again, in lower the timer is
All right.
so
Kite
playable.
for your life, Nerf.
Yeah. Maybe something is still possible for them, but it looks like probably just going to be sending those town portals and leaving the lower at the 29. That
I mean,
does mean that Olge have the opportunity to put a 30 up on the board.
Oh, world's first.
Yeah, it would be
Sure
pretty
enough.
big. And that would, of course, also still secure them 3rd place if Ha deplete their key. So that's actually still an important thing that's going on for prize money in the bottom of our screen. But Ambition actually still haven't hearthed out yet, so maybe they're going to still keep this going if Ellesmere comes back soon.
I mean, they could time it, but they burned Lust. I mean,
Yeah.
they can
I mean, like,
do it. I
is there
think.
is there even any reason for them to leave the key? They've already won. They can kind of just hop around a bit in celebration.
Yeah. You just kind of hang out.
Hang out.
I mean,
in
you've
the
done what you
Zan.
came here to do this weekend.
Door closing on
The door closing, yeah.
Yeah, not really. It's fine.
Do Donuts in Despair have this time to finish off Zofex
I don't
and
even-
then make it up to
Oh, I don't know.
I believe
Or
the answer to
Zofran,
that
sorry.
question is
Really
no.
close.
Yeah, that's
they have
that's
6
Yeah.
minutes. Hold on.
less than 6 minutes, like 5.5 minutes.
Zokron dies pretty
That's-
quickly because remember they have that rowdy buff
Yeah.
that does a lot of damage.
Well, they-
Dorky's still
they
eating
have to-
green swirls, hasn't learned his lesson yet. Interesting.
Well, they have to
Got
also
some of the
kill.
death strike.
As they lose 2 players. Windwalker went down, and their Holy Priest as well. This
Uh-oh.
might be
Oh,
the
no,
same thing
Kazi.
where
Quasi
they're-
going down. This is not an intentional one because this is already in Morose's room.
Right.
Yeah.
They have 13 deaths on the board, although we assume at least 5 of those
Doesn't
were
go.
intentional Skippy deaths. There's a quick look, though, at Ambition's little team card as well. If anybody's interested in checking out the socials of the winning team here,
Follow, like, subscribe, ring that bell.
don't forget to do all those things, of course.
Wait.
All right.
That's the wrong
I
Twitch
think
link for-
donuts
Wait,
are
wait, wait.
off.
That's the wrong Twitch link for Asuna. It was missing a U. Unfortunate.
Well,
Oh.
Oops.
a-
How do you
That's
spell
okay.
it?
It's
Can you
just
spell it for us real quick?
ASUNA_QT. The U was just
There you
missing
go.
on that link. Yeah, go check him out.
oh. Yeah. There you go. Mage player.
So I think the most important dungeon to watch for us currently is probably Ulch, right? Because if they time the key and Ha does not, then they win the tiebreaker, right? And Ha with the 13 deaths, even though they only play at 29, while Ulch has to the 30, I think Ulch is still looking better right now with their key because the 13 deaths and the missing trash on Ha's side. But yeah, Ult's looking pretty good. Some of those deaths were intentional on their side, so... And we know that they have a really fast route. I think they have the best route out of anyone, as we
Yeah.
talked about
Okay, hear me out.
earlier.
Donuts in Despair can still time this key. They have to snap trash up, though.
They're not. Oh my goodness. I mean, yes, you're right. You're right. They
It's
could.
all about
MDI
doing
pull time.
anything you can to pull it off. And if there is a tank
Yeah.
that would be able to
Snap
do
an
it,
enforcer.
it is this tank.
Nah,
Snap an enforcer for the
true.
damage increase. You have to get a lot of count, is the problem.
Okay, I don't think you can snap an. I think you have to snap Zofar. I don't think you can snap an enforcer because they live too long on this.
So
dungeon
far isn't
level.
enough count. You need 21, and that's only worth 20.
Oh my god, you're right. What are they missing?
One infiltrator.
I'll just snap it both. Snap both of it.
Well,
far,
so you
and an
can snap.
enforcer.
If you snap an enforcer up, doesn't it speed up? So Asmi, technically, because of the
Yeah.
rage that increases
Yeah,
damage
true.
taken.
True.
The issue
20%
isn't.
damage increase.
The issue
Yeah.
isn't so Asmi. The issue
It's a
is
lot of
like
damage.
getting the trash killed off in a reasonable amount of time while you're having to like go through the portals and stuff like that.
Yeah, so we CC the non-enforcer mobs, and then we just do the enforcer
Oh my
with
God.
the boss. We can maintain the CCs. I mean, there's no way, right? Even if that worked out, there's only 2.5 minutes left. There's no shot.
It's not gonna happen. I don't think. No.
Yeah, this is Donuts in Despair. I think they're several minutes behind this timer at this point.
Yeah.
Olge have had a death here down on Morose. They end up using their battle res that's just become available against. They're back down to 0 battle reses on Kelchi. Ooh, big damage from the next
Oh, no.
spinning axe as well. But they're all still
No dwarf
alive.
actually available on their priest either.
Huh? Had Sky die just a moment ago too. So they're up to 14 deaths on this plus 29.
Ugh.
Little bit rough.
Yeah, 14 deaths. I mean, it's still timeable, right? That's the thing about Lower Karazhan is as long as your deaths weren't most of the way through a boss fight, they're usually not too costly in terms of time. Not costly enough to make this dungeon's timer in particular prohibitive.
Thomas and Despair is giving it their best effort, but you're not going to be able to kill this boss in 2 minutes on 32 Tyrannical, unfortunately.
Yeah. 70% at like 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I don't think this is a run you can ever really be upset with, though. They only have one death. They looked really consistent through the whole entire thing.
Finishing
great.
it is still impressive. Yeah.
Maybe there was some sanguine healing or something that slowed him down a little bit. It's something that you can look back on, but it's not.
See, here's
Okay,
the
there's second
thing.
death, but
If you were to do this key on live, it would still be worth score. So, you'd be happy.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta finish it.
yes.
That's
Remember,
some
you
big
have to,
IO right
you,
there.
You have to time a key. You have to
Oh,
untime a
geez,
key within
geez.
33% of the key timer.
Uh,
Olge not having fun times in the slower Karazhan, though. Keiichi going down at the end of Morose here. They can still finish the boss off, though. I mean, they have
Yeah.
the DPS to do it. It's just a matter of time at this point.
Cal dying, not great, but I do think that Lower Karazhan's timer is so lenient enough where they should be fine. Yesterday, whenever we saw them in Lower Care, we actually saw them stand in front of Maiden for approximately 3.5 minutes, waiting for their bloodlust.
Huh.
It was because Cry desynced it, so they just lobbed it randomly on Moros for fun.
So, is now also on Morose on the top right side. They are doing a 29, so 1 keystone level lower. They did commit their bloodlust on pool and also pulled 2 of the ads together in Morose to the start. Looks
Yeah,
like
they got the
they're doing pretty well
Whirlwind
so far.
and the Willbreaker both on pull here. Now they're gonna have to do the interrupt ad. Oh, actually, they're gonna take. There's the Iron Whirlwind. I'm sorry. So they did the Whirling Edge and the Willbreaker on pull. Here's Iron Whirlwind, and Morose, once he hits 60%, is gonna break out the caster up at the top of the stage there. So that is something they're gonna have a plan for. I wonder what the plan is. Looks like the plan is probably just kill Rafe before that happens, and then just have Dorothea after Rafe goes down. That seems like the idea, at least for Ha. They got to be careful though, because again, once you put Morose to 60%, he will break that CC on the one on the stage. But Rafe is getting single targeted by Show at this point.
How do you like the fact that they're killing this, like the Baron Rafe Druger? Because most teams kind of either leave Druger alive and just have him do the Iron Whirlwind and they just kite the boss around, or they leave Darius alive and they just let the throw weapon also go off. Do you?
You can also leave Baroness alive, right? Like, it doesn't really matter.
Well, that's a lot of interrupts though.
There's a lot of interrupts,
Yeah,
and it
but
starts
you
casting
don't
faster
need
too.
interrupts or anything else.
That's true.
I guess they have Curse of Tongues on it, so they can probably just get away with it.
Well, Hear me out. If they let the mana drain go off, like, mana's fake anyways.
That's true.
They could just
Your
let the
healer
full
does
channel
not
on their
need
healer.
that. That is true.
Yeah. Definitely don't worry about that. Wow, not just a Curse of Tongues, but also a Curse of Weakness on Morose here from Show.
Okay, going
Really
back
minimizing
to the
how much
Warlock
pain.
Discord. Showdown.
Yeah.
2
That
strikes.
is illegal.
Manually
Curse of
cursing.
Tongues is fine, but Curse of Weakness is illegal. I mean,
Yeah,
look
they
at
are-
the tank, yeah? He's not even... It looks like he's not even tanking the boss.
Well, he's got weapon up. That's normal for them.
Jack sends the stone form there, clearing off that bleed. Dwarf so good in this dungeon for this boss in particular. Those Garrotes are so nasty. Clearing them is so good.
I don't know if we talked about it too much. How have you guys felt about Fae Priest basically being uniformly picked the whole entire weekend? I think that we've seen one Kyrian Priest like the whole entire time.
Oh, it's so good. It's
Makes
insanely
sense.
good. If you're playing with Warlock and Mage, the amount of value you get out of Fae is infinite. Like, your Warlock will have so much uptime on AoE, and then your Mage will have like 75% combust uptime on single target. It's very, very good.
But it's like
It's also
lower.
because we don't have anymore, right?
True.
Because Kirin scaled so well with
Your Priest will lose like maybe 3k overall DPS, but you'll gain way more than that from the advantages you're giving your Warlock and your Mage.
Wait, you actually think that? I've heard that it's still like a pretty sizable damage loss, like group-wide damage
No.
loss.
Absolutely not. There's no way.
Really? You think Berries is 3,000 DPS?
Easily.
Really?
Easily.
Okay.
Works.
All right.
Somebody
that-
do the math.
Seems very reasonable to me, too.
It's
Okay.
probably double that, if I had to guess.
Alright, let's take a look at the pull that is doing as they're pulling some of these charges back out. This is something that my puck should be doing as well, because I feel like whenever you go into this room, Morose, Attumen always gets pulled somehow. So pulling
So-
out the mobs makes a lot of sense.
I'm gonna DM the tank that
I
you were
like
playing
it.
with the other day. Nagura says, make sure you pull horses out of Ottoman room.
These horses have
Yeah,
also
I
been
mean-
hit with the Curse of Tongues as well. So
Okay.
No missing horses here.
Shodem's now been kicked from the Warlock Union.
Why?
I see.
He's lost his membership.
Well, those trampling stomps are actually so much damage, though, if you let them through, making them a little bit slower to cast. Actually pretty big. I don't think it affects the speed of that charge, though, so... I think it's just the... Oh, maybe it does, actually. That charge looks like it took a while, so... But I think it's just the,
think it's only
trampling
interruptible
stomps, right?
casts, yeah.
Yeah. They're going to get through this nice little 4-pack. The question is, how are Ha doing on time? Because we talk about Lower being a forgiving dungeon on the timer, but they only have 18 minutes left. They still need to get 60% count and 2 bosses in that time. That is a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think it's the count that is really gonna take them so long, because if you look at Ulch, they are in the same area.
Oh my gosh.
4 minutes later into the dungeon, but they have so much more count. So they only have to deal with the boss's room here, plus the boss, and then they can skip a lot of trash on their way to Maiden. While Ha somehow has to find trash somewhere. They're gonna have to play a lot still.
Let's go back to that Night Fae Priest discussion, though, because there are a lot of people that are disagreeing with me in chat. So, if your priest is playing Kyrian and they hit
Oh,
wound,
he's so mad.
they're actually
You guys
healing
triggered
damage
him.
Must be
instead
rectified.
of healing, right? Why is your healer trying to do damage? They should be healing. Now here's something I will say. A lot of priests would definitely get a lot more value out of playing Night Fae if they actually stayed in the Field of Blossoms that they get from playing Night Fae instead of just immediately running away from it. That's a buff on you guys, not a debuff. Thanks for coming to my
Well,
TED Talk.
Shouldn't they
I
also
will
be playing
say
Naya?
I don't think it's possible to win an argument that starts with, let's go back to that discussion since Twitch chat is disagreeing with you, YouTube chat.
I think that Twitch chat. I do believe that Twitch chat has won that one. Ironic.
YouTube
You know
chat
what
is
the
No.
most damage
yeah.
game would be? To just kick the healer and bring another damage dealer. Like not
Amen.
a mage or a warlock.
Sure.
This was,
Bigger
and we
mic on
figured this
her.
out back
Bigger
in
mic
Legion.
on her.
Back in Legion, we had this figured out, right? The 4 DPS strats at the end of that expansion.
Yeah, hold on.
These were the dungeons we did it in.
I love
you
that.
know?
Just
Nagura,
bring a
I'm
shaman,
turning
drop
you
some
up.
healing totems, you're good. Pass
Yeah.
out
Oh,
healing for everyone.
Somebody calls a mock.
Yeah, the prop pala, no healer
Oh
gaming.
yeah, I participate in those keys sometimes. It's kind of fun. I like it.
Yeah, I could understand why you need to bring an extra DPS. in that case.
Oh,
Dude!
Wow.
oh my god.
Oh my god!
Hey, hey.
Oh.
Jesus.
Digger catching absolute strays.
But recently, Smug switched to Blood DK, and I'm just gonna say, I think his Prot Paladin is slightly better.
Wow.
Zamok catching strays now? What is going on here?
The last hour, the shots are fired.
He just created his DK like a week ago, and I did that lower Karasan, and he just pulls like half the room, thinking that's like a reasonable pull to do in a lower Karasan.
He's watching too much MDI.
Yeah, I think the whenever you have seasons like this where tanks are so powerful, they get this sort of thing, right? You get this sort of tank brain where it's like, oh yeah, I can tank that. And you kind of forget, like, well, there's 50 mobs here that are all going to be spawning explosives or killing the rest of my group, but Quasi
Like
actually
this.
not able to tank it here with all of those mobs. Sky also going down. They do have 2 battle reses, but they have
Soulstone
only a
charge.
soul stone to cast. Okay, they've done it, but unfortunately it's going to be really hard to re-secure threat on all of these mobs. They're going to have to kite for a little while here. Everybody else still having aggro. Carmezy can feign, and he can drop his threat, but Show is going to need to keep running. Ooh, Pod is a momentary
Ooh,
respite, but
ouch.
Quasi going down again. Jack and Angel form. This is going to be a full wipe for and I believe with their timer situation, I think this either puts them to dead or on death's door.
Oh,
I
no, they're
mean,
very
we
dead.
we saw one completed in time with 22 deaths, but that was a much lower key level. So they were going to go... They went through the rest of the dungeon much quicker.
Yeah, and if that is
That
true,
means-
that means this is for all the marbles here for 3rd place. Olge can time this key, and assuming Ha can't miraculously finish theirs, that will be enough to yoink that 3rd place finish, which would be pretty big for Olge. I know that's something that they're actually really aiming to do here today.
I think today they had a more like just show up in game mentality. They were in pretty bad despair after yesterday's series of events, and so
Town
I
Portal's
think
coming out for
today they were feeling a
All
little
right.
bit better.
So
That's
it is
it.
indeed all about this one. Olge need to time this key for 3rd. If they fail to do that, they're going to end up in 4th. And they've got Midnight here during the scariest spectral charge phase. It's interesting because the first time that Ataman remounts Midnight, you get this phase where Midnight kind of just walks around somewhat randomly while doing these spectral charges. And then any future phases, you actually kind of get back to phase 1 plus having the spectral charges.
Oh, those are nasty ponies.
Yeah. They've gotten
That
through
was
that
terrifying.
little bit of the phase. Ooh, a Spectral Stable Hand released from Control Undead there momentarily before Trell has regained control. And they are back into phase 2. The Infernal gets dropped. That's what you want to do. You want to save your cooldowns for phase 2 here and just nuke into Ataman. Avoid it remounting as many times as possible.
They have a
Oh.
they have a battle res.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh no, Kel.
They no longer have a
gonna
battle
use
No,
res.
they do not.
This boss is a melee killer for sure.
Crackling Jade Lightning has come out from Kel before realizing that Fleshcraft may be a more effective thing to channel.
Kel might be trying to play with the Lightning King's capacitor, which is not actually on live currently, so might have been playing too much alpha.
No. Cry was in melee, soaking the shared suffering with Trell. So Kel wanted to continue to do, 30 DPS to the boss. So he's channeling Crackling Jade Lightning there.
All right,
I
there.
saw that Terrasant applied Havoc onto Midnight right before the boss went away. But it does actually damage. Midnight is immune to damage, right?
Yes.
When Ataman is not there. So it was just like a cosmetic Havoc, right? To see the double Chaos Bolts flying out, basically.
He may be able to get dots and conflag and stuff like that on to get shard gen off of Midnight, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't
No
know.
clue. No clue. Haven't played.
Try it out.
Haven't played.
Does the
Guns
current
boss.
iteration of Destro have any? Do you gain any single target from havocing anything or nah?
Shards.
Yeah, you gain more shards.
Just the shards,
from
okay.
Yeah.
Immoladen,
But maybe
uh,
not from an
like-
immune target,
Yeah, there's no rolling havoc anymore.
depending on how it's
unfortunately.
immune. I see.
Well, I'm not exactly sure if it works like that.
If it's like
on-
immune or a 90% DR or something,
Well,
or just
it's
healing
not-
through it anyways.
Well, it's not
Untargetable.
targetable. Yeah, that's the
Okay.
thing.
Yeah.
It's untargetable.
So you probably
now.
still get the soul shards from Havoc conflags
Maybe, yeah.
then.
No clue. I have no idea.
I'll have to try this.
Oh, you want me to make
Yeah.
something up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, you get the shards. Why not?
All right.
Okay,
Cool.
perfect.
All right, we've got a ruling from Zyronic on it, so Glad to hear.
It's a huge
Second
damage.
Twitch made up with
accepted
the
Makes
authority.
sense. He's topping the meters, so he's got to be getting it from somewhere, right? That class has been double nerfed.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Math knows. What do you think about the timer?
All right, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 7 minutes left to do this dungeon. They need to grab a little bit of count, and then they have Maiden. Maiden's
They
going to
have
take them not that long.
They have a lot
Yeah,
of just
3,
raw
4
distance
minutes.
to travel, too, through a bunch of trash packs.
Yeah, and these trash packs, there are a lot of mobs in them, but they don't actually give a lot of count. So they actually need to do several of these guest pulls in order to get up to 100%. That's probably going to take them several minutes. I actually think this is going to be an extremely sketchy timer.
They've also opted to pull a Skeletal Hound, which is notably banned. Maybe not as banned as it was in Legion, but...
Yeah, the
no,
bite,
it
look
still
at
looks
that
pretty
on
banned.
Trell.
That bite almost one-shot Trell. Okay, still pretty banned.
Well, the thing about current Death Knight is anything that almost one-shots you is not banned. That's fine, because Death Strike immediately un-one-shots you.
I think there's something wrong with their trinkets right now, because we see their Windwalker still has the bleed effect on him from the Scars trinket, and you cannot invis if you have that trinket bleed on you. So he needs to use the trinket again to be able to stack it up one more time, because it's the last stack that you get the bleed from.
Yeah.
So you need to hurry up a little bit if you want to have the stacks already up for the first.
They invis
Or-
potion here in a second, so they
Or
they
you
actually
can
need to have it
invis
cleared.
summon, right? You can just have Kel stay
Yeah, you
back
can
and then
summon, true.
summon him.
Okay.
Maybe that's a better idea instead of using it again now.
They still need a bunch of
guest
count as
plus
well.
valet, don't they, to invis? I don't think you can invis
I think that is
from
going to be
here.
their plan. 5 minutes
We'd have
left
to
on the
play one
clock
more,
here. The timer.
Getting close.
They need to
very
get all their
iffy.
count from they need to do a big pull and get all their count. They need to pull Maiden yesterday. This is looking unbelievably sketch.
What do you think
Okay.
about killing this one spectral stable hand?
I
It's
don't
like
like
two and a
that
half
very much.
minutes, isn't it?
They have to because they probably want to invis, I would assume. Oh no, they're
Here's
not.
the other
okay.
question I have, though. Even if they get to Maiden with enough time, do they beat a 4th shield on 30 fortified?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the third shield comes right at the end of that fight on plus 29. So
This-
I think you'd still have more than enough time before the fourth on a plus 30.
I'm pretty sure this boss is like 2.5 minutes long.
No,
Yeah.
no.
I wanted to say 3. So
I was going to say 3.5
we're not far off.
minimum.
Okay.
I don't think it's that long. No, because they'd be getting fourth shield at 3.5, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's why.
Either way.
We'll see.
So let's use 2.5 since that's the one that's the most chance of timing it, most excitement, of course. That means that they need to get to Maiden in the next minute and a half.
Thank you for the math.
Thank you,
Okay,
Math
how-
House.
How have you started this bit where you're just running the numbers all the time? Do you have just calculators open?
Can you run
Yeah,
the numbers for
and,
that
Just
question,
delay.
Kratos?
So it's casting from home. You can just open that calculator thing on your.
Carry the 2. So
Windows
they
or
need to go
whatever.
to they need to like
Fix their
invis to
trinkets,
Maiden
though.
and take double sentry onto Maiden. That's got to be the plan here, right? You
Okay.
take those 2 sentries from just outside, you take them on top of Maiden, and you just blast the boss, right? If you do that, I think they have enough time. I think they can kill Maiden with like 10 seconds to spare on the timer if they do that. Immediately after killing this valet, they soul shape invis. That's gonna
right.
be the plan.
We ball.
Bursting?
Bursting disappears, and
dismissed.
here they go.
All right.
Frog gang rolls out.
Hops
Frog
out.
is the superior soul shape.
They are at 414 out of 420 count, so any 2 mobs will get them over the finish line. Those 2 sentries by the gate seem to be the closest ones, and I think they do need to cleave something with boss, as they only have 3 minutes left on the timer to do this plus 30 Maiden. Here they go.
All right, quick. Start a poll in the chat. Believers or non-believers? Let's go. Do they
what
kill
are we
Maiden?
thinking here?
Slash
Well, I
prediction.
think
Ooh,
Mods.
This
the
is for
debuff
third
is on the
place
priest,
too.
which is like the best target, right? That's the best damage gain because everyone else would have to walk out.
Yep, that's good RNG.
So good RNG.
Where's the
Yeah.
trash?
Need to stack up their trinkets though. I don't
So-
see any debuffs just yet.
Maybe you grab the trash during the first shield or something if you know you have enough
during the
damage. And you,
lust?
During the lust.
yeah,
probably.
during the lust, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
2 trinkets now, missing 1 more.
Yeah, that jailer trinket, of course, providing a little bit of self-damage to just break you out without having to take the really nasty dot. 72%. They only have 2 minutes left from this point. It's going to be so close, actually. There's that first shield. Oh, the last second kick. Oh no, sorry. There's the first shield. The Mass Repentance cast is what I was looking at, not the Holy Wrath. And there's the kick.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Dude, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so close. And then it looked like it didn't kill them, and I was like, oh, it didn't kill them. But that was just the cast to stun them, not to kill them.
It's discovering new mechanics all the way through.
All right, so again, I still think they do need to pull some trash here. They have 1.5 minutes for this.
Okay,
We're gonna get 2 more shields, right?
They have Lust as well.
they're actually
They probably
on
want
base,
to pull
though.
them off with Lust, right?
Not doing bad.
Yeah, I think you lust right when the second shield comes out, then you pull the sentries in, burn them
Yeah,
down with
because
the
you still need
lust,
that count.
break third shield, and then you're good. Theoretically. Lust.
When do the
there's that.
sentries get pulled here after this?
I
After you
hope
break
That
shield,
the thing is,
Should be pulled now.
20 seconds ago.
you
I
kinda have to.
okay, they got it.
Now,
Charles, move towards
here
it
we
now.
go. Yeah. This is it.
Yeah.
here it goes. This should still work, maybe.
please death
He's
Oh,
trying
he's
to
gonna
pull
use
them.
death
He got
to pull-
it.
Okay, he's got him.
He got
He's
it.
got him.
Oh, he's to
All
grip
right, we have
them.
50 seconds now. One more shield's gonna come out, even though these sentries are here. Trell also taking a lot of damage right now. They gotta make sure that they don't get cleaved by the holy bolts as well that the maiden is throwing out, so can't be stacked on top of each other.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
use
get
their
another
trinkets.
shield.
They're gonna have to dip into the fire.
Do they
30
have?
seconds.
They all
Yeah.
use their 4th trinkets.
Do they have the damage allocation here?
Oh
slash.
god.
I don't think they break the shield. I think they wipe to the shield here. They have 25
Yeah.
seconds, so they have to play it super aggressive. But they are going to have so much DPS requirement here, and they don't have very many
No
cooldowns
Infernal.
available.
Focus
Oh,
repentance.
that shield is not moving very much. Oh.
They're Windwalker stunned.
And that is going to be a 4th place for Ulge. Bang!
Boom.
Maiden taking them out here at the end, casting another Holy Wrath, and that is the timer depleted. Ulge will be in 4th place here. Tragedy striking at the end of their Karazhan.
Wow, it was close though. I mean, impressive performances being put on by all 4 teams today, no doubt about that. And strangely enough, or maybe foreshadowed enough, we have a final ranking of teams in the exact order they were in the time trials, which is kind of interesting. I feel like we don't see that happen very often.
Huh. You're
Yeah,
right.
especially in TGP, right? Because technically,
Yeah.
the standing from the time trials doesn't really matter
Yeah.
for the actual tournament. So yeah,
very
that's
interesting.
Interesting to see them.
Either way, Ambition and Donuts and Despair going through to the global finals, so pretty huge for them to be able to make it. And Donuts and Despair, like I 2 points behind at the end, but they were very, very close, I felt like.
Man.
Anyone else?
I think we're all exhausted.
Nobody say
from the
anything. Nobody say
weekend.
anything.
All right, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. Well, there you go. Props to Ambition and Donuts and Despair for that. Huh? And Olge obviously doing quite well as well. There's all the information if you want to go follow people, like people perhaps, officially like them. You might like them from what you saw this weekend, but you can go and officially like them on various social medias. Unless your name is Cry, then you can't. Maybe they're the smartest of all, though.
That guy's got no
honestly.
social media.
I mean, maybe that's a smart way to go, frankly.
You can also
but,
find them on US-Tichondrius, the server. So
there you go.
if you want to just whisper him in game.
What guild is
You
he
can
in?
also
Where he
find
is?
him
Incarnate
Oh, he's not
on
in
US
your guild.
Tichondrius, so
on the
No, he's not
weekends.
my
He
guild.
likes to do things like build decks. It's a popular pastime of his.
I see.
Oh.
Like,
All right, like
So-
decks on
like
houses or
outdoor,
card game
Yes.
decks?
like
or...
backyard.
Like
Oh.
a deck out a house.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay.
in his backyard.
Okay. I was going to say, there's a lot of different kinds of decks, so wanted to make sure. Yep. Well, there you go. That's our final breakdown for it. Don't forget to watch EU next week because we're only just getting started with this this great push. It's the greatest of all pushes. It's a 3-week event. China also doing their event as well. There's Europe next week. Anyone want to make any spicy predictions? Echo coming in 3rd in the time trials, but I mean, you can't really read into that too much. It is Echo at the end of the day.
Dude, that
it's
Giga Chess
Echo.
logo is so good.
It's Echo, but it's not
Yeah.
the same Echo, right? Like, they don't have Fragments anymore. He's not playing this time around. Mirez is replacing him on the team. But that also means that they don't have a 6th man coaching them the entire time. So, we'll have to see how that goes for them. They did qualify 3rd, but of course, the qualification really doesn't matter too much in terms of, most competitions. We did actually, like you already mentioned, have the qualifiers finish off exactly the same way that the tournament ended, but I don't think that matters too much for EU. They're so close over there. Like, it was ridiculously close how strong. All 6 of the teams over there were on par with the top 2 teams in North America. That's how ridiculous it was.
Well, this looks like our time trials for EU, and did you notice the 31 upper Karazhan that was done by 2 different teams? That's pretty intense.
Absolutely, yeah. This was how Echo ended up being 3rd as well. It was in the workshop where they ended up losing out those the first and 2nd seed there. So that's going to be a big thing for them to try and overcome when we actually see them playing next weekend. But as Zyra was saying, all of the teams up there, Giga Chad, Monka, there's so many great teams in this region.
Yeah, that is going to be a really fun few days. Oh, go ahead, Nigra.
I just wanted to ask Tattles what he's going to pick as a dark horse.
No.
Echo is 3rd place in time trial.
Well, you see,
It's called the wild card now, by the way.
It's never happened.
What are we legally allowed to guess as our wild card pick? So you guys picked 3rd place teams.
Anything.
Zyra's predictions are perfect here. This is that worked out perfectly. Well done.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm surprised I'm the only one who picked it that way.
We were close.
But you guys picked 3rd and 4th seeds as wild cards. Am I allowed to pick a 3rd seed as a wild card next week?
Sure.
You're allowed to pick a 4th seed. If you pick Echo as a wild card again, we're gonna.
I feel like you have to.
Again.
But you guys picked 3rd seeds as wild cards.
Okay,
Yeah, that's okay because
explain
it was
this.
good, but we didn't
Five-time
think it was going to
MVI
win.
winners.
Tettles. Your wild card pick is somebody who is not expected to win, but you expect
Well, they're not
them to do
expected to
better
win.
than
They're the
people
3rd
expect them to.
seed.
They're not expected to, but they have a
It's not
chance.
the only.
whatever.
The seed is not the only thing that matters when you think
They're
about
the
picking a
3rd
team win.
seed.
There's other factors, Tattles.
Do we have a
Like,
wild?
for example, that they won the MDI a couple
You
of
see
times.
what I'm dealing with?
But they didn't even win last TGP. They came
we need
in
a wild
3rd.
card / dark horse
Oh no!
card
True,
to
Okay,
explain.
now you
Podcast with this
convinced
guy
me,
every week.
Tattles.
Unbelievable.
Man.
They're the
Honestly,
wild.
you
they're-
convinced me.
that's
They're the
what I'm
wild
saying.
card.
Thank you.
You know,
Yeah.
I feel like the real problem is Tettles is also the farthest zoomed out of any of our cameras. So there you go. That's what we were looking
no,
for.
no. They're not a dark
That's
horse.
it.
They're a wild card team. It's different.
What's the difference between wild card and dark horse, Tettles?
Well, one is an animal and the other one is a card.
That is the least wrong thing you've said in the last 5 minutes. Congratulations.
There's a real definition there.
What if I draw a dark horse onto a
unexpectedly
card?
succeeds. That's true. You've activated my dark horse wild card. There you go. Well, also, don't forget, we've got the variety show coming up, the Wild Variety Show.
Interesting.
Which has a variety of fun things, none of which have to do with wild cards or dark horses that I know of. But it should still be a good time. Here's some information with that. August 24th, 3 days from now on twitch.tv/Warcraft. And 5 p.m. Pacific time. Prepare for battle.
Isn't Dreadnought participating?
Oh
in
yeah,
that?
I'm on
I've heard.
the caster to competitor pipeline. I am playing in the foot race across Azeroth in this. So
Those who can't do cast, and those who can't cast walk across
Do again.
Azeroth.
Oh man.
You know, do you have any I don't want you to spoil any strategies you might have, but do you have any general tips that you plan on applying for your walk across Azeroth?
I'm still deciding whether or not I'm going to hit the RP walk button. So we'll see which of those I go with. Yeah,
Could be a very
Not sure
long
that's
day if you do the
time
RP walk.
save. Yeah.
I don't know about that. Well, that's going to pretty much about do it for us. But we are going to host Elismir, the healer from our winning team, Ambition. I believe Dratnos is going to jump over there and do some chatting as well to get the lowdown on how this weekend went for them. And that should be a good time as well. But that's going to do it for us here at The Great Push. Thanks for watching, everybody, from me, your host, Doe, along with Nagura's Ironic, Tettles, Dratnos, and Makes as well. Thanks for watching. Take care. Play some WoW. Have some good times. Be nice to your Pug group members. Please invite some enhancement shamans. And we'll see you next week.
Or don't.
Or do. Do. Definitely do.
don't.
You weren't supposed to talk after that.